Deep within the ruins of a shattered dungeon, a lone magician stepped forward. Shin Hail emerged from the debris just as a towering monster revealed itself, its roar shaking the broken stone around them. Hail didn't hesitate. He raised his hand, magic surging through his veins, and a beam of pure light tore straight into the sky. He dropped to one knee, pressing his palm against the ground. A glowing magic circle bloomed beneath him. Slowly, deliberately, he lifted a single snowflake into the air. Then he released it. Permafrost. An ice spirit materialized at his side, its presence suffocating. Frost spread instantly, crawling over walls and pillars like a living thing. The monster recoiled, leaping back in panic, but it was already too late. The ice spirit exhaled a freezing gale, and with a sharp motion of Shin's hand, a surge of ice swallowed the creature whole. Frost sealed it in place, locking it in absolute stillness. As the magic circle beneath him faded, warmth slowly returned to the air. Shin stood up, his gaze fixed on the frozen enemy, silent, defeated. Not long ago, the House of Magicians had been known as Korea's most elite magical bloodline, and among its many gifted members, Shin Hail stood apart. He wasn't just talented, he was a once-in-a-generation prodigy. One day, he stepped into his father's office. His father looked up from his desk and asked calmly if Shin already knew. Shin answered with a confident smile, nodding as he declared that he would carry their house's name with pride. He vowed to graduate at the top of Obelisk Magic Academy, rise as the greatest Archmage the world had ever seen, and elevate their family to heights never reached before. His father turned toward the window, his voice soft but resolute. Shin's talent wasn't merely rare, it was unmatched. Turning back, he smiled and told his son that his expectations were immense. He hoped Shin would conquer the interactive magic world and stand above all others as a true master of the arcane. Clutching the medallion around his neck, Shin made his promise. He would succeed. He would surpass his brothers. He would even surpass his father, the strongest mage in the nation. 2 years later, at the prestigious Obelisk Magic Academy, a teacher stood before the second-year students. Today was their practical examination. He glanced at Baek Sayuk and encouraged him to perform as he always did, assuring him there was nothing to worry about. Sayuk smirked, scoffing as if the idea itself was ridiculous. Who said he was worried? That guy. Sayuk muttered, eyes flicking toward Shin. Dead last. He can't even grasp the basics. How hasn't he been expelled yet? Completely useless. Can't even cast interactive magic. Shin remained silent, lost in thought. In a modern era, true mages were rare and highly prized. Sayuk stepped into the arena as the instructor announced the start of the exam. 2 monster holograms flickered to life in front of him. Without delay, Sayuk opened his system window and summoned a fireball. The spell flew true, annihilating both enemies in an instant. The teacher nodded, satisfied. The task had been completed well within the time limit. Sayuk merely shrugged, completely unimpressed. As always, he muttered, too easy. Watching from the sidelines, Shin reflected quietly on how much the world of magic had changed. With the rise of artificial intelligence, most modern mages relied on implanted chips, AI units that simplified even the most complex spells. Magic had become efficient, streamlined, almost effortless. But for him, that path was closed. He couldn't use them. The teacher called his name. MC stepped into the arena as holographic monsters materialized before him. He closed his eyes and focused, shutting out the noise around him. The first step was channeling mana into his heart, the core, the wellspring of his magic. Then came the formation of the magic circle, layered carefully, one step at a time. 8 precise stages. No shortcuts. Before he could complete it, the monsters lunged. He reacted instantly, shifting into defense, abandoning the spell halfway through. From the sidelines, Sayuk burst out laughing. That's his magic. Seriously. MC clenched his jaw, forcing himself to stay upright. Sayuk scoffed again, his voice dripping with contempt. You're just a leftover from a dead era. Can't even use interactive magic. Know your place. Trash like you should quit. The monsters vanished as the timer ran out. The teacher's voice echoed through the arena, cold and final. He had failed the test. Laughter followed. It rippled through the students like a wave. MC clenched his fist, breath coming heavy, but his eyes didn't break. It was another failure, but not an empty one. He had improved, even if only slightly. His magic transformation was faster than before. That was enough. But it wasn't enough for his father. That same day, after being officially branded a failure, his father abandoned him completely. He even sent a pill designed to destroy the magic circle in MC's heart, to erase his potential once and for all. Still, MC refused to let go of his dream. He chose the harder path, the old path, a method forgotten in an age ruled by technology and artificial intelligence. It was slower, harsher, and brutally inefficient. Its greatest drawback was simple. He could only learn through ancient books. Back in his room, he stared at the piles of dusty tomes scattered across the floor. The space felt smaller every day. He couldn't help but think how much easier everything would be if these books could be digitized. His room had limits, and he was already pushing them. Then his gaze stopped. One book stood out. "Did I even buy this?" he muttered, reaching down to pick it up. It was worn, unmistakably old, yet something about it felt different. Important. He flipped through a few pages, but the handwriting was too complex to decipher. Still, as he leaned closer, a single name caught his eye. Ray Belbytenio. A faint grin appeared on his face. It had been a long time since he'd seen that name. Ray Belbytenio, the first and greatest magician in human history. The founder of modern magic. The first emperor of the Wiener magical empire. A living legend carved into the very roots of magic itself. When he was younger, Ray Bell's name had appeared endlessly in memoirs and ancient texts. Then, without warning, the book began to glow. Golden light spilled from its pages as they lifted into the air, shimmering violently. Startled, MC staggered back, the brightness burning his eyes. He dropped the book and raised both hands to shield his face. "What is this?" he shouted. As the light dimmed, he slowly peeked through his fingers, staring in disbelief. Then a voice echoed from within the pages. Only those with a matching magical nature could hear it. The voice said so calmly. And now, the legendary Ray Belbytenio was entrusting this book to him. MC stood frozen, staring at the glowing pages, struggling to process the fact that the book was actually speaking. His thoughts drifted backward, to a moment in his past he never thought would matter. Back when being labeled an outcast, a failure, felt like the end of everything. He never imagined that same flaw would become his greatest advantage. That same day after the exam, the teacher had announced that every student who failed would be assigned extra classes. Someone had asked who failed. The answer came immediately. The guy who couldn't synchronize with artificial intelligence. There was no escape from the whispers, the stares, the unspoken ridicule. MC endured it all in silence, carrying the weight of failure alone. But now, something inside him had changed. It felt like rebirth. The book's light flooded his room, brighter than any spell he had ever managed to cast. It wasn't just illumination, it felt like recognition. The next day, he returned to class as usual. When lunchtime arrived, he headed to the cafeteria and took the farthest seat by the window, the same place he always chose. Alone, quiet, unnoticed. Then a familiar presence stopped beside him. Ji Sunchan, tray in hand, wearing his usual easy grin. Sunchan looked down at him. Eating alone again. MC glanced up, unimpressed. "You again?" Sunchan ignored the remark completely and dropped into the seat across from him. "Looks good," he said, already digging in. MC watched him quietly. Despite his messy appearance, Sunchan was no ordinary student. He ranked among the Academy's top 10 sorcerers and had reached the 3rd magic circle at just 18. In this dull, suffocating school life, Sunchan was probably the only person MC could genuinely call friend. When MC didn't touch his food, Sunchan leaned closer, eyeing the untouched tray. "If you're not going to eat that, I will." MC scowled and told him to eat his own food. Sunchan frowned briefly, then leaned in again, grinning. "If someone's giving you trouble, just point them out. I'll take care of it." MC turned his gaze to the window and shook his head. "It's nothing." Then, almost casually, he changed the subject. "I found a strange book yesterday." Sunchan raised an eyebrow. "What kind of book?" MC hesitated, then explained. After the 3rd page, the rest looked blank. It said it was written by Ray Belbytenio. I thought it might be a prank, but when I opened it, it lit up, and I heard a voice. Sunchan blinked. "An enchanted book? That's insane. What did the voice say?" A faint smirk crossed MC's face. It said the book was an inheritance, meant for someone like me. No one else would even be able to open it. Sunchan's eyes sparkled. "That actually sounds amazing. Maybe I should try opening it too." MC's expression sharpened. There was something else. He paused, recalling the uneasy chill he'd felt reading the final page. It said, to form a magic circle, not in the heart. He lifted his gaze slowly, but in the brain. Sunchan straightened immediately, his expression turning serious. "All right, now that's not funny. A magic circle in the brain? Are they trying to kill you?" He leaned forward. "Give me the book. I'll take a look myself." After class, the two of them returned to the dorms and went straight to MC's room. Without a word, MC handed the book over. "So, it only opens for someone like the original owner, Ray Belbytenio?" Sunchan asked, turning it over in his hands. "That's what it said," MC replied calmly. "Go ahead, try it." Sunchan did. He tugged at the cover, pressed against the spine, tried forcing it open from different angles. Nothing happened. The book didn't even tremble. With a tired sigh, he handed it back. "Yeah, no, nothing at all. It's like the thing's completely sealed." Scratching his head, he frowned. "This book's bad news. Anyway, forget it. I'm heading out. Get some rest." With a quick wave, he left the room. MC sat down and opened the book again. As he flipped through the pages, his brows furrowed. One page that had been completely blank before was different now. Strange diagrams filled the surface, and glowing letters slowly formed before his eyes. Raybell's voice echoed once more. "So, You're forming magic circles in your heart. That's the standard method for modern mages. MC's eyes narrowed. Wait, are you saying that method is wrong? Suddenly, the book floated into the air, radiating blinding light. MC stepped back instinctively as the voice rang out again. If you accept my will and wish to become my disciple, your first task is this: destroy the magic circle in your heart and recreate it within your brain. Only then will you be allowed to open this book again. The light vanished instantly. The book dropped to the floor with a heavy thud. MC stared at it, stunned. This is going way too far to be a prank. His fist clenched as his thoughts raced. A magic circle in the brain wasn't just reckless. It was fatal. Mana flowing through the brain could cause instant collapse, permanent damage, or death. This is suicide, he thought, forcing himself to breathe. He shoved the book aside and fell onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Who in their right mind would actually do this? The next day, he walked into his teacher's office with the book tucked under his arm. The teacher looked up. Is something wrong? MC placed the book on the desk. Could you take a look at this? The man examined the cover, running his hand across it thoughtfully. An old manuscript. It certainly feels ancient. What exactly do you want me to check? I just want to know if it's sealed with magic, MC said. It won't open. The teacher raised an eyebrow. Why do you think that? There have been rumors, MC replied carefully. The teacher sighed. You're spending too much time listening to nonsense. Focus on your studies. Even so, he placed his palm on the book and concentrated. After a brief moment, he pulled his hand away. There's no trace of magic here, he said flatly. Forget these fairy tales and focus on your work. MC thanked him and left the office, disappointment weighing heavily on his chest. He'd hoped for something, anything, but not even Sunshine, not even his teacher, could open the book. And as he walked down the hallway, a faint smile slowly crept onto his face. That meant only one thing. It was real. That evening, he returned to his room. He placed the book on the floor and sat in front of it, motionless, lost in thought. After a long moment, he reached into his drawer and pulled out a small bag. Inside were the pills his father had sent. Just one was enough to erase the magic circle in his heart forever. His fingers tightened around the bag. His father's voice echoed in his head, telling him to abandon magic, to become a theorist instead. Someone who talked about magic rather than practiced it. But that was never his path. No matter what, he wasn't giving up on magic. He stared at the two pills resting in his trembling palm. His wrist shook uncontrollably. He clenched it hard and muttered, "Stop shaking." He was already living on the sidelines. What did he really have left to lose? Grinding his teeth, he swallowed both pills in one motion. If I die, then so be it. The pain came instantly. His body jerked violently as he fell from the chair, crashing onto the floor. Inside him, the magic circle anchored to his heart began to break apart, tearing through everything he had built. This was the end of him as a traditional mage. There was no going back. He was crossing a forbidden line. Mana surged upward, into his brain. One life ended here, so another could begin. The agony in his chest faded, only to be replaced by something far worse. His mind felt like it was being split open. He convulsed, consciousness slipping away as his thoughts spiraled into chaos. Is this death? Then, a whisper, right beside his ear. Raybell's voice. Calm. Steady. Can you hear me? The voice wasn't sound. It was formed through mana itself. And just like that, the pain vanished. He found himself in a different space. Mana spirits drifted all around him, whispering, laughing, singing. They pressed close, wrapping him in warmth. He couldn't explain it, but one thought rose clearly in his mind. He felt blessed. Then everything went silent. When he opened his eyes again, morning light spilled across his room. Slowly, unsteadily, he pushed himself up from the floor and stared at his hands. I'm alive. Still dazed, he turned toward the book lying nearby. He picked it up and froze. The pages that had once been blank were now filled with glowing symbols, dense with meaning. Raybell's voice echoed inside his mind once more. Congratulations. You've taken your first step. This book is called Idred. From this moment on, your legend begins. Through this book, he would inherit all of Raybell's magic. You are my successor from the future, the voice said, then paused. No, perhaps that's not quite right. A soft chuckle followed. No, you're my student now, Hale. Tears welled up in Hale's eyes. A few days later, he sat in class like always, staring blankly toward the front of the room. The teacher's words drifted through the air, but Hale wasn't listening at all. His eyes stayed lowered, fixed on the book hidden in his hands as he quietly flipped through the pages, barely containing his excitement. Another section had appeared. Who would have imagined magic could feel like this? Idred was overflowing with knowledge long erased from the world, truths deliberately buried. The first thing it taught him was something no modern mage ever spoke about. Mana had a will of its own. That was the real danger. When mana entered the brain, it usually clashed violently with the user's consciousness, causing irreversible damage. That was why the method was labeled forbidden, why it destroyed minds. But people like them were different. Their mental structure didn't reject mana. Their minds could suppress its will completely, neutralizing the danger. Hale reached back, touching the base of his skull slowly. So that's it, he murmured. That's why I couldn't synchronize with interactive magic. Why the chip systems always rejected me. Smith's voice suddenly cut through the room, snapping everyone's attention forward. He reminded the second-year students about their upcoming midterm exams, but this time, there was an added condition. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Starting this year, anyone who failed would be expelled. A hush fell over the class. Smith's gaze sharpened as he added, almost casually, that the rule had been suggested by the House of Magicians themselves. Sayuk broke into a satisfied grin. Finally, he muttered, the failures will be weeded out. Smith turned toward Hale, a smirk tugging at his lips. Looks like someone's already on the edge. Hale didn't react. His thoughts were already somewhere else. On his father. That evening, he headed into the city. When he reached the training center, the prices alone made him grimace. Renting a simulation room here was absurdly expensive. He checked his phone to be sure. 200,001 per hour. Even that was pushing his limits. At the front desk, he requested a 1-hour session. The staff member blinked in surprise. Training alone? Hale nodded. The man handed him a card and told him to head to room 14, offering to explain how the hologram system worked. Hale declined politely. I already know. As he walked down the hallway, the staffer watched him go and muttered under his breath. Isn't that Shin Hale from the House of Magicians? Born into power, but can't even use interactive magic. What a waste. Hale didn't hear him. Inside the room, he activated the simulation. His target, a pack of wolves. After a brief stretch, he settled into position as the beasts materialized, slowly circling him, muscles coiled to strike. He raised his hand. Low-tier beasts or not, 10 at once isn't easy. The Academy's average clear time for this scenario was 12 minutes and 32 seconds. Now it was time to see what Eider's techniques could really do. He focused, triggering his mana, as the Circle of Infinity activated. A wave of magical energy surged outward. The wolves lunged. With a single, fluid motion, a torrent of water erupted forward, slamming into them with overwhelming force. The impact sent bodies flying, tearing through their formation. Hale stared at the result, then smiled. This, he whispered, eyes gleaming, is insane. Was I always this strong? The thought lingered, but he knew the answer. This wasn't the same kind of magic everyone else used. While other mages formed their circles near the heart, his was different. His circle existed in his brain, forcing mana to surge through his entire body. The Infinity Circle wasn't just amplifying him. It was unlocking something that had always been buried deep inside. He stretched both arms outward and formed another circle. Flames exploded into existence. Hale's eyes widened. He hadn't even intended that. Ray Bell's voice echoed calmly in his mind, telling him not to be surprised. This was only the beginning. The Infinity Circle was the foundation of the Baitinio style, a form of magic that allowed spells to take shape exactly as the caster envisioned them. An image surfaced in his thoughts, his teacher gently patting his head before waving dismissively. This is merely the first circle of the Baitinio inner style, the call of the heart. Even so, Hale felt a rush of exhilaration. If this was what the first circle could do, then what lay beyond it? Fired up, he plunged straight back into training. When he finally left the training center, the receptionist thanked him politely before heading to room 14 to clean up. Out of idle curiosity, the man checked the terminal, wondering how one of the Academy's so-called failed geniuses had performed. He froze. At the very top of the rankings. Shin Hale. Clear time. 6 minutes and 37 seconds. What? He blurted out. That's an international record. Face flushing red, he slammed his foot against the terminal. How did that loser pull this off? This stupid machine has to be broken. Meanwhile, Hale walked through the city with a light step, humming quietly to himself. Somewhere deep inside him, a legend was beginning to take shape. Back when he first tried to form his circle, it had felt nearly impossible. What Eider described was nothing like the fundamentals he'd been taught. But now, he could feel it clearly, mana flowing freely through his arms, his legs, his heart, even his brain. Every part of his body responded to his will. Still, there was one passage in the book he couldn't fully understand. The meaning felt vague, slipping away the moment he thought he grasped it. There was an old saying in magical studies. Every mage eventually hit a wall, a point where progress stopped completely. No matter the era, no matter the genius, it happened to everyone. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Hale closed his eyes. For now, he focused on a single thing, letting mana circulate through every inch of his body, just as Eider instructed. His concentration had to be perfect, but was that truly all there was to it? When he finally snapped back to awareness, his eyes widened. 10 hours had passed. 10 hours of uninterrupted mana circulation. And yet, he felt no exhaustion at all. The next morning, he showed up to class as usual, though slightly drowsy. Sunshine spotted him immediately, lifted his arm, and smacked him hard on the back. You good, man? Hale flinched, but didn't answer. His mind was already elsewhere, fixed on a single thought. He had to maintain this mana flow. every single day. But keeping it going wasn't easy. Even so, he refused to slow down. He would adapt to this circle and master it faster than anyone else ever had. After all, when he formed his second mana circle at just 12 years old, the world had called him a prodigy. That was when his father's expectations truly began. Now, he had only one mana circle, and it was lodged in his brain. How was he supposed to move beyond that? To grow as a magician, he needed to break through the wall of enlightenment. A memory surfaced, something his father once told him, back when he still believed in him. The ideal is nothing but chains. A lie born from human pride. An illusion we convince ourselves is real. Those words echoed as he meditated. And then, something shifted. He felt it. Mana moved exactly as he willed it. Through his hands, his fingertips, his heart, his mind. Not forced. Not guided by formulas. A small flame sparked into existence in his palm. This wasn't perfection. It was imperfection. And within that imperfection, he found something far more powerful. Freedom. Freedom to imagine. Freedom to shape magic without rules. Without rigid structures. Interactive magic may have made casting faster, but it trapped spells inside fixed frameworks. The Vader method was different. It was wild. Fluid. Born directly from thought itself. With nothing but imagination, he shaped birds made of fire and watched them circle the room. A grin spread across his face. Now, magic bent to his will alone. No rules. No limits. He clenched his fist, still smiling. Even though he was using only the first circle, and even though it drained his stamina relentlessly, it didn't matter. What he gained was worth every ounce of energy. If he could break through the wall of enlightenment, nothing would stop him. The next day, he sat quietly in class as usual. Then the teacher entered and called his name. "You have a visitor. Come with me." Hale closed his book and stood. As they walked, the teacher spoke again. "Your father is here." They stopped in front of the reception room. The teacher knocked. A voice from inside granted permission. The door opened. "I've brought Hale," the teacher announced. Inside, Shin In-hyuk turned to face his son. Hale greeted him. With a casual wave, In-hyuk dismissed the teacher. Once the door closed, father and son sat across from each other in silence. In-hyuk studied him. "So you're still attending classes? I assume you didn't take the pill I sent." Hale nodded. "That's right. I made progress in magic." His father's expression hardened. "Are you still clinging to those pointless dreams?" Hale met his gaze without hesitation. "Calm. Certain. I'm going to become the greatest magician of this generation." In-hyuk stared at him for a long moment before sighing. "You've already wasted an entire year. It's time to face reality." His voice grew colder. "No matter how hard you train, no matter what you accomplish, as long as your body can't handle interactive magic, you'll never be a true mage. You still have talent," his father said coldly, "but stop chasing pointless dreams. Use what you have wisely. Focus on theory. That's the best you can ever do." Hale didn't flinch. "You told me once," he replied evenly, "that I would never give up on magic. I meant it." He stood up from the couch. "Living a normal life doesn't suit me, especially not one lived under your shadow." His fist tightened. "What I want is to lead a house of magicians." In-hyuk studied him for a moment before responding. "Becoming a great mage. Leading a family of magicians. Those aren't things you achieve just because you want them. I'll prove it," Hale said without hesitation. "Oh." In-hyuk raised an eyebrow. "And how do you plan to do that? Barely passing exams. Standing on the edge of expulsion." "I'll place in the top 10 on the next test," Hale answered. "If I fail, I'll leave the academy and study theory, just like you want." Then he smiled, calm and confident, tapping his chest lightly. "But if I succeed, I want you to acknowledge me as a mage. And support me." In-hyuk let out a long breath and closed his eyes. "Seems your so-called progress has gone straight to your head." Pulling his cloak around his shoulders, he turned toward the door. "Just don't let this be all talk." Hale's smile slowly faded as he watched his father leave without another word. Days passed. Then one morning, the teacher entered the classroom and announced that the final exam format had been decided. The room instantly filled with murmurs. "You'll be facing each other in one-on-one battles," the teacher said. "A tournament-style duel." Hale's eyes narrowed. Across the room, Sayuk shot him a smug look. "The matches will take place over 3 days," the teacher continued. "From the round of 16 onward, official observers from the Magic Tower will be present. Give it everything you have. That's all." Hale clenched his fist, his expression sharpening. "This is it. This is where I prove myself." During the break, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Students gathered in groups, whispering, speculating, hyping themselves up. "Even people from the Magic Tower," someone muttered. This just got serious. As always, Hale stayed on his own, quietly watching the academy come alive. Everyone was fired up, and for good reason. With representatives from the Magic Tower attending, the stakes had never been higher. The Magic Tower wasn't just another organization. It was founded by a dozen of the world's strongest magicians, an entity whose influence rivaled entire nations. Every student dreamed of being chosen by them, and now, that dream felt closer than ever. Then Sayuk strolled over, that familiar arrogant grin plastered on his face. So, he sneered, how are you feeling? Hale frowned slightly. Sayuk's taunts were nothing new. Irritating, sure, but the guy was still one of the strongest students in their year. Sayuk leaned closer, his voice low and smug. Looks like we're matched up for the first duel. Can you already taste defeat? Sayuk stepped closer, his face hovering inches from Hale's. Relax. I'll make sure to set a new record. You know, for that incident 5 years ago. Hale exhaled slowly and glanced at him, utterly unimpressed. Of course he remembered that incident. 5 years ago, during the finals of the talent competition, Sayuk had challenged him, and been crushed so badly that he'd broken down, crying in front of the entire arena. Back then, Sayuk was branded a joke. But once Hale was labeled incompatible with interactive magic, the roles flipped, and Sayuk never missed a chance to twist the knife. Sayuk's lips curled into a smug grin. They say whoever fails gets expelled, right? Maybe I should knock you out early. Save you the humiliation. Laughter erupted from the group behind him. Hale didn't even blink. So this clown was his first opponent. Perfect. If fate wanted to hand him a stage, he wasn't about to refuse it. He lifted his gaze and smirked. Why should I be scared of you? Sayuk's expression twitched. He clearly hadn't expected that answer. Around them, murmurs rippled through the students. This defective thinks he can beat me. Sayuk snapped, his voice climbing. Know your place. Don't kid yourself. He tapped his temple, then jabbed a finger toward Hale. You've lost your mind. Hale inhaled, rubbed his chin, and smiled. You talked big 5 years ago too, he said calmly. And you still got crushed. Guess some habits die hard. The hit landed clean. Sayuk froze. Hale let out a short chuckle. Still hung up on that loss. You were bawling your eyes out in front of the whole arena. Hard to forget a scene like that. Shut up. Sayuk roared. Rage boiled over as he grabbed Hale by the collar, his voice shaking. You're a broken reject. Absolute trash. Hale brushed the hand away and met his glare without flinching. Living in someone else's shadow really stunted your growth, he said coolly. There's always someone stronger out there, someone ready to grind you into the dirt. He straightened his clothes and flashed a lazy, confident grin. A genius stays a genius. You'll understand that soon enough. Be ready. Without waiting for a response, Hale turned and walked off. Behind him, Sayuk stood rigid, teeth grinding as he nervously chewed at his nails. I'll burn that arrogant bastard to ashes and stomp on what's left, he muttered. The next day, the headlines exploded across the internet. Hale sat with a towel draped over his head, drying his hair as he scrolled through his tablet, a grin tugging at his lips. Every headline screamed his name. Just as he'd expected, Sayuk's family had pulled a few strings, fanning the flames through the media. Hale could almost picture Sayuk's face, twisted with fury. Good, he thought. Let them watch. The more eyes on me, the better. These midterms were going to be his stage, and he intended to show everyone exactly what a real genius looked like. Right then, his phone buzzed. Hale answered without a hint of tension. Hey, Dad, you saw the article? Inhyuk said he had. Hale smirked faintly. Don't let it bother you. His father's voice sharpened immediately. You did this on purpose, didn't you? I did, Hale replied without dodging it. I needed the attention. There was no praise on the other end. Just because I agreed to your conditions doesn't mean I believe in you, Inhyuk said coldly. The House of Magic doesn't care about cheap publicity. All you've done is drag our name through the mud. You don't understand, Hale shot back. People already act like I've been cut off from the family. He slid a hand over the cover of his book and spoke more quietly. If I've already lost everything, then none of this matters. Inhyuk exhaled slowly. The damage may not be catastrophic, but it's still damage. Wherever you go, whatever you do, our house's name follows you. That's reality. Hale's gaze hardened. I know that better than anyone. But all that noise, it's meaningless compared to what I'm about to do. There was a pause. And what exactly does the house gain from this little gamble of yours? Inhyuk asked. Hale answered instantly. It gains me. The greatest mage the world has ever seen. Born from the House of Magic. The strongest family head in our history. His voice didn't waver. I'm going to be the greatest. Even by our standards. On the other end, Inhyuk sank back into his chair, letting out a quiet breath. You've got ambition, he admitted at last. Just like the Tower Master. No matter how this ends. Thanks, Hale replied. But before he could continue, his father cut in again. If you keep staining our name, Inhyuk warned, be prepared to face the consequences. The call went dead. Hale placed the phone down and leaned back on the bed. A sly smile crept across his face. No turning back now. The day of the midterm exam arrived at last. The small stadium buzzed with excitement. Spectators packed the stands, reporters hovering with cameras trained on the arena at the center. Hale stepped out beneath the open sky, casually rolling his wrist as he made his way onto the battlefield. Across from him stood Sayuk, already wearing that familiar smug grin. So, how do you like the article? He sneered. One day, and boom, your name's everywhere. He let out a low chuckle. You can't even cast spells properly, yet you're playing the main character. It's pathetic. Hale smiled back. The only one embarrassing himself today is you. Sayuk blinked, clearly caught off guard by the confidence in his voice. Still, Hale went on, tapping his chest lightly. Thanks. You walked right into my trap. You hate me, right? Good. Then consider this a kindness. I'll end it fast. Try not to cry. Sayuk scoffed. You've lost your mind. Hale didn't care. He raised a finger and pointed straight at him. I only need first circle spells to beat you. The stadium stirred instantly. Murmurs spread through the crowd like a wave, eyes widening as attention locked onto the arena. Sayuk ground his teeth, biting down on his fingernail as his eyes twitched with barely contained fury. You dare run your mouth. The instructor stepped into the arena, positioning himself between them, and raised a hand. The first round of the second-year midterms begins now. The whistle shrieked. Hale didn't move an inch, a relaxed, confident grin resting on his face. Sayuk, already seething, lunged forward with a snarl. Die, you broken freak. Energy flared in his eyes. A system window flashed open, flames roaring into existence as mana compressed and fused into a massive fireball that screamed across the arena toward Hale. Hale slipped aside effortlessly. So that's his specialty. Explosion. The chip embedded at the back of Sayuk's head glowed again. Another spell activated. Third circle. Explosion once more. This time, the fireball slammed into the center of the arena, detonating in a pillar of flames that shook the ground. The roar thundered through the stadium as gasps and camera flashes erupted from the stands. Sayuk's lips curled upward. Guess that's the end of your little performance. The smoke drifted away. Hale stood there, completely unharmed. Sayuk's eyes bulged. What? How? Why are you still standing? Panic flickered across his face. In a rush, 3 system windows appeared at once. He didn't hesitate, launching 3 more fireballs straight at Hale. Hale raised a hand, calm and precise. Water condensed above his palm, swirling into a dense orb. With a smooth, upward motion, he spread it into a translucent curtain, just in time. The fireball slammed into the barrier and died out with a hiss. Sayuk's confidence cracked. What's happening? His thoughts spiraled as fear crept in. Explosion, his best spell, had been brushed aside like it was nothing. Hale moved fluidly across the arena, his steps light, his casting almost playful, as if he were enjoying the flow of magic itself. High above, inside a VIP chamber, a pair of sharp eyes followed every movement. Kim Kanjin, the master of the Blue Magic Tower and an 8th Circle magician, sat quietly, his gaze locked on the arena. Strange, he murmured. It's first circle magic. Yet he's casting it instantly. No hesitation. The woman beside him frowned. I was wondering about that. Why would the Tower Master delay everything just to watch a second-year exam? Did you know something about this kid's magic? Kim Kanjin shook his head. No, I only saw the article. Talk of a fallen genius returning. I wanted to see it myself. So a coincidence? She pressed. If people find out you're here, it's going to cause an uproar. He chuckled softly. I'm aware. As he spoke, the doors behind them slid open. Footsteps echoed into the chamber. Kim Kanjin turned, smiling, as another figure entered. You came as well. Back in the arena, Hale blocked yet another barrage of flames with ease. He let out a quiet sigh and brushed the spells aside again, while Sayuk's frustration teetered on the edge of madness. What the hell is going on? Sayuk thought, disbelief choking him. How is he stopping third circle magic with first circle spells? His mind replayed the scene. The water barrier that nullified his flames, the absurd speed of Hale's casting. And for the first time, doubt dug its claws deep. His reaction speed was insane. Hale glanced over and grinned. Trying to figure out how I'm moving this fast. Sayuk flinched. Shut up, he snarled, eyes bloodshot. Just die already. Rage took over. 3 more system windows flashed open, and another storm of fireballs burst forth. They collided midair and detonated in a violent chain of explosions, heat and smoke swallowing the arena whole. Sayuk laughed nervously. I knew it. There's no way that Broken Freak survives that. Not after running his mouth about first circle spells. The smoke hadn't even finished spreading when Hale flicked his fingers, once upward, then sharply down. A compressed blast of wind tore through the haze, slicing it apart and shooting straight at Sayuk at terrifying speed. Sayuk barely twisted out of the way, stumbling as he spun around. When did he even cast that? His eyes snapped back to Hale, who was casually brushing dust from his clothes. No burns. No wounds. Nothing. Why is he completely fine? Fury and confusion churned together as Sayuk shouted. You're really sticking with first circle spells? Hale didn't answer. A new wind spear silently took shape and launched toward him. Sayuk reacted on instinct, throwing up a shield. Relief surged, and he sneered. That's it. You cast a little faster and think you're special now. He never saw the second spear. It dropped from above and slammed into the ground at his feet, clipping his shoulder. Pain flared as he staggered back, clutching the wound. When did that get behind me? Hale's hand moved again, slow, precise. Sayuk froze. What the hell are you doing now? In the stands, even the VIP section leaned forward. Hale raised a single finger, thin streams of wind spiraling around its tip. You still don't get it, he said lightly. Then watch closely. The wind twisted, shaping itself into a bird. With a flick, he sent it gliding upward. It circled the arena smoothly, drawing Sayuk's stunned gaze. That's a wind spear? Since when do they split? Sayuk shouted. They don't, Hale replied calmly. For most people, 3 more wind birds formed beside the first. But for me, he continued, they do. He smiled. Go on. Try blocking them. All 4 shot 4 at once. Sayuk hurriedly raised a barrier. 3 of the birds slammed into it and shattered. Easy, he thought, grinning. Still just first circle magic. Then the 4th curved sharply and crashed into his back. Agony ripped through him. It changed direction. You can worry about how it works later, Hale called out. Right now, you can't afford to lose focus. He spread both arms. Wind gathered again, dozens of currents weaving together as more birds began to form around him. The next barrage was already taking shape. Sayuk staggered backward, mind racing. First, distance. There has to be a limit. If I get far enough away, those freakish spells won't reach me. A confident smirk slowly returned to his face. Hale gave a small nod, acknowledging Sayuk's attempt at retreat. That's a smart conclusion, he said quietly. He brought his hands together, then stretched them toward the sky. A moment later, a gentle breeze formed above Sayuk. It felt harmless at first, but hidden within the current, wind birds were already taking shape. As the air began to descend, Sayuk's body stiffened. His instinct screamed at him to move. Then, without warning, a wind bird materialized inches from his face. High above, Kim Kinjin stared, eyes widening. He's not just casting fast, he muttered. He's merging spells and redirecting the mid-flight. He turned toward Inhyuk. What kind of magic is this? But Hale's father didn't answer. As the head of a prestigious magician house, and an 8th circle wizard himself, he remained silent, his gaze fixed firmly on his son. The woman beside Kim Kinjin, spoke instead. Hale's magic doesn't follow standard rules, she said. He's completely ignoring the spell's source code. She explained calmly. A spell's source code is its blueprint. Fixed parameters that define everything. Range, speed, limits. Take reverse cutter, for example. Maximum radius, 37.4 meters. Speed, 116 kilometers per hour. It can only alter its trajectory once after activation. Cross the limit, and the spell simply fails. No exceptions. That's why modern mage battles are mental wars. Predicting movements, calculating outcomes, reacting within constraints. It's like fighting with fixed skills in a game. Strategy matters more than brute force. But Hale, he shattered those conventions entirely. The arena suddenly shook as a wind spear, shaped like a bird, slammed into Sayuk and drove him into the ground, cracking the stone beneath him. Sayuk coughed violently as he pushed himself upright. I can't believe it, he muttered. I lost to first circle magic. Footsteps approached. Hale stopped in front of him. You thought my spells were weak, he said evenly. He crouched down, casually forming a sphere of water in his palm and lifting it into view. Even an ordinary pen can kill someone, he continued. Doesn't that make sense? Fear crept into Sayuk's expression. What is that? First circle water magic, Hale replied. Then he guided the stream forward. Water poured into Sayuk's mouth, forced past his lips, then rose and sealed around his head entirely. His eyes widened as he began to choke, his body jerking in panic. Hale stood. The Academy's combat uniform includes a safety barrier, he said, looking down at him. A protection zone. He paused. But that won't help you now, will it? Sayuk collapsed, gasping desperately, only to choke again as water surged into his lungs. He thrashed helplessly, muffled sounds escaping him as murmurs rippled through the stands. After a moment, Hale turned toward the instructor. I think the outcome's obvious, he said calmly. Or should I continue? The whistle shrieked immediately. Match over. Shin Hale wins. Staff rushed in, helping Sayuk to his feet and escorting him off the field. Hale followed at a slower pace, glancing down at his clenched fist. I almost forgot this feeling, he thought. The feeling of taking back who I am as a mage. It felt incredible. Meanwhile, Kim walked down the quiet hallway, replaying the moment he'd peered into Hale's magic. A supernova? The thought sent a thrill through him. A wide grin stretched across his face as his glowing red eyes narrowed slightly. Whatever that boy was, Kim needed to know more. Back at the arena, Sunshine came barreling in, practically vibrating with excitement. That was insane, he shouted, throwing his arms around Hale. You crushed him. Congrats. Hale blinked, momentarily caught off guard. What kind of training have you been doing behind my back? Sunshine continued, flailing his arms as he tried, very poorly, to imitate the spell casting. Those wind spears were everywhere. How'd you even do that? Hale laughed. You really want to know? Sunshine leaned in immediately, ear first. Hale leaned closer too, lowering his voice with a grin. It's a secret. Later, Hale glanced at his phone and turned it slightly toward him. Hey, did you see this? Sunshine squinted at the screen. See what? They interviewed me after the match, Hale said casually. Want to hear what I said about my magic? The clip began to play, cutting straight to the post-match interview. The reporter's questions came rapid fire. That instant casting. How did you pull it off? And the way your spear changed direction and shape. Was that some kind of spell combination? Hale simply smiled at the barrage of curiosity. Then a familiar figure stepped into frame. I'll answer that. The crowd stirred as Kim Kanjin appeared. Hale's eyes widened slightly in surprise. I'll watch your match, Kim Kanjin said, stepping closer and giving Hale a light, almost affectionate hug. Very impressive. He turned toward the cameras. In my opinion, what he used was fourth circle memorization magic. The reporters erupted instantly, voices overlapping as they demanded an explanation. Kim Kanjin raised a hand calmly and conjured a small flame in his palm. The casual display of power from an eighth circle, Mage, silenced them almost immediately. This spell relies on memorization, he explained, tapping his temple. If someone perfectly understands a spell structure, they can activate it almost instantly. A voice from the crowd asked, then why isn't this used more often? Kim Kanjin smiled. Because there's a restriction. You can only use spells that are 3 circles below your current level. He turned back to Hale. Isn't that right? Hale returned the look with a small smile and nodded. I tried avoiding the word wait when describing this kind of magic, he thought. But here, it fits perfectly. Another reporter leaned in. So, does that mean Hale has already reached the 4th circle? Kim Kanjin placed both hands on Hale's shoulders and nodded without hesitation. Exactly. It's obvious. Camera flashes exploded around them. The clips spread instantly. Within minutes, headlines flooded the net. Records shattered. A prodigy confirmed. Shin Hale had reached the 4th circle at an unprecedented age, and even the master of the Blue Magic Tower had confirmed it himself. As the video kept playing, Sunshine slowly turned toward Hale. So, you're already a 4th circle mage? He asked, blinking in disbelief, though his eyes never left the screen. Then the question everyone had been waiting for dropped. How do you explain bypassing the source code of spells? Kim Kanjin froze. For the first time, the confident tower master hesitated. A stiff, awkward smile crossed his face. He clearly didn't have an answer. That was when Hale stepped forward. It's actually pretty simple, he said calmly. You just modify the formula itself. Kim Kangin's eyes widened. That's absurd, he thought. It was like bolting airplane wings onto a car and expecting it to fly, just because you wanted it to. He studied Hale again, a subtle grin forming. That shouldn't be possible, unless he's incompatible with artificial intelligence. If that's true, what kind of future is waiting for this kid? As if to answer the thought, Hale raised his hand. Glowing butterflies formed from magic, fluttering gently through the air, scattering soft light across the scene. I call it modified magic. Kim Kangin's eyes flared red for a brief instant as he covered his mouth, hiding a stunned smile. This is it. From today onward, the magical world is going to change. When the interview ended, Sunshine glanced over with a doubtful look. Modified magic? He said slowly. That's what you expect me to believe. Hale shrugged. Believe whatever you want. Sunshine laughed and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. If I were you, I probably wouldn't believe it either, he said, then grinned. Still, that win was insane. He checked the time and stretched. I should head back to the dorm. So soon? Hale asked. I've got a tough opponent tomorrow, Sunshine replied over his shoulder as he walked away. That caught Hale's attention. He wondered who could have Sunshine that worked up. The next day, he found out. Back in the arena, Hale watched from the stands as Sunshine knelt on one knee, drenched in sweat, staring across the field at his opponent. Wait, that's who he meant. Floating above the arena was Adela Starrett, suspended in the air by her spell, Moon Bullet. She was a descendant of the French Starrett family, part of the House of the Divine Guardians, a legendary Korean lineage born from the union of 2 elite magical bloodlines. Hale narrowed his eyes. Her magic feels different. The Divine Guardians have long since altered their spell system, fusing a rare moon attribute into their techniques. A glowing magic circle spread beneath Adela's feet as the wind gathered around it. Sensing danger, Sunshine hastily raised a barrier, but with a single, effortless motion, she shattered it. The instructor didn't hesitate. The whistle rang out. Match over. Adela Starrett wins. Letting her hair fall loose, she descended and walked calmly to the edge of the arena as whispers surged through the crowd. Hale didn't look away. That glow, it's the mark of the Divine Guardians. Magic born from the fusion of light and darkness, like moonlight itself. Their spells carried unique power, range, and behavior, none of which existed in the standard spell databases. And watching her stand there, Hale knew one thing for sure. She wasn't ordinary. Hale crossed his arms and frowned. No wonder she's such a nightmare to deal with. Then he noticed it. Her eyes were on him. Locked. Unmoving. He blinked once. Is she looking at me? When the matches finally wrapped up, Hale headed over to find his friend, slumped off to the side. He handed Sunshine a bottle of water and gave his back a reassuring pat. You still did great. Sunshine groaned as he took it. Out of everyone, I had to draw Adela. Seriously, that's just bad luck. After a moment, he managed a weak smile. At least I won my second match. Hale nodded, and Sunshine let out a long sigh. Which means, he hesitated. Your next opponent is her. Before he could say anything else, a calm voice spoke from behind them. Sunshine. Both of them turned. Adela stood there, composed as ever. You fought well, she said coolly. It was a good match. Sunshine laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Thanks. I learn a lot. Then her gaze shifted. Sharp, cold, dismissive. It settled on Hale. He met it head-on, unblinking. So, Adela said, her voice carrying no warmth at all. You think you're a real wizard now. A faint sneer touched her lips. I hope you'll help me remember why I even bothered coming to this academy. They weren't strangers. The House of Magicians and the House of Divine Guardians shared a long history, which meant Hale and Adela had crossed paths countless times at formal gatherings. If there was one word to describe their relationship, it was simple. Rivals. She had even left her studies in France just to enroll at Obelisk, just to defeat him. But the moment Hale was branded incompatible with interactive magic, she cut him off completely. In her eyes, he'd become nothing. Trash. The rival she chased for years had vanished overnight. Hale smirked. Don't expect much of a fight from me. Adela turned away without another glance. We'll see soon enough, she said, and walked off. Sunshine stared after her, then looked back at Hale, unease written all over his face. You're okay with this, right? Hale blinked. With what? Sunshine nearly choked. Are you serious right now? Your next opponent is Adela Starrett. That finally made Hale freeze. Wait, what? The next day, the stadium was buzzing. Adela stood calmly on the field, rolling her wrist as she warmed up. The instructor checked the time. In the stands, whispers started spreading. Where is he? Did he bail? Probably ran off. Guess the whole modified magic thing was just hype. Yeah, he knew he couldn't beat Adela, so he chickened out. The instructor let out a breath and shook his head. Time's up. According to the rules, Adela Starrett wins by default. Then, wait. Hale's voice echoed across the stadium. He sprinted into the arena, tugging at his uniform as he ran. Skidding to a stop, he bent forward slightly, catching his breath, then looked up with an apologetic grin. Sorry I'm late. The instructor threw his hands into the air. Where were you? Then he paused, scowled, and waved it off. Forget it. No break for you. You're being penalized for showing up late. He raised his arm. Both of you, take your positions. Hale exhaled and centered himself. Across from him, Adela folded her fingers, watching him closely. So, she said coolly, why were you late? Hale closed his eyes. Nothing special, he replied calmly. Then, in one smooth motion, Hale waved his hand and activated Infinity Circle. I just had a few things to prepare. Adela's eyes narrowed. Prepare? For this fight. He opened his eyes and gave a faint smile. You're strong. It'd be stupid to show up unprepared, wouldn't it? Don't worry, it'll be a good match. She studied him closely. Something was off. No, different. The Hale standing in front of her wasn't the same one from yesterday. She could feel in the air, in the way his magic settled around him. Could this be his true potential? Hale lifted his hand toward her. You should come to me seriously. From the start. The instructor raised his arm. Begin. Adela moved instantly. A golden sphere bloomed above her head. She shaped her fingers like a gun and fired flame revolver. Fire erupted at her fingertips, and flaming bullets burst forth from 3 glowing magic circles, screaming toward Hale. He swept his arm, wind wrapping around his body as he redirected the shots with sharp, precise control. Adela didn't pause. She clenched her fist, power surging outward. The ground detonated as jagged spikes burst up from deep cracks in the arena floor. Hale sprang backward, narrowly avoiding the needles, then kicked off the ground and vaulted into the air. Now's my chance. Adela launched after him. You can't dodge in midair. As she closed the distance, a new magic circle flared to life behind her. She began casting an aerial strike, a spell designed specifically to kill airborne targets. That should finish it. But Hale just grinned. That's what everyone thinks, he thought. But I got another option. At the last second, he twisted his body and landed cleanly on a translucent barrier suspended above the arena. The stadium erupted. He made a barrier in midair. Even Adela froze. That's impossible. Did he just use a reversible barrier as a foothold? Shock rippled through her. But beneath it, recognition surfaced. Hale, you still have that terrifying intuition for magic. As he stood there, Hale's thoughts sharpened. The Divine Guardian's hidden attribute. It's the moon. If he wanted to win, half measures wouldn't cut it. Then I'll borrow the sun. He positioned himself with the sunlight at his back. The clouds parted just enough for a beam of brilliant light to pour down, flashing straight into Adela's eyes. She flinched. He's setting something up. Grinding her teeth, she thrust her arms forward. A massive shield formed, a glowing cage of layered protection. In the same instant, Hale surged forward. Wind roared around him, condensing into a blade of pure air. He dropped like lightning from the sky and slashed straight in her barrier with everything he had. First circle wind spell, he noted grimly. and she blocked it with a third circle defense. She's cautious. The real fight had just begun. The shield repelled his strike and hurled him backward through the air. Hail crashed to the ground, but the instant he landed, his hand brushed against the floor as if it were pure instinct. Magic answered the touch. Adela saw her chance and moved to press the attack, then stopped dead. Her right foot wouldn't budge. She looked down in shock. Stone had risen around her ankle, locking her in place. An earth-binding spell? When did he? Realization hit her a split second later. When he landed. He cast at the moment he touched the ground. That fast. I didn't even see it. She started to raise a shield, but Hale was already moving. He circled to her side with smooth, effortless steps, lifting his hand as a glowing sphere of magic formed above his palm. Adela shattered the stone around her foot and tore free, but she was already too late. 3 more projectiles bloomed into existence. Their shapes twisted and refined, turning into dolphins made of pure, shimmering energy. With a casual flick of his finger, Hale sent them surging forward. She snapped up another barrier. The dolphins slammed into it, crashing again and again, but the shield held. Adela let out a quiet breath and allowed herself a faint smile. Maybe this won't be as hard as I thought. Kim Kangen's lesson echoed in her mind. Memorization magic. If Hale truly was a fourth circle mage, then he should only be capable of using first circle spells. Confidence crept back in. There's no way he can beat me with that level of magic alone. What she didn't notice were the birds drifting silently behind her, their forms half hidden in the glare of the sun. A wind spear dropped from above. Fast. Sharp. It struck the ground just behind her. The impact tore the breath from her lungs and sent her crashing forward. Adela hadn't sensed it at all. She couldn't even tell when he'd cast it. Maybe a modified air spear hidden in her blind spot, masked by the sunlight itself. As Hale approached, his voice was calm, almost casual. It had been a long time, he said. Maybe she'd forgotten who she was dealing with. When he spoke her name, Adela's face twisted in frustration. From the sidelines, Kim Kangen's assistant watched in stunned silence, rapidly piecing everything together. The man's combat instincts were far beyond what they had anticipated. Every action flowed into the next with terrifying precision. The delayed counter, the mid-air adjustment, the simultaneous casting of Earthbind. He had dodged while airborne, forcing Adela into a reactive strike. Then he'd used her barrier as a springboard, launching himself higher and positioning his back to the sun, blinding her tracking for just a moment. In that instant, he recalled a complex spell from memory and prepared it. The moment he landed, wind spears manifested. The airflow diverted her attention, while Earthbind was slipped in beneath the cover of a simple landing. And just as she shifted to escape the sun's glare, the preset wind spear struck her cleanly from behind. After carefully breaking down the flow of the battle, he turned toward Inhyuk with a confident grin, boldly declaring himself the strongest first circle mage. It was a title he'd only just earned, but after what he'd shown, it didn't sound like empty bravado. Inhyuk didn't bother responding. His gaze never left the arena as he spoke calmly. Watch closely. By then, Adela had already regained her footing, her eyes locked firmly on her opponent. Inhyuk studied his son and admitted that, despite having the upper hand, he still hadn't landed a decisive finishing blow. The fight wasn't over. Adela hadn't revealed her true hand yet. She placed a palm over her chest and offered him sincere praise. It was impressive, even nostalgic. But she was done holding back. From this moment on, she would fight seriously. Her words weren't hollow. The moment her posture shifted, the MC widened his stance, instinctively grounding himself as he felt the pressure change. The air around her shimmered. He knew it instantly. Moon attribute magic, the exclusive power of the Divine Guardian family. A radiant halo bloomed above Adela's head, displaying every phase of the moon in perfect sequence. The ground beneath her fractured, cracks spreading outward as blinding light flooded the arena. He raised an arm to shield his eyes as each lunar phase began releasing streams of condensed magic. That was when Inhyuk rose from his seat. Kim Kanjin asked if he was leaving already, but Inhyuk didn't even look back. It's over, he said flatly. There's nothing left to see. Sudden gasps rippled through the crowd. Both men turned toward the stands. The Tower Master's assistant whispered in disbelief, "This can't be." Kim Kanjin let out a strained chuckle, while Sunchan could only stare, frozen in shock. Adela herself stiffened, her eyes wide as she whispered, "Impossible." Behind Hale, a brilliant magic circle ignited in midair. He extended his hand, and the spell erupted, flame volcano. Adela gasped. That's second circle magic. Hale smiled calmly. "Sorry for being late," he said. "I needed time to prepare." Her eyes narrowed. Memorization magic only allows first circle spells. Don't tell me. Did you jump straight to the fifth circle? He didn't answer. He simply smiled. His thoughts drifted back to the previous night. Alone in his dorm, he had stared down at the strange book, fully aware that first circle magic wouldn't be enough against someone like Adela. Her raw power surpassed his, and even his combat instincts fell short. Originally, He planned to challenge her only after growing stronger. Slowly, he turned the pages. If I can pull this off, I might actually stand a chance. The instructions were deceptively simple. Pour mana into the formula, and it would reveal a deeper layer of reality. That single line intrigued him. A new layer of reality. What did that even mean? After a long breath, he steeled himself and reached out. The moment his fingers neared the page, sparks erupted. Golden light surged outward, forcing him to shield his eyes. He recognized that glow instantly. It's happening again. The light intensified, swallowing the room whole, until he vanished without a trace. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in his dorm. He stood inside a small space, shelves packed tightly with books stretching from floor to ceiling. He turned slowly, confusion creeping in. Where am I? That was when a voice spoke from behind him. A girl appeared before him and greeted him calmly. Welcome to the page of the first trial. She introduced herself as Alpha, the guide assigned to oversee this trial. For a moment, he didn't understand. A trial? Before he could ask, Alpha stepped closer and told him this was the beginning. Everything hidden within this page would now be revealed. That was when it clicked. His eyes widened as he recalled the magic circle printed inside the book. Wait, there's a trial inside the book, he blurted out. This isn't a teleportation spell. This is an actual space contained within it. The realization sent a thrill through him, and a grin spread across his face. Alpha nodded. This was a test, she explained, designed to evaluate his intentions as a chosen receiver. The full explanation would come once the challenge officially began. If he succeeded, the next section, pages 18 through 31, would unlock, revealing the secrets of second circle magic. Hale rubbed his chin, piecing it together. So this was the condition. To advance to the next circle, he had to clear the trial. Alpha asked if he was ready to begin. He met her gaze without hesitation and said he was more than ready. She inclined her head in a small bow, saying she understood. Then she rose gently into the air. Her body began to break apart, dissolving into countless glowing fragments. With a soft smile, she announced the start of the test, her voice fading as she vanished. Hale stared at the shimmering particles left behind, stunned. She had looked completely human, but she clearly wasn't. A magical construct, then. A calm male voice echoed through the space, outlining the details of the trial. Hale recognized it immediately. It was his teacher. A crystal materialized in his palm, warm and heavy. The voice identified it as an elemental, a gem filled with unstable, chaotic mana drawn from multiple natural elements. His task was simple in words, but brutal in practice. Bring order to the mana within. Hale studied the crystal, his expression tightening. Elemental stones were infamous. The four basic elements were tangled together inside, clashing and overlapping in pure chaos. Separating them wasn't a matter of brute force. It was like trying to sort sand, salt, sugar, and pepper that had all been poured into the same bowl. This wasn't about power. It demanded absolute precision. Only someone deeply trained in the mind technique could even attempt it. And yet, the challenge excited him. The complexity, the risk, the sheer difficulty. It lit something inside him. With a grin, he got to work. He activated the mind technique and peered into the gem. Inside, the four mana types churned like a violent storm. Slowly, carefully, he began carving out channels, guiding each flow apart. Every ounce of concentration he had went into maintaining balance. Gradually, the elements began to shift, drifting towards separate regions of the crystal. Then his focus wavered. A shockwave exploded outward, slamming him into a bookshelf. He gritted his teeth as pain flared through his body. Even the slightest mistake could trigger another backlash. There was no room for error. The mana was so deeply intertwined that finding a stable path forward felt nearly impossible. But Hale refused to back down. An idea formed in his mind. No matter how long it took, he would see this through. Again and again, he focused. Separate. Stabilize. Fail. Restart. Every tiny mistake forced him back to the beginning. Time lost all meaning. Minutes blurred into hours, maybe longer. He stopped counting entirely. And then it worked. The elemental flows slid into place, as if they had always belonged there. Chaos dissolved into order. The mana settled, calm and obedient. The gem in his palm glowed with a gentle, steady light. His teacher's voice echoed once more, congratulating him on completing the trial. Hale smiled faintly. He had mastered the mind technique. And with it, the second circle of resonance was now within reach. More of the book's secrets were finally opening themselves to him. When the explanation ended, Hale opened his eyes. He was back in his bed. The familiar ceiling greeted him, the quiet of his room pressing in. He turned his head toward the book and saw the pages shifting on their own. Old text faded away, replaced by new formations and symbols. His lips curled upward. It was time. Time to form his second magic circle. His gaze hardened with resolve. The competition was close. Too close. And before it began, he needed to master at least one second circle spell. Back in the arena, Adela raised her hand and cast her iron. Streams of star-like mana flooded the air, spiraling and converging above her opponent. Moonlight poured down, growing denser as she drew more power into it. From the sidelines, Sunshine muttered under his breath. This was it. This had to be Hale's limit. Adela turned away with confidence, flicking her hair as she faced the edge of the arena. It's over, she murmured to herself, though her expression briefly darkened. He had grown too fast. Far too fast. Who exactly is he? But that no longer mattered. The genius she once chased was gone. She took a step forward, ready to leave, and stopped. Something felt wrong. A strange sound echoed behind her. Her body stiffened. She spun around, eyes wide. What's that? In that instant, Hale activated resonance. His second circle awakened. One of his eyes flared as red-black flames surged into his palms. A blazing magic circle ignited behind him, pulsing with overwhelming power. He began merging the two circles of infinity, and behind him, enormous spectral hands emerged, moving as extensions of his will. Hale's eyes snapped open, sharp and unyielding. The Tower Master froze. His father went rigid. Their eyes locked onto him, unable to look away. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Even Adela stood motionless, unable to process what she was witnessing. Then Hale lifted his hand and swept aside the streams of magic radiating from her halo, as if they were nothing. He pointed straight at her. Fiery volcano. Adela's eyes widened. She retreated instantly, stacking barrier after barrier. But Hale's resonance surged to full output. From the magic circle behind him, a massive cannon took shape, glowing with raw destructive force. Panic flashed across her face. There was no blocking this, no surviving it head-on. She waved her hand sharply, dismissing every shield she had summoned. They shattered into tiny embers drifting through the air. And then, she smiled. He's back, she whispered. Once again, you would be your target. The cannon roared. A storm of fireballs erupted, tearing through the arena as they blasted straight toward Adela. A deafening boom shook the arena. The instructor raised an arm on instinct, shielding his face as a wave of scorching wind blasted past him. When the dust finally settled, Adela was still standing, but only barely. Her body swayed, her legs trembling as she fought to stay upright. No one in the stands dared to breathe. She took one unsteady step, then collapsed. A heartbeat passed, then another. Hale, utterly spent, finally dropped to one knee, his breathing ragged. The instructor lifted his hand high and announced the end of the duel. Hale was the victor. The arena exploded into cheers. From above, Inhyuk turned away from the window. The Tower Master asked if he was leaving again. Inhyuk gave a faint smile and replied that he had duties to attend to. Kim Kanjin watched him go, nodding in quiet understanding, before turning back toward the arena where Hale stood, bathed in the roar of the crowd. He really is a man of his word, Kim Kanjin murmured. After the match, Hale returned to the waiting room. He shrugged off his jacket and sank into a chair, completely drained. The resonance, the second circle of infinity, had fully synchronized with the first inside his mind, amplifying his magical output to an entirely new level. Moon attribute magic. It was a hybrid spell, balancing light's expansive reach with darkness's destructive force. But it wasn't without flaws. Add too much darkness, and the effective range collapsed. That weakness was exactly how he'd managed to counter Adela's halo. Moon magic was a secret art of the Divine Guardian family. Mastering it wasn't supposed to be possible for an outsider. But back then, a single glance at its formula had been enough, thanks to his precise mana control. The resonance circle allowed him to dissect the spell structure down to its finest details. And that level of control traced back to one thing, the elemental stone. Without that trial, without learning how to tame chaotic mana, defeating Adela would have remained nothing more than a fantasy. As he sat there, slowly catching his breath, something felt off. The room was too quiet. He noticed the other students staring in the same direction, their expressions filled with awe. Hale turned his head and saw him. The Tower Master himself, calmly walking through the crowd while adjusting his glasses. He wore a relaxed smile as his gaze settled on Hale. Then he called out to him. Hale sprang to his feet, startled but clearly excited, and greeted him without delay. The Tower Master said he had come to talk. They moved to a quieter area and sat across from each other. Only then did the real conversation begin. Kim Kanjin apologized for the interruption and commented that Hale must be exhausted after such an intense battle. He had watched the duel from start to finish, and it had been nothing short of remarkable. Hale thanked him. Kim Kanjin adjusted his glasses, then went straight to the point. Tell me, he said calmly, have you already reached the fifth circle? Hale stiffened, though his expression remained composed. He had used a second circle spell during the match. Any experienced mage would naturally assume that meant he'd advanced to the fifth circle. And the master of the magic tower wasn't someone you could deceive lightly. Of course he would ask. After a brief pause, Hale forced a small, strained smile and answered honestly. No, he said, I haven't reached the fifth circle. Kim Kanjin smiled as if he already knew the answer. That's what I thought. But then, his gaze sharpened. How did you use second circle magic? Hale hesitated for just a moment. Would you believe me if I said I modified the spell? Kim Kanjin tilted his head slightly, considering it. You mean the modification you mentioned during that interview? Hale seized the opening. Yes, that one. Inside, he knew he had no real choice. If the truth ever came out, that an 18-year-old had reached the fifth circle, the world would erupt. And if he ever revealed third circle magic in public, the attention would become unbearable. For now, keeping everything buried was the safest path. Kim Kanjin leaned back against the couch, eyes thoughtful. Spell modification. Interesting. But that alone doesn't explain second circle magic. He looked straight at Hale, waiting. Swallowing his nerves, Hale answered carefully. I modified the memorization method itself. Kim Kanjin froze. Then he burst out laughing, standing up in genuine disbelief. You're telling me that's actually possible? He walked closer, rubbing his chin, eyes shining with curiosity. Remarkable. But in the very next moment, the mood shifted. His eyes glowed red. Still smiling, Kim Kanjin placed a hand on Hale's shoulder. Impressive, he said softly. To think the limitations of such a basic technique could be surpassed. Hale murmured his thanks, but his voice was tense. When he looked up and met those glowing red eyes, a chill ran straight through him. They weren't just watching. They were probing, digging deep, as if peeling back his very essence. The air grew heavy. Unease crept over him. Then, just like that, Kim Kanjin stepped back with a smirk. There's no trace of a fifth circle mana structure inside you, he said casually. So it seems your explanation holds. He turned toward the door. I'll go clear things up with the reporters, he added, tapping near his eyes with a grin. These should be proof enough. Hale stood, thanked him sincerely, and wished him a safe trip. He bowed respectfully, and once the door closed behind the Tower Master, he finally let out a long breath. Who would have thought the Tower Master's red eyes would save me, he muttered. Those eyes were famous, said to perceive a person's true essence, the most reliable magic detector in existence. And yet, he'd passed without issue. Bitinio's magic remained hidden, exactly as it needed to be. The next competition awaited. As usual, Hale had emerged on top. He cast one last glance toward his fallen opponent and started back toward the waiting room. Wait, Adela's voice called out from behind him. He turned, surprised. I thought you'd be unconscious for at least 4 more hours, he said honestly. How are you already awake? I'm fine, she replied evenly. Hale tilted his head. What's up? She hesitated for a moment before speaking. If you don't mind, I'd like to go over our match. Not right now, though. The finals are coming up. If you're tired, we can do it later. Hale smiled faintly. I'm not tired. We could talk now. Honestly, I wouldn't mind breaking the fight down either. Her eyes brightened immediately. Without another word, she fell in a step beside him as they headed toward the waiting room. Going through every exchange, every spell and counter, she knew it would be a priceless learning experience. One day, she wanted to stand where he stood. As they walked, Hale scratched the back of his head, glancing sideways. Even from behind, her presence was intense. Her aura hadn't dulled at all. Far from the academy, inside a Shin family subsidiary office, Shin Seiya stared at the broadcast in disbelief. Her brother's face filled the screen. I thought he was finished, she snapped, slamming her hand down. She spun toward her older brother, anger flashing in her eyes. Are we really just going to let Hale walk away like this? Shin Jihan gave a relaxed smirk. And what exactly do you want me to do? Her voice sharpened. What happens if he comes back to the family? Do you remember how things were a year ago? I'm not going through that again. Jihan sighed. Calm down. A year ago, sure, people called him a genius. But now, he can barely manage second circle magic in an actual fight. That's nothing. Didn't you watch his matches? She pressed, unease creeping in. Jihan pulled her into a light embrace, trying to ease her tension. Listen, he said quietly. Everyone he's faced so far has been an ordinary student. None of them even solidly reached the third circle. Even if he fought a newly advanced fourth circle mage, they'd still hold their ground. Then his tone hardened slightly. And he has a fatal flaw. He's completely unsuited for interactive magic. Even if he's patched things together with some obscure trick or old technique, his level isn't even close to a true fourth circle mage. Seiya felt a flicker of guilt for not realizing it sooner, but she masked it well. Calmly, she agreed. No matter what he did, he was still crawling at the bottom. Trash stays trash, she muttered under her breath, chewing at her nail. Then she voiced the fear she couldn't shake. What if he threatens my position as heir? Jihan looked at her, then crushed his coffee cup in his hand, magic snapping through it. Then we deal with him. Back at the academy, the competition stretched into the evening. Another student collapsed from exhaustion, and the instructor stepped forward, voice ringing across the arena. The winner of the midterm competition, Shin Hale. The stands exploded. Hale stood tall at the center of the arena, arms spread as the last traces of flame faded from around him. Cheers thundered from every direction, filled with awe and excitement. He beat artificial intelligence with ancient magic. He's a real genius. Basking in the moment, Hale lifted a hand and waved to the cheering students. Before he could even lower it, someone came sprinting straight into the arena. His friend, yelling at the top of his lungs, "You're the best." He slammed into him and grabbed Hale by the shoulders, shaking him wildly. "Now everyone knows how strong you really are." All right, Hale laughed, trying to steady himself. "Calm down." From behind them, a small group of students approached, their expressions far from friendly. One of them scoffed under his breath. "Without those ancient tricks, he's nothing." Before the mood could sour further, their instructor stepped in, smiling proudly as he clapped Hale on the shoulder. "As your homeroom teacher, I couldn't be prouder." Sunshine chuckled. "In that case, how about throwing a party for your star student?" Hale let out a tired sigh. "Please don't start." But the instructor waved him off. "Nonsense. You've earned it." Sunshine was already grinning, slinging an arm around Hale's shoulders and pumping his fist into the air. "You heard him. Everyone get ready. We're celebrating." Hale slipped out of his grip almost immediately, rubbing the back of his neck. "Actually, I can't." Sunshine froze. "What? I've got an important meeting," Hale said awkwardly. "You're skipping your own celebration?" Sunshine protested. Hale winked. "Sorry, it really can't wait." He jogged off before anyone could argue, calling out a quick apology over his shoulder. The instructor gave him an encouraging pat as he passed by. After changing and packing what he needed, Hale stepped outside, exhaling slowly. "This meeting, I can't afford to miss it." A car was already waiting. The moment he spotted the man standing beside it, his body tensed. He approached cautiously. The driver bowed deeply. "Young master, I've been waiting." Hale stopped in front of him, and the man gestured toward the car, explaining that the family head was expecting him. He would escort him to the mansion. By the time they arrived, night had fully settled in. Stepping out of the car, Hale found himself staring once more at the towering gates of his family estate. He glanced around quietly. Has it really been a year already? A full year since he was branded a disgrace. Since he defied his cold-hearted father, entered the academy, and lived in the dorms, barred from ever returning here. He pushed the doors open and walked into the grand entrance hall. Everything looked exactly the same. Not a single thing had changed. Moving down the familiar corridor, he stopped in front of a massive set of doors, his father's office. He stood there for a moment, frozen. Just the memory of his father's sharp gaze made his nerves flare. Then he drew a steady breath. "It's time. I'm finally back." He knocked. From inside, his father's voice granted him entry. Hale stepped in and bowed. "It's been a long time," he said, lifting his eyes with calm confidence. His father gestured for him to sit. As Hale took the seat across from him, the man spoke evenly, saying he had long since accepted Hale's failure. Then he rose from behind the desk and slowly circled around it. Walking toward him, he spoke without mercy. Hale's manifestation speed was slow. The moment his concentration slipped, his magic collapsed. His spellcasting was crude, clumsy, lacking refinement. Standing behind him, his father declared that despite the applause and the victory, Hale had proven himself a failure. No talent, no future. Others might have seen potential in him. That was precisely why he had intended to push Hale toward a scientific path. Not because he believed in him, but because he expected nothing. This return, in his eyes, was nothing more than the desperate thrashing of someone who had already lost. Hale listened in silence. Then he answered calmly that he understood. His father continued. When he had read the article, he'd assumed it would be another public humiliation, another fall harsh enough to finally wake him up. Instead, Hale had shattered that expectation. He hadn't just overcome his incompatibility. He had created his own variant of magic. Turning to him, his father allowed himself a rare smile. "You've earned the title of a true sorcerer." Hale's eyes widened. For a heartbeat, he froze. Then he shot to his feet, bowing deeply as gratitude burst from him, his voice echoing through the room as he thanked his father. Inhyuk told him that from this moment on, the family would support him fully. Hale could request anything he needed for his studies. Every restriction tied to the Shin Mansion was lifted. As the rightful heir, he was free to wield his abilities and bring honor to the family name. Hale's face lit up. Then his father's voice turned cold. Inhyuk stepped closer, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. He issued a final warning. If Hale failed again, or even stagnated for too long, he would personally shatter his magic circle. He reached out and tapped Hale's forehead, the threat heavy in the gesture. Hale clenched his fists. Of course. This is exactly what I expected. The pressure of an eighth circle sorcerer pressed down on him, suffocating. But this was his last chance. Swallowing his fear, he answered firmly that he understood. Inhyuk returned to his chair and asked him a simple question. What was his goal? Hale hesitated, unsure what he meant. Didn't he once speak of leading the Shin family? Inhyuk reminded him. Yet even now, he lagged far behind the other heirs. Hale met his father's eyes without flinching. Nothing had changed. He wasn't relinquishing his claim to become the next head of the family. That decision was final. First, though, he would make everyone here acknowledge him. Inhyuk asked how he intended to do that. Hale's gaze dropped to the newspaper resting on the desk. His answer was steady. The World Magic Olympiad was 2 months away. The most elite young magicians from across the globe would gather there, and he would return with the gold. The Olympiad, limited to competitors under 20, was an annual battlefield for rising stars, its prestige rivaling even professional tournaments. Inhyuk pointed out calmly that their nation's best result to date had been silver, earned by none other than the master of the Blue Magic Tower himself. Did Hale really understand how ridiculous it sounded to aim for gold? He didn't hesitate. He didn't dodge the question. He simply confirmed it. That was his target. And in exchange, he asked for just one thing. Until the Olympiad ended 2 months from now, his siblings were to stay out of his way. Inhyuk fell silent, eyes fixed on his son. Reckless, he thought. Completely reckless. Betting everything on a gold medal he might never touch, all just to buy himself a little breathing room. Still, the corner of his lips twitched upward. Sounds tempting, he said at last. Morning came quietly. Hale was still in his dorm, sprawled on the floor amid scattered books. When he finally stirred, he rubbed his eyes, unsure whether he had actually slept or simply lost consciousness halfway through studying. As he sat up, last night came flooding back. The moment he'd returned from the mansion, he hadn't rested for even a second. He had thrown himself straight into training, driven by hunger, by the need to move forward. He'd already met the conditions for the second circle, yet his gaze was fixed beyond it, locked onto the third. That meant clearing the second trial. And that was the problem. He had no clue how. The only hint he had was resonance. If he could raise it to the level of a second circle master, maybe, just maybe, it would open the path. Flipping through the pages in front of him, he muttered under his breath. When he poured mana into the trial crystal before, it had reacted. Maybe resonance worked the same way. He'd done something similar with the heart circle. There had to be a connection. He summoned 2 infinity symbols, one glowing blue, the other red, and slowly intertwined them. Holding the merged symbol over the book, he waited. Nothing happened. After a few seconds, he exhaled heavily and let his arm fall. Maybe I'm just stuck in my own head. He decided to step outside. Soon he was walking along the riverside, hands tucked into his pockets. The city was calm, the breeze gentle. A faint smile crept onto his face. Sometimes, fresh air really did make all the difference. He closed his eyes, letting the quiet settle in. After breakfast, he'd return to resonance theory with a clearer mind. Then, watch out. Hale turned just in time to see something white flying straight toward him. Whap! A bag slammed into his face. He stumbled back, clutching his nose. Ow, what the? A girl rushed over, panic written all over her face. Are you okay? Still holding his face, he looked up. That hurt, wait. Aren't you? Adela. A little later, the two of them walked side by side along the river. Hale glanced at her and asked, so, how exactly did I end up getting smacked in the face by a plastic bag? Adela sighed, clearly embarrassed. She admitted the truth. She'd been spinning around, humming to herself, lost in thoughts of enjoying a cold banana milk. The bag had been in her hand, and somehow it slipped free. Adela looked away, cheeks faintly warm. The bag just slipped out of my hands, she muttered. Hale, now holding the banana milk she'd been carrying, gave her a small, understanding smile. I get it. Clasping her hands over her chest, Adela bowed her head slightly, apologizing again. He just shrugged it off. Well, I got free banana milk out of it, he said casually, taking a sip. Is this the only thing you drink? Her embarrassment vanished instantly. With a proud grin, Adela opened her bag wide. Of course. This is humanity's greatest invention. Hale laughed softly. All right, maybe not that great. They walked on together, sipping their drinks in comfortable silence. After a moment, Adela glanced at him. I heard you went back home. He nodded. Yeah, yesterday. They officially restored all my rights as part of the family. Her smile widened. That's great. So, do you still want to become the head of the family? Hale looked at her, genuinely confused. Did I say that before? She nodded, a distant look in her eyes. When we were kids, you talked about it all the time. He touched his chin, thinking, no, that's not my dream anymore. Adela blinked. Wait, so you've given up? She coughed lightly, covering her mouth. I mean, the House of Magicians isn't easy. There are a lot of strong candidates. He tilted his head. Why would you think that? Then he smiled, not lightly, but with quiet certainty. It's not about leading the House of Magicians anymore. I'm aiming higher. I want to become the head of the Magic Tower. No, his gaze sharpened. I want to stand at the very top of the entire magical world. Adela froze, eyes widening. The peak of the magic world. That's insane. But a moment later, her expression softened. She smiled again, this time with something steadier behind it. Still, coming from someone who's walked the path you have, I guess no goal is ever easy. Far away, inside the Shin family mansion, the atmosphere was anything but calm. Seiya slammed her palms against the table, eyes blazing. Brother, aren't you even a little concerned? Jihan stood with his arms crossed. I'm sure father has his reasons. Even so, his brow furrowed. I still can't believe he made that kind of decision. At the head of the table, In-hyuk sat silently, while both siblings stood before him. After a tense pause, Jihan finally spoke. Why did you call us here, father? In-hyuk interlaced his fingers and leaned forward. You two know yourselves well, he said calmly. So I'll be clear. For the next few months, you are not to interfere with Hale in any way. Both reacted instantly. What? Seiya shouted. Jihan's lips curled into a thin smile. Is there some special reason for that? In-hyuk's gaze darkened. You should already know. Hale has been officially reinstated as a member of the Mage House. His voice was firm. His position is still low. He's been away from family affairs for over a year. He needs time to readjust. Seiya and Jihan fell silent, irritation playing on their faces, fists clenched tightly at their sides. In-hyuk narrowed his eyes. You're probably thinking of pressuring him, trying to block any chance he has of making a move for the head position. Am I wrong? Jihan stayed silent. Then, forcing a polite smile, he replied, Understood, father. Is there anything else? In-hyuk rose from his seat and walked toward the window. Without looking back, he spoke calmly. No, that's all. You two must be tired. Go rest. The moment they stepped out of the office, Seiya spun around, unable to hold it in. Big brother, why didn't you say anything at all? She stared at him, baffled, but Jihan only dragged a hand down his face, irritation seeping through. What difference would it have made? He wouldn't have listened. Jihan already knew why Minhyuk and Minji hadn't been summoned. Neither of them had ever shown interest in becoming the family head. That part made sense. But Hale, after disappearing for over a year, and now they were expected to leave him alone without question, it didn't add up. Their father must have promised him some kind of compensation for lost time. But even so, this level of protection, that kind of exception was reserved for children under 16 who hadn't even received their AI chips yet. Hale was already 17. He didn't qualify. Jihan's irritation finally spilled over. Why? Why would he demand something like this? Seiya chewed on her nail again, hesitating. Maybe father already. No. Jihan cut in immediately. Definitely not. Hale hasn't done nearly enough for father to place a bet on him like that. Then what is this supposed to be? Seiya shouted. Does father see potential in him again, or what? Jihan's thoughts drifted back to what he'd heard about the tournament. Maybe he's curious about that strange magic Hale's been using, or maybe Hale made some kind of deal. A deal? Seiya echoed, frowning. What could he possibly offer? She grabbed her head and groaned. This is driving me crazy. Now I'll have to pull back all the people I planted to keep an eye on him. Jihan waved a hand lazily. Yeah, you probably should. Unless you want them butchered by the Shadows. The Shadows, father's personal intelligence unit. Masters of surveillance, infiltration, and assassination. Once they were deployed, there was no dodging them. As Jihan started toward the door, hands tucked into his pockets, he added casually, Oh, and I already recalled my observers. Seiya blinked. Wait, then what are you planning to do? He glanced back at her, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. I'll move first. You rarely step in directly anyway, and I'm not about to sit around doing nothing for 2 months. If Hale really had struck a deal with their father, things could turn complicated fast. He'd need leverage, and the Black Magic Tower might be exactly what he needed. Sometime later, at Obelisk Academy, the classroom buzzed with restless post-exam energy. The instructor clapped his hands together, smiling broadly. All right, everyone passed the midterms. Well done. Give yourselves a hand. Then his gaze shifted, locking onto one student in particular. And I'd like to give special praise to the top scorer, Shin Hale. Hale rose from his seat and walked to the front of the classroom. The teacher's face lit up. Among students your age, I can say this without hesitation. You're the best in the country. Well done. Thank you, Hale replied, giving a short nod. The teacher continued, clearly pleased. Now that you've taken first place, how about holding on to it until the World Olympiad? Have you ever considered competing? Hale smiled calmly. That's exactly what I plan to do. The room stirred instantly. From the back, someone scoffed under his breath. Hear that? Learned a few tricks, and now he thinks he's special. 2 months. Another whispered. Let him dream. He'll crash soon enough. Bet he's a nobody again in a week. Hale returned to his seat without a hint of reaction. Later, out in the hallway, Sunshine stretched hard, groaning. Finally over. 8 straight theory classes, absolute torture. Hale passed by and gave him a playful wink. Well, starting tomorrow it's all practical training, right? Sunshine swung his bag over his shoulder. Yeah, and it's not going to be any easier. Hale tapped him lightly in the chest. Good. I could use some physical work. Sunshine dropped to his knees on the spot, clasping his hands together dramatically. Are you sure you're a magician? Hale looked down at him and sighed. You're clearly out of shape. Sunshine stood back up, scowling. You say that like you're not a magician, too. He coughed awkwardly. Right. Not weak with magic anymore. Hale waved him off. Then stop whining and fix your weaknesses. Sunshine clenched his fists. Fine. I'll bulk up and beat you someday. Hale laughed softly. Is that so? Then let's eat first, and hit the gym after. Sunshine froze, staring at him. Wait, you're serious. What kind of look is that? Hale wondered. Sunshine took a step back. It's not that I don't want to, he said carefully. I'm just not feeling great today. Hale crossed his arms. Say it properly. If you're gonna dodge around it, then don't bother. Sunshine placed his hands on Hale's shoulders and sighed. Fine. I'll be honest. I don't hate training. I just don't like training with you. Clear enough. Hale frowned. Then why stick around? Sunshine lowered his head. Because you're scary. Everyone thinks so. Later, inside Obelisk Academy's training hall, the room had gone strangely quiet. The protagonist was lifting a heavy barbell, muscles straining, while the others stared in disbelief. His raw strength alone was enough to stun the entire hall. Nearby, Hale was doing squats, his expression thoughtful. What's Suanchan's problem? All I did was remind him how important training is. Someone whispered, pointing. Who even is that? Is a human really lifting that much? Another squinted, rubbing his chin. Isn't that Shin Hale? The second-year champion. After finishing his set, Hale wiped his face with a towel, breathing steadily. As he stood there, a realization settled in. He'd been so focused on mastering weightless energy, on refining techniques that ignored physical limits, that he'd neglected his body entirely. And now that he noticed it, he felt weak. Taking a sip of water, Hale recalled something Eider had once told him. The circle of infinity didn't exist in isolation. It flowed through the entire body, strengthened the body, and the circle grows stronger with it. The two advanced together. With that in mind, he stepped onto a treadmill. If he trained both his physical body and his magic at the same time, he could finally shape the body he'd always wanted. Before long, he made his way to the tower for monster training. The pumas circled him, fiery eyes hissing with hostility. The moment they lunged, Hale formed a magic circle and sent them flying into the air. They came again. He crouched low, narrowly avoiding their claws. Gathering his energy, he shouted, "Fiery volcano," and leapt aside. The pumas froze mid-attack, then vanished completely. A mechanical voice echoed through the chamber. Shin Hale. Monster training complete. Result, perfect. Highest score. He smiled and thanked the instructor. Later, sitting alone on a bench, Hale stared at his hand. Thanks to the infinity circles, my physical strength's gone up by at least 50%. Once I reach the third circle, he clenched his fist. I'll push the infinity circles as far as they can go. Lowering his head, he forced himself to focus. Resonant circle. 2 streams of mana surged through his body. Now came the difficult part, reducing vibration and correcting flow deviation. 12.25%. For 0.63%, stabilize. He shifted his focus to the heart's call circle. Aligned by 8.9% steady. Energy pulsed evenly through him. Hale held the state a little longer before lifting his head and exhaling slowly. 99% synced. No matter what I do, that last 1% won't close. But he couldn't stop. He had to master the second circle. His fist tightened with resolve. He would make it happen. Sometime later, he was out running, earbuds in, music pounding in his ears. As he rounded a corner, someone suddenly stepped into his path. The man lunged. Hale dodged instantly. Who the hell are you? A hooded figure wearing a black mask straightened up. Sayuk, Hale said, recognizing him at once. Sayuk attacked again, but Hale slipped past him effortlessly. Tisif squirming like a rat, Sayuk muttered. Calmly, Hale removed his earbuds and placed them on the ground. It's the weekend. Shouldn't you be heading home? Sayuk sneered. Oh, it's not that I don't want to. It's that I can't, right? Hale stood upright, a faint smirk forming. Probation? That why you're stuck here? Shut your mouth before I shut it for you, Sayuk snapped. Hale laughed. Didn't you used to hide behind your father's name? Now look at you. Too embarrassed to face your own family? Nowhere to go. Sayuk's magic erupted in rage, a wave of fire blasting toward him. Shut up, you trash. Hale's eyes widened as he backed away. Is this idiot really casting magic in public over a few words? Sayuk leapt again, shouting, but Hale caught his wrist mid-air. Sayuk froze, fear flashing across his face as Hale kicked upward, sending him flying. In one smooth motion, Hale pinned him to the ground with his legs. Get off me, you idiot. Sayuk screamed. Even this mess. Hale thought calmly. It's still a good chance to test myself. Moments later, black cars screeched to a halt along the road. Doors flew open, and officers poured out, quickly restraining Sayuk as he thrashed and shouted. Let me go. I need to teach that punk a lesson. Calm down, one of the officers said firmly. You can explain everything later. Come with us. Hale stood off to the side, calmly speaking with the inspector. He tried to attack me with combat magic. There's a security camera right there. It should have recorded everything. Hard to believe he actually used magic out in public. The inspector nodded. We'll release the official report at the academy tomorrow. It's late. Go back to your room. As Sayuk was forced into the car, still struggling, Hale watched quietly from the sidelines. Just keep spiraling, he thought. By the next day, the academy hallways were buzzing. Students crowded around a newly posted notice on the wall. A penalty report. Beck Sayuk. 10-point deduction for attempting to use combat magic off campus. Whispers spread instantly. Did you hear? He really tried to use combat magic on the street. Seriously? And only 10 points. Why wasn't he suspended? Hale turned away, unfazed. Just a 10-point deduction. Figures. The Beck family had deep ties to the academy. Massive donations, long-standing influence. The school wasn't about to risk that relationship. For someone like Sayuk, a slap on the wrist was the worst it would ever get. Still, as Hale walked down the corridor, a faint smile crossed his mind. He's probably getting torn apart at home right now. Outside the academy, Sayuk stood with his phone pressed tightly to his ear. His father's voice was so loud it might as well have been on speaker. "You stupid rat." I'm sorry, father. Please forgive me," Sayuk stammered. "I told you to keep your head down until graduation. Was that too much to ask?" "No, if our family's ranking drops because of this, it'll be on you. Do you understand?" "Yes. I'm sorry." He pulled the phone away slowly, glaring at the screen. The contact name read Moneybag. Disgust twisted his face. Damn leech. In a burst of rage, he hurled the phone at a nearby pillar. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding. "Shin Hale." His voice rose. "Shin Hale. That damn Shin Hale. That smug, insufferable." He kicked the phone across the ground, breathing heavily. "It's all because of him. That worthless trash." Then a calm, almost amused voice spoke from behind him. My, that heart of yours looks terribly twisted by jealousy." Sayuk froze and turned around. "Instructor. Smith." Smith stood there smiling, arms casually spread. Loving someone, hating someone, both are natural. Everyone gets to choose. He stepped closer, his smile deepening. "But Sayuk, don't you want revenge?" Sayuk stared at him, uncertain. Smith's tone sharpened. "Then go take it." His eyes gleamed. On Shin Hale. Some time later, Hale sat quietly in his room, eyes fixed on his phone. Beck Sayuk must have already faced the fallout by now. That worked just fine for him. Just then, a message from his father appeared on the screen. Apparently, a deal had already been made with the Beck family. In exchange for overlooking the incident, the Beck family would hand over shares amounting to 3% of the profits from their magic stone mines. His father added casually, "He's a good kid. If he needs anything, just let him ask." Hale understood immediately. The Beck family was desperate to secure an official title. That meant keeping solid ties not only with the academy, but also with influential families like his. They didn't have a choice. The one involved this time was him, the rightful heir of the House of Magicians. Of course they would do whatever it took to bury the issue. And 3% of magic stone mining profits was no small sacrifice. It was a clear reminder of how much weight an official title carried. A title wasn't just a name, it was status, authority, recognition. The Divine Guardian family held the title of Mythical. The Wei family bore the title of Mysterious. Titles drew clear lines between families. As for Beck Sayuk, he'd been disowned by his own family because of the incident. With his current level, he posed no real threat anymore. Hale closed the message, picked up a book, and muttered to himself, "Since that's settled, no more playing Santa and handing out favors. Time to get back to the Resonance Project." Not long after, security personnel in suits began appearing throughout the academy. Hale glanced around as he walked. Looks like they tightened security after everything that happened. Shin Hale. He turned to see Instructor Smith approaching. Smith wore a faint smirk. "Ah, yes. Yes." He studied Hale's calm expression before speaking again. "You know, I've noticed something. You don't seem to like me very much." Hale smiled politely. "Yeah, no, not at all." Smith chuckled softly, as if he'd expected that answer. "It's fine. I understand. I was strict with you, but it was always for your sake. Don't misunderstand me, all right?" Hale frowned slightly. "Okay, why is he bringing this up now?" Smith suddenly asked. "How about we start fresh?" He extended his hand. Hale hesitated. "I don't think that's necessary. But thanks." At that moment, a dark sensation washed over him. His body stiffened. What is this? A heavy, unfamiliar pressure crawled across his skin. His thoughts raced as the air around Smith seemed to distort slightly. Instructor Smith, a beat too late, spoke again, congratulating him on placing first in the midterms. He smiled warmly, hands still extended, wishing Hale continued success. Hale clenched his jaw. Mana. Smith was radiating mana, and not the ordinary kind. It was thick, oppressive, and laced with something deeply unsettling. Hale narrowed his eyes as that sinister energy pressed against his senses. Could it be? That ominous feeling. This isn't normal. Is he connected to the Black Magic Tower? Hale's eyes widened. The Black Magic Tower, an underground faction, unrecognized among the 12 official towers. A nest of criminals and forbidden mages, ruled by a man who called himself the king of black magic. No way. Smith's involved with them? Hale's thoughts raced. If that was true, then there was a real chance other members of the Black Tower were already hiding inside the academy. But worrying about timing wouldn't help him now. A faint red light flickered in his eyes. First things first, analyze the spell structure. If he could read it properly, he'd know exactly what he was dealing with. System windows unfolded inside his mind as he began breaking down the magical formula. Wait, this pattern. Mind control magic. He paused. Mind control? But my brain can't be influenced by mana. This spell won't work on me. Relief washed over him. He closed his eyes briefly. Good. That's one problem crossed off the list. Still, he couldn't act recklessly. If I pretend it worked, I might learn what they're really after. He opened his eyes. Smith waved his hand lightly, his expression shifting into something ugly. Who would have thought, he sneered, that a defective reject who couldn't even use an AI chip would end up getting an apology from me? He stepped closer. Listen carefully, Shin Hale. Smith pressed a small chip into his hand. Keep this on you at all times. Don't ask questions. Just follow instructions. Hale closed his fingers around the chip. Understood, he replied, his face calm while his mind spun. Smith adjusted his glasses. Now tell me everything about your magic modification. Hale's eyes widened. No chance. I can't let that slip. Suddenly, he clutched his head and screamed. His body staggered as if racked by pain, his voice rising louder as he nearly collapsed. Smith jumped back, startled. It seems his subconscious is resisting. His mind is protecting the secrets of his unique magic. He hesitated, then clicked his tongue. Fine. Cancel it. Hale nearly laughed to himself. What an idiot. Mind control magic worked by forcing obedience through the brain. It was the Black Tower signature technique. When cast by a high-level mage, it could even destroy a person's mind. That was why it was strictly forbidden. But it had a fatal flaw. If the spell touched something deeply rooted in a person's core, the mind would instinctively resist. Pushing harder only risked mental collapse. He backed off too easily, Hale realized. That means my magic isn't their main objective. Smith muttered in irritation. What a waste. If your magic had been part of the plan, I would have taken it gladly. But we can't let personal greed interfere with the mission. Then he smiled and extended his hand again. Very well. We'll wait until the mission is complete. After that, I'll drain every secret out of you. Hale suddenly gasped and straightened up, staring at Smith in shock. The instructor raised an eyebrow. Student Shin Hale? He forced a polite smile. Are you all right? You seemed a bit out of it just now. Probably exhaustion. He nodded once. I won't trouble you any further. With that, Smith turned and walked away. Hale watched his retreating back, his brow furrowed. Not long after, familiar voices echoed through the academy halls. A handful of students drifted toward the entrance, grumbling about their empty stomachs and debating whether to stop by the canteen. Off to the side, a group of girls chatted quietly, laughter soft and tired. Evening classes were coming to an end. Hale kept walking. He needed space to think. Eventually, he reached the garden, sat down on a bench, and stared at the chip resting in his palm. The one Smith had given him. An illegal AI chip, extra level. They're trying to frame me. The image formed instantly in his mind. Headlines flooding the feeds. A promising heir exposed for using forbidden technology. His reputation dragged through the mud in one clean move. He rested his chin against his hand, eyes narrowing. Smith didn't seem like the type to go this far, just out of personal dislike. He'd said their relationship wasn't great, sure. But this felt orchestrated. Someone put him up to it. Someone from the Black Magic Tower. That explained too much. Then Sayuk's voice echoed in his memory. Shin Hale. I'll kill you. But Sayuk was finished. Restricted, monitored, stripped of leverage. There was no way he could pull off something like this. No. The threat was closer. Hale exhaled slowly. One of my siblings. Dragging me down would make their path to the head position that much cleaner. He ran through the names. Minji, out of the question. She'd never cared about internal power struggles. Minyuk wanted the position, but he wasn't the type to sink this low. That left two. The most dangerous ones. And they could very well be working together. His fingers curled into a tight fist. Should I confront Smith? Force the truth out of him? No. Too reckless. If the Black Tower caught wind of exposure, they wouldn't hesitate to erase the problem. And there was no guarantee Smith even knew who was truly pulling the strings. Pressuring him could backfire, and fast. Drawing the Black Tower's attention now would be a fatal mistake. Hale's expression hardened. In that case, time passed. Eventually, he stepped into a large building. Sunlight filtered through tall windows, and near one of them stood a familiar figure. Welcome, Hale, Kim Kanjin said with a polite smile. Hale stopped a few steps away. So, he asked calmly, what did you want to see me about? Kim Kanjin turned fully toward him, his gaze sharp, unreadable. Hale recognized it immediately. Kim Kanjin, master of the Blue Magic Tower. The greeting had been noticeably colder than usual. Still, there was no backing out now. Kim Kanjin rubbed his forehead and sighed. I'm tied up at the moment. This really isn't a good time. No way, Hale thought. This might be my only chance. Rumors had been spreading. Kanjin had locked himself away in research for weeks. On edge. Obsessive. Whatever he was working on clearly wasn't ordinary. Hale stepped forward slightly. Did I interrupt your research? Kim Kanjin gestured off to the side. Yeah, I've been dealing with something unusual. He paused. A man of stone, he said. And it's taking far longer than I expected. Man of stone? Hale's gaze drifted to the crystal resting carefully on a cushioned lining inside the suitcase. So that's it. An elemental stone. A faint grin tugged at his lips. Perfect timing. Kim Kanjin dropped onto the sofa and waved a hand impatiently. All right, hurry it up. Just get to the point. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, irritation clear on his face. So, Hale, what was so urgent that you insisted on meeting me in person? Hale paused, studying him. He's tense, right on the edge. No matter what I say, he won't cooperate unless I give him something first. Before jumping in, Hale spoke evenly. Before we discuss anything else, there's something I should tell you. Something about the stone you're researching. Kim Kanjin froze. His eyes widened as if he'd been struck. What? You know something about those stones? Hale nodded once. I do. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Kim Kangin's voice hardened. Choose your words carefully. The name of those stones hasn't even been officially released yet. Are you spying on the Blue Magic Tower? Hale raised both hands calmly. No, I'm not spying. Then how do you know? Kim Kanjin pressed. It's simple. Hale reached into his bag. A soft glow filled the room as he pulled out a crystal. I have one, he said. Kim Kanjin shot to his feet. What? Hale nodded. That's right. A fully tuned, elemental stone. Kim Kanjin grabbed his face, disbelief written all over him. Wait, Hale, are you saying you tuned this yourself? Yes, Hale replied, meeting his gaze. I did. Silence followed. Are you serious? Kim Kanjin muttered. His thoughts raced to James Pillar, one of the Red Magic Tower's finest magic engineers. Even a veteran researchers in his own tower, specialists who had devoted years to magic stone analysis, had failed. Even I couldn't synchronize the mana, and now a student claims he solved it? He let out a short, incredulous laugh, and asked if Hale had just gotten lucky. Hale nodded lightly, explaining that only the master of the Blue Magic Tower would truly understand what kind of material the stone was. That was why he brought it here. Kim Kanjin raised an eyebrow. Then explain it. How did you tune it? Hale glanced at the crystal, then shrugged. He said he honestly didn't know. It had just happened. Naturally. That was all he could say. Kim Kanjin squinted, a trace of envy slipping into his voice. So you found it by luck? And tuned it by luck too? Fortune really favors you. Hale laughed it off. Kim Kanjin leaned against the table. Fine, he said. Every magician has the right to keep his own secrets. He closed his eyes, lifting both hands. I won't dig any further. Hale inclined his head in thanks. Kim Kanjin then pointed at the crystal. Mind if I take a closer look? Hale nodded. Go ahead. Kim Kanjin slipped on his gloves and carefully examined the stone. His expression shifted almost immediately. This is perfectly attuned, he muttered. A mana stone aligned with all four elements. He handed it back to Hale, eyes sharp with curiosity. So, you brought this here for what, exactly? Hale answered plainly. He wanted to use it to create an artifact. Kim Kanjin removed his gloves and leaned back, thinking. An artifact? Huh? What kind are we talking about? Something wearable? Jewelry? Or maybe a weapon? Hale replied that it didn't matter, as long as it enhanced elemental magic. Kim Kanjin nodded slowly. I see. But a stone like this needs materials on the same level. That won't come cheap. It'll cost you big time. You sure you're ready for that? Then, with an exaggerated flourish of his hands, he laughed. Ah, forgive me. You are the proud heir of a mage's house. After all, I should just send the bill straight to your father. Hale immediately shook his head and pressed a finger to his lips. Let's keep this for my family, he said, his tone firm. Kim Kanjin chuckled. So that's how it is. You're more cunning than you look. Then tell me, how do you plan to pay? A glowing number formed in the air between them. 645 million. That's roughly what it'll cost, Kim Kanjin said. Think you can cover that on your own? Hale smiled in response, but said nothing. Kim Kangin's eyes narrowed slightly. You've got another option, don't you? Hale nodded. I can attune elemental stones like this, he said, extending his hand. All of them. I can even prove it right now. Kim Kangin's eyes widened. Wait, you're saying you'd actually show me how you do it? Hale clenched his fists, grinning. Kim Kanjin burst out laughing. Now that's an offer I can't ignore. Honestly, that ability alone was worth more than the artifact's price. If anything, it would put them in Hale's debt. But Hale's smile slowly faded. He asked if he could request something in return. Kim Kanjin raised an eyebrow. A favor? Does it have anything to do with what we're dealing with right now? Hale reached into his coat and handed something over. Kim Kanjin examined it closely, his expression darkening. This is an extra-level chip. A forbidden AI. He looked up sharply. Where did you get this? Hale's hands clenched. A mage from the Black Magic Tower slipped it to me at the academy. I'm certain there's a criminal organization operating inside Bisque Academy. His gaze didn't waver. Please, help me bring them down. Later, after everything had been settled, Hale stepped out of the car. Leaning toward the open window, he said, Thanks for the ride. Take care. Kim's secretary nodded calmly. See you around. Hale watched the car disappear before heading upstairs. The moment he reached his room, he collapsed onto the bed with a long sigh. I'm exhausted. Even so, a smile crept onto his face. Who would have guessed that Kim Kanjin was researching elemental stones? Because of that coincidence, Hale was about to obtain an artifact so secret that even his own father wouldn't know existed. His thoughts drifted to Sayuk, his furious face, his voice shouting that he'd never forgive him. Originally, Hale had planned to use the 3% share he'd received from the Beck family as leverage. But now, he didn't need to. That asset was safe. The memory surfaced again. Kim Kang-in's unusually serious expression. "I still can't believe it," he'd said. "Mages from the Black Magic Tower hiding inside Obelisk Academy. A place famous for airtight security. And this AI chip is our only lead." Hale had asked quietly, "Isn't this asking too much of you?" Kim Kang-jin had answered with a sly wink. "Normally, absolutely. A student's word and one illegal chip wouldn't be enough to move us. But fine, we'll take the risk and investigate." Now, sometime later, Hale walked down a quiet corridor, phone pressed to his ear. "Is he there yet?" a voice asked. "Yeah," Hale replied calmly. "The rest is up to you, just like we planned." He stepped into the elevator as the call continued. Kim Kang-in's voice followed, steady and reassuring. "If your information checks out, the Blue Tower won't make a single mistake." "I understand," Hale said. "I trust you. I'll wait for your call." The line went dead. When the elevator door slid open, a grand hall greeted him. Hale stepped forward and smiled. "I'm here, everyone." His family sat gathered around the table. Minji, the second daughter of the House of Magicians, lit up instantly. "Oh my god. Hale, it's been forever." Hale smiled back. "It has. You haven't changed at all." Minji raised a brow. "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" "Of course," Hale replied without missing a beat. She reached over and ruffled his hair. "You've grown up. At this rate, you'll be taller than Inyek soon." Shin Inyek, the second son, laughed. "Come on, Minji. He still has some growing to do." He patted Hale's shoulder. "Welcome back. I know it sounds silly, but I'm really glad you're here." "Thanks, brother," Hale said sincerely. He thought to himself that Inyek hadn't changed at all. Still honest, still straightforward. Minji frowned. "Brother, you really say things without thinking." Inyek blinked. "Huh? What did I say now?" Hale turned away slightly, choosing not to acknowledge the tension. "It's been a long time since we were all together." Shin Ji-han, the eldest son, chuckled. "Look at you, acting all mature. You don't seem as stiff as before." Saya, the first daughter, greeted him coolly. "Long time no see, youngest." Hale returned the smile politely, though his thoughts were far less warm. She might be smiling now, but if there were a villain sitting at this table, it was definitely her. Ji-han lifted his glass. "Sit down. Let's eat and talk. I'm curious. Why did you call everyone here, little brother?" Hale took his seat and answered casually. "No real reason. I just wanted to see everyone again." Saya's irritation showed immediately. "That's it? You gathered us all here for something like that? We're not exactly free, you know." Hale smiled faintly, eyes narrowing. "Let's be honest. Even if I hadn't called this meeting, you and Ji-han would have arranged one yourselves sooner or later. Am I wrong?" Saya slammed her palms against the table. "Watch your tone when you speak to your elders." She pointed straight at him. "Enough games. Just say it. What are you plotting, you little brat?" Hale blinked, genuinely puzzled. "What are you talking about?" She didn't back down. Her voice rose sharply. "Stop pretending. You're planning to fight for the position of family head, aren't you?" He answered with a relaxed grin. "And if I said I wasn't, would you believe me?" "Not a chance." Saya snapped. "Then why ask in the first place?" He shot back calmly. Her face flushed crimson. "You little rascal." Before the tension could settle, Jihan smiled lightly and spoke up. "She's right, you know. Asking doesn't matter. Results do." "But Hale, did you develop some kind of new magic? Modified magic, right? Aren't you going to explain it to the family?" The protagonist's gaze flickered toward him, a trace of surprise surfacing. Clever. He was trying to draw it out, force him to reveal his hand. A quiet test to see if he was worthy of standing at the top. So that's how he wants to play it, Hale thought. Still, they can't push me into a corner here. He softened his expression, putting on a helpless smile. "Brother, sister, that magic is all I have. I don't synchronize with AI the way the rest of you do. I can't just give away the one thing that lets me stand here. This has nothing to do with the competition." Minji's eyes trembled, filling with tears. "Then, there really isn't anything else. This is all he has." Jihan and Saya exchanged glances, clearly caught off guard. That wasn't the answer they prepared for. Minji reached out and gently wiped at the corner of Hale's eye. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. She understood, without him needing to explain any further. Inyek laughed, lifting his glass. "All right, enough talk about competition. It's pointless. Let's just hear how he's been doing lately." Minji nodded eagerly. "Yeah, I want to know what brother's been up to." Jihan looked down into his glass, then crossed his arms and shifted his gaze towards Saya. Around them, the rest of the siblings relaxed, laughter and chatter slowly filling the room again. Then the clock chimed. Hale lowered his eyes slightly. That should be enough time. Almost on cue. Every phone on the table vibrated at once. Minji stared at her screen, eyes widening. What is this?" Inyek frowned. "An emergency alert? Now? You've got to be kidding me," Saya barked. Jihan's expression darkened, but he stayed silent. The breaking news splashed across their screens. A confirmed connection between certain Obelisk Academy instructors and the Black Magic Tower. Lang Smith, second son of the prominent Smith family in France, had been arrested. The report cited verification from Zhang Sua, secretary to Kim Kan-jin, a Sixth Circle sorceress of the Blue Magic Tower. Hale glanced sideways at Jihan. So it's him, busted already. Shin Jihan. Later that night, Hale walked along a quiet street, speaking softly through his earbuds. Kim Kangen's voice came through, steady and amused. Just like he said, everything fell into place. Hale looked down at his phone, the article still open. The headline read, at 10:31 p.m., Zhang Sua, Sixth Circle sorceress and secretary to Kim Kan-jin, apprehended Lang Smith while he was tampering with Obelisk Academy's training facilities. Lang had secretly altered the equipment intended for the upcoming survival test. If Zhang Sua hadn't noticed in time, Hale exhaled slowly. The damage that could have followed would have been beyond catastrophic. Statements poured in one after another. The Korean government, the Korean Magic Association, even the International Magic Association, all of them condemned the Black Magic Tower, drawing a clear line in the sand and declaring zero tolerance from this moment forward. On the other end of the call, Kim Kan-jin spoke with open curiosity. Still, how did you know Lang Smith would interfere with the test preparations? Hale adjusted his earpiece, his tone steady. It was the only conclusion that made sense with the information I had. As he spoke, the sequence replayed in his mind. If someone had infiltrated the academy, they wouldn't do it without a clear objective. When he aligned the timeline, the answer became obvious. The mind control spell had been triggered right before the survival exam, scheduled for Friday. If the goal was sabotage, then the most efficient move was to tamper with the test equipment itself. And since all equipment underwent final inspection the day before, the ideal moment to act would be Thursday night. Tonight. That was why Hale had requested the Blue Magic Tower to monitor the equipment storage. And while they kept watch, he had gone to meet his siblings. If his theory was right, the Black Magic Tower's agent would be caught during that window. And sure enough, Instructor Smith had been apprehended. Hale could already imagine Smith's miserable face plastered across every news outlet. Through this chain of events, he'd also confirmed something else. Jihan had been the one quietly coordinating with the Black Magic Tower. By staying in the shadows, Hale had extracted the information he needed without exposing himself. The plan had unfolded exactly as intended. As he continued down the street, his expression tightened slightly. The only flaw, I still don't have direct proof tying my brother to Smith. Nothing definitive. Not yet. But I'll dig it up. Kim's voice returned, carrying a hint of amusement. You try to stop things, but in the end, it worked in their favor. The Blue Magic Tower's reputation is skyrocketing. Almost like everything went according to plan. I'll pay them back one day, Hale said with a quiet laugh. Kim chuckled. That's exactly why I like you. Hale removed the earpiece. Yeah, pass along my thanks. So that's that, he thought. Then, an explosion detonated behind him. The shock wave slammed into his back, hurling him forward as he screamed, "What the hell?" Smoke billowed through the street as a shadowy figure emerged, muttering his name over and over. Shin Hale. Shin Hale. A familiar voice cut through the haze, cold and venomous. Die. You filthy insect, just die. Hale froze. Beck. His eyes widened in disbelief. There was no warning. A wave of magic tore through the air toward him. Too fast. Hale clenched his teeth, forcing his mana to respond. Resonance activated instantly, followed by a water shield. The impact slammed into him like a freight train. This won't hold. He grabbed his wrist with his free hand and reinforced the spell, layering it into a static water shield. The opposing forces collided violently, triggering a massive explosion that tore through the street. Hale was flung sideways, skidding across the ground. He stared at his palm, skin charred and blistered. I didn't avoid all of it. From the thinning smoke, Sayuk burst forward, laughter spilling from his lips, wild and unhinged. Feel it, he roared. The difference between us. You pathetic, broken failure, Sayuk snarled. Had enough of pretending to be a hero. Hale sat on the ground, teeth clenched as he muttered the name through his breath. Beck Sayuk. He studied him carefully, forcing himself to focus despite the pain. Something was clearly wrong. Sayuk's eyes were bloodshot, his skin flushed an unhealthy red. That wasn't normal. No, he's on Berserker, an illegal enhancer that forcibly overdrives the magic circle, rupturing blood vessels in exchange for raw power. They called it Berserker for a reason. Once taken, the user lost all restraint, fighting like a rabid beast until their body collapsed. He's completely lost it. Hale shouted. Sayuk charged without hesitation, laughing wildly. Lost it? No, I've never felt better. Hale's eyes tracked the violent pulses rippling through Sayuk's body. Scarlet mana. Third circle output. Flame infection. He thrust his arms forward, trying to intercept the rush. You insane bastard. Drool slipped from Sayuk's grin as his eyes bulged with madness. I'm alive. For the first time, everything makes sense. And you're going to die. The flaming hand came down. The instant flame infection connected. A thunderous explosion ripped through the street, smoke blasting skyward in a violent plume. From within the haze, Sayuk's laughter echoed again. Look at him. Look at this idiot. Hale lay sprawled on the ground, coughing violently, one arm shielding his face. He's still alive? Sayuk spat, disbelief twisting his expression. He blocked it again. What kind of broken freak are you? Hale glared through the smoke as Sayuk's thoughts unraveled further, his voice dropping into a frenzied mutter. How dare he? How dare he? How dare it? Sayuk clawed at his own hair, then screamed with everything he had. SHLY. And then, silence. His shoulders sagged. His voice dropped to a hoarse murmur. No, it's possible. Maybe. Hale slowly forced himself back to his feet. Mind racing. Completely unstable. Definitely berserker. But something didn't add up. Even with the drug. There's no way his magic should spike this high. Should I test it? Sayuk noticed the stare and snapped back to awareness. What are you looking at? Hale raised his hand. Air spear. Compressed streams of wind shot forward. But just before impact, the spears twisted unnaturally, igniting into flames. Sayuk froze, eyes widening. What kind of magic is that? Hale narrowed his gaze. He dodged the spears, but he won't get careless again. He surged forward, mana flaring as he locked onto Sayuk's unstable posture. No time to hesitate. Strike first. Air strike. The blast slammed into Sayuk head-on. He coughed heavily, stumbling back. Got him. But Sayuk suddenly threw his arms up, mana flaring as a fire shield snapped into place. Fire magic? At this range? Hale braced himself. Die. Sayuk roared, launching a fire pellet. The flames tore through the air, dense and violent. Fire pellets were lethal up close. Within 7.74 meters, they could melt through almost anything. But beyond that range, Hale leapt sideways just in time, heat licking past him as he landed hard and exhaled sharply. Does he hate me that much? Did he really implant an illegal over-enhancement chip? Sayuk snarled, swinging his arm wildly. What chip? Stop talking nonsense. Hale closed his eyes for a split second. He doesn't even remember. Then I was right. Sayuk bellowed, madness surging again. I don't need cheap tricks to crush trash like you. And there it was. A small purple chip embedded at the back of Sayuk's neck, half buried in flesh, pulsing faintly as it dug into his skin. Stop talking. Sayuk screamed. Just die already. Hale ducked aside as another surge of mana tore past him. An enhanced chip like that doesn't just strengthen the body, he said, voice steady despite the chaos. It rewrites spell formulas themselves. That's why it's banned. The damage output, the range, everything spikes out of control. Sayuk charged again, completely unhinged. Why should I care? Shut up, freak. Hale stepped back, eyes sharp. Funny thing is, my recent research has been focused on how mana circle structures affect spell formulas. That's why I can feel it. Those boosts aren't natural. It all fell into place. Was this coincidence? Or fate? Either way, the illegal chip combined with Berserker had laid everything bare right in front of him. Sayuk's face twisted, veins bulging. What kind of garbage are you spouting now? Hale lifted his hand calmly. I'm not thanking you, but I am wondering if I can finish this before sunrise. Mana surged. Resonance. I'm pushing higher. Enhanced chips allowed a mage to temporarily cast spells one circle above their natural limit. But Hale wasn't gambling blindly. He'd read everything. Classified reports, discarded research, even half-burned documents no one else bothered with. Still, he grimaced and clutched his head. The cost was brutal. He'd tested this before, forcing acceleration by merging energy flows within the circle. It worked, but the strain was monstrous. Mind and body weren't meant to endure it. For a second circle mage, he muttered, breath heavy. It lasts 3 minutes. That's all. He raised his hand again. After that, the circle collapses completely. No mana output. 12 hours. His stance tightened. So if you use something like this, you'd better be sure it's worth it. Sayuk kept gathering mana, trembling now, muttering under his breath. What's he saying? Damn it, idiot. Fear crept in his voice. Hale closed his eyes. 3 minutes, he whispered. That's enough. He dropped low, both palms slamming against the ground. The earth roared. Massive spikes of energy erupted upward in an instant, tearing straight through Sayuk's body. Sayuk screamed, pain ripping through his voice. Is this third circle magic? How can trash like you control spells at that level? Hale scratched his head absently. Where do I even start explaining? Sayuk staggered back, fury and terror mixing. Just die already. Hale spread his arms slightly, tone almost casual. You know, I figured something out. I'm terrible at spells, and my curses are even worse. Pure, textbook failures. A water shield formed around him, just as Sayuk hurled a torrent of blazing fire. Sayuk laughed hysterically. You idiot. Blocking it again? You screwed up last time. Burn. Then the air warped. A massive vortex of energy exploded outward, swallowing the flames whole. Sayuk froze, eyes stretched wide. What the hell is that? Hale calmly traced the shifting energy with his hand. You should have thought ahead. Anyone in your position would have realized it by now. The vortex stabilized, dense and overwhelming. This shield isn't like the last one. Same with those earth spikes, different level entirely. Your fire won't even scratch me anymore. Sayuk charged straight at him, laughter spilling from his mouth as he screamed the name over and over. Shin Hale. Shin Hale. So you powered up, huh? Juiced yourself again. There's no way you win without doping. The protagonist kept his eyes closed. It's over, he said coldly. You chose this. No mercy. Darkness spread. Darkness, blindness. Sayuk staggered as the world vanished. What the hell is this? Pitch black nothingness swallowed him whole. His footing slipped, panic setting in. The voice echoed from everywhere at once. If you hadn't been obsessed with killing, none of this would have happened. Stop running. Sayuk roared, fists swinging at empty air. Face me, Shin Hale. Fight me, you coward. Do something. He never saw it coming. Earthbind activated first. The ground softened, dragging his legs down. Then airbind, compressed currents locking his arms in place like invisible chains. What kind of magic is this? Sayuk gasped, sinking deeper as mud crept up his calves. It's too late, the voice replied calmly. The last kindness I'll show you is ending it quickly. Shut up. Sayuk screamed, thrashing wildly. I'm not done. If it weren't for you, if you hadn't ruined my life. Eyes still shut, the protagonist walked past him. Even if it wasn't me, he murmured, nothing would have changed. Sayuk whipped his head around, frantic. Where did he go? A quiet click of the tongue echoed. Figures. Always looking for someone else to blame. Come back here, you bastard. Sayuk yelled. Oh, right, the voice continued casually. Ever wonder why extra-level chips are illegal? What are you even talking about? Sayuk screamed. In the next instant, the protagonist appeared behind him and grabbed him by the neck. Sayuk howled as pain ripped through his body. A grin crept onto the protagonist's face. All it took was a single pulse of mana, straight into your overheated chip. Even with Berserker dulling your senses, it still hurts, doesn't it? Drool spilled from Sayuk's mouth as he begged incoherently, his body convulsing. Your system's fried, the protagonist said lightly. The AI, your body, neither of them can handle even the smallest shock anymore. Sayuk's screams tore through the empty street. And one last thing, the protagonist added. Thanks for today. The Beck family's going to pay generously for this mess. Not 30% this time, maybe 40. From the Magic Stone mine profits. Tears streamed down Sayuk's face. You. Goodbye, Beck Sayuk, the protagonist said calmly. And thanks again. You just turned into my personal gold mine. His palm pressed against the chip. Dark energy flared. Sayuk was erased. In reality, his body collapsed lifelessly onto the pavement, smoke curling up into the night air. The protagonist picked up a phone from the ground and made a call. Father, it's Tail. In-hyuk answered, his voice heavy with sleep. Do you know what time it is? Tail looked down the empty street. You saw everything, didn't you? No need to pretend otherwise. The surroundings were unnervingly silent. No students. No sirens. No police, despite the explosion near the dorms. From the top floor of a distant skyscraper, In-hyuk replied evenly, maybe the students are just hiding. And just because I can stop the police, doesn't mean I did. Tail let out a quiet chuckle. Fair enough. A lot of people can stop the police. But only you would sit back and watch the whole thing unfold. Anyone else would have interfered, either to break up the fight or stick a knife in my back. He added casually, and thanks to our little agreement, the others can't interfere anyway. In-hyuk laughed on the other end. Yeah, that'd sound like me. Tail's gaze shifted toward a cluster of neatly trimmed bushes. Right on cue, a man in a black mask stepped out from the shadows. In-hyuk spoke again, calm as ever. I had Suk-hyun keep an eye on you. A moment later, Tail turned and began walking away from the scene. Tell me, In-hyuk continued, if you knew we were watching, why call me at all? Hale smirked. Just wanted to brag. I hit third circle. In-hyuk paused. That's odd. I don't remember you pulling off anything that big recently. Don't tell me you've been hiding third circle magic this entire time. The reply came sharp, almost annoyed. That's exactly what I just said. Of course it was a lie. The truth was far simpler, and far more dangerous. He'd only forced the resonant circle into accelerated output, borrowing power he couldn't truly sustain. Images of Jihan and Seiya crossed his mind. As things stood, he still couldn't face them head-on. If word spread that he'd reached third circle, they'd tighten their grip on him immediately. With a playful wink in his voice, he added, oh, and Suk-hyun set up a soundproof barrier, an illusion spell. No one outside noticed a thing. His gaze drifted back to Sayuk's collapsed body near the bushes. In-hyuk nodded. Good judgment. I've sent a car. Go home and get some rest. Thanks, Hale replied lightly. We'll talk again. The call ended. In-hyuk leaned back, chuckling to himself. I have no idea what he's been doing all year, but that confidence of his is something else. Meanwhile, Hale turned, a faint smile forming. It's been a while, Sukhyun. The man removed his mask and bowed deeply. Indeed, young Master Hale. My apologies for arriving late. He stepped closer, gently brushing Hale's cheek. That's a nasty wound. I'll handle the immediate treatment. Your family physicians can take care of the rest. Hale nodded. Thanks. I'll leave everything here to you. Sukhyun replaced his mask. Rest assured, nothing that happened tonight will leak past the barrier. Elsewhere in the city, inside a modern high-rise apartment, Jihan ripped off his tie and hurled it aside. This is a nightmare. He paced furiously. What the hell went wrong? Then he froze. A man in a hooded robe was sprawled comfortably across his couch. You're back already? The man said lazily. Thought I'd be waiting all night. At least the sofa's decent. Jihan's eyes burned. You're from the Black Tower. The man twirled the ring, piercing his lip, and nodded. Yeah, but forget formalities. What a mess. Didn't expect the Blue Tower to jump in and ruin everything. Hard to get anything done when your people get caught before the game even starts. Jihan snapped, fury spilling over. You think this is funny? Your tower swore everything would go smoothly. Or do your guarantees mean absolutely nothing? He slammed his palm down hard. Are you trying to destroy me? The robed man lifted both hands calmly, unfazed. Relax. I get it. I laugh when things explode too. But not tonight. He shrugged. Since the mission failed, we'll return the full payment. And we'll erase every trace. Clean. Quiet. He extended a hand casually. That's how we treat our VIP clients. No leaks. You have our word. Langsmith. Then, with a thin grin, he added, he won't see the sunrise. Jihan waved him off sharply. Smith doesn't care who lives or dies. But the illegal AI chips he handed to Hale, and that idiot Beksayuk, plus the Berserker gear, that's different. That matters. So tell me, how exactly are you planning to clean this up? The hooded man adjusted his cloak. You don't need to worry. Bek's finished. Jihan stiffened. Finished? What does that even mean? He went after Shin Hale. The man replied evenly. Now, he's basically a walking corpse. The side effects hit him hard. Jihan grabbed his face, disbelief twisting his expression. I told you. I don't give a damn about Shin Hale. Just tell me what happened to Bek. The man crossed his arms, peering at him through narrowed eyes. Calm down. Hale's alive. Maybe roughed up, but still breathing. Jihan's voice rose, sharp and strained. Are you serious? Are you here to help? Or are you just messing with me? I'm just stating facts, the man said with a shrug. No need to lose your head. Grinding his teeth, Jihan asked. So Hale actually took Bek down, while he was on Berserker and an enhanced ship? The man pointed at him. Exactly. But that's not even the strangest part. When Bek went after Hale, whether it was reconnaissance or a panic move, Sukhyun was there. He continued, tone almost impressed. Instant soundproof barrier. Illusion field layered on top. Clean execution. I couldn't even see how it ended. But whatever happened inside, it was intense. Jihan's eyes narrowed. So the shadows are involved now. Since when has Sukhyun been tailing Hale? The man tilted his head. First noticed him when Hale crossed paths with his brother. No idea how long he's really been in play. Jihan's face flushed with anger. Sukhyun answers directly to my father. That means the shadow leader himself is involved. His voice dropped. Why the hell would he be watching Hale? Then it hit him. His expression darkened. If the shadows are moving, this just became a nightmare. I'll have to back off Hale. For now. He looked up sharply. And the chip. The one I gave him. What if it traces back to me? No problem. The man replied coolly. That chip had a self-destruct protocol. It's probably dust by now. Jihan still didn't relax. And if it isn't? The man didn't answer. He simply turned, walked toward the balcony, and slid the glass door open, letting the night air spill into the room. Then I suppose I still have work to do, the man said lightly. There are a few loose ends left with Langsmith. With a casual wave, he stepped onto the balcony railing and jumped. Later, dear client, he added, pulling his hood down as he vanished into the night. Jihan stood frozen by the railing, watching the darkness swallow him whole. One thought burned relentlessly in his mind. Everything had to be erased. Every trace. Especially anything that could lead Sukhyun back to him. Breaking through his own home's security wards wouldn't be difficult. But time wasn't on his side. He had to move fast. A few days later, the protagonist leaned back at the table, stretching as a yawn escaped him. His thoughts drifted to what the master of blue magic had told him earlier. Langsmith had suddenly clutched his chest and dropped dead before the ambulance even arrived. He folded his hands behind his head and muttered. Figured something like that would happen, just didn't expect it to be so quiet. Oh well. At least Sukhyun had handled the Beksayuk problem cleanly. His phone buzzed. Hale glanced down. A message from his father. Negotiations with the Bek family are complete. To keep the matter buried, they offered 43% of their magic stone mine profits. Well done. With this, overseas funding won't be an issue. If you need anything, say it, but think carefully. Hale smiled faintly. That's a long message for you, father. Feeling proud, he turned toward the window, sunlight pouring into the room. Good. Looks like everything's finally wrapped up. Now all that remained was the next hurdle, the academic Olympiad. His eyes skimmed the headlines. The entire world was watching. 53 days left. Suddenly, a familiar sensation surged through his body. The 12-hour penalty's over, he thought, clenching his fist. Now it begins. Time to reach the third circle. He opened the book resting on the table. Its pages glowed faintly as waves of energy pulsed outward. Let's start the next test. A beam of light dropped onto the floor, spreading its glow across the room. Time passed. When the protagonist opened his eyes, his surroundings were completely different. Where am I? He murmured. A dim, hollow space stretched endlessly around him. It felt detached from reality, as if he'd stepped into a separate dimension hidden inside the book. Then behind him, Mana stirred. A presence formed. He turned. A girl stood there. Welcome to the second page of the test, she said calmly. I'm Beta, the guide for this stage. Hale narrowed his eyes. Second test. Huh. Let's see how this one compares. His mind briefly recalled the previous trial. Alpha, the first guide, forcing him to establish the final sequence of the elemental stones. Beta raised one hand. This stage evaluates your control over your current mana circles. Further details will be disclosed once the trial begins. She continued, voice steady. If you succeed, pages 31 through 81 will unlock. They contain the knowledge of the third mana circle. Hale's eyes shone. Perfect, he said. Let's go. He couldn't help grinning. Page 81, huh? I was expecting maybe 15 pages at most. This is way better. Still, that only confirmed one thing. The third circle existed on an entirely different level. The Circle of Heart's Call was powerful. The Circle of Resonance, even more so. But this next one, whatever waited beyond them, had to be something on a completely different plane. Excitement bubbled up, tangled tightly with unease. Beta placed a hand over her chest. Your test begins now. And just like that, she vanished. A voice rolled through the hollow space, deep and authoritative. Student, the second trial will now be revealed. Hale lifted his head. That voice. It's the teacher. The voice continued, echoing all around him. A sequence of magic circles will appear before you. Hundreds of them. You must activate every single one. Hale raised his hand, activating the first seal instinctively. Raybell's voice chimed in calmly. If he synchronizes his resonance circle with each seal, the rest should trigger automatically. Hale frowned and reached out again. Why did it suddenly change? The teacher answered without pause. Each circle refreshes every 3 seconds. Fail to activate one in time, and you start from the beginning. Maintain focus. Hale's brows knitted together. So it's a memory test. Not exactly, Raybell added. The sequence changes every time. Memorization won't help you at all. Hale let out a tired sigh. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. He closed his eyes for a moment, steadying himself. All right. When he opened them again, a faint smile tugged at his lips as he extended his hand. Let's see what happens. Hours passed. Later, he stood by a table, staring down at the open book in disbelief. 8 hours. I spent 8 hours on this, he muttered. And I only cleared 10 rounds. He picked the book up, fingers tightening around the spine. Still, I'm making progress. Slowly but surely. His gaze sharpened. Instinct alone isn't enough. There has to be a pattern. Dropping onto the bed, he flipped through page after page, searching for anything he might have missed. Then a voice spoke, calm and almost amused. By the way, Idert isn't the only book I've written. If you find yourself stuck, young student, seek out my other works. They'll help guide you forward. Hale shot upright. So Idert isn't the only one? His eyes narrowed with determination. Then I'll have to track down the rest, even if I don't know their titles, or where they're hidden. The next morning, he headed out, desperate for a change of pace. That was when a familiar figure appeared out of nowhere. Hey. Hale looked up. Adela. She blinked in surprise. Hale. Later, the two found themselves walking side by side through the park once more. Hale chuckled. Funny how often we run into each other. Adela smiled softly. Yeah, it really is. He studied her face. You look exhausted. Didn't sleep? She sighed, covering part of her face. Not even a little. Pulling out her tablet, she brightened slightly. I was reading this amazing article, The Technical Possibilities of Teleportation Magic. Hale laughed. That's a pretty ambitious topic. Her eyes lit up. Exactly. You should read it too. Come on. As he sat down and began skimming the text, a thought drifted through his mind. Where did all these seals even come from? Adela sat beside him, quietly sipping her banana milk. A few unopened packs still rustled inside her bag. When he handed the tablet back, his gaze lingered on the screen a moment longer. Interesting, he said. Adela smiled, leaning closer. Tell me what you think too. Hale nodded slowly. Well, except for one thing. They spoke at the exact same time. There's no clear conclusion. Hale stared at the display, brows knitting as his thoughts sank deeper. This analysis is based on ancient manuscript data by Raybell Bitinio. His eyes widened. Wait, Raybell Bitinio. He scanned the text again, line by line. The structure's different. The wording too. But these theories, his jaw tightened. They're unmistakably similar to Bitinio's work. Then his expression darkened. Still, it's shallow. There's no real depth. He turned toward Adela. Who did you say wrote this? She blinked, surprised. Go Sang-jun. Later, alone in his room, Hale muttered under his breath. Go Sang-jun, a magic researcher with no public record. No age, no gender, no history. And this is the only article they've ever released. He glanced at the scattered papers on his desk. Maybe the backlash scared them into hiding. After a brief pause, he picked up his phone, a faint smile tugging at his lips, and dialed. Hello, he said calmly. This is Hale, officially a student, though that title doesn't really fit anymore. Far away, inside the blue magic tower, Kim Kanjin answered the ringing phone. Hello. It's Shin Hale. Kim Kanjin exhaled sharply. What is it this time? I've been up all night researching. Hale chuckled. I found something. Something that could help both of us. Kim Kanjin straightened instantly. But, Hale added, I'll need your help to track someone down. Not long after, back at Obelisk Academy, Hale was training in the hall. He swung his arms forward, unleashing a compressed burst of energy. Across from him, Sunshine hurriedly raised layer after layer of defensive barriers. The blast tore straight through. Sunshine staggered back, shouting, You lunatic. Hale grinned. What? That was just the first magic circle. What's the big deal? Sunshine flipped backward to regain his footing, eyes blazing. You're seriously asking that? That was the first circle. His jaw tightened, the shock still written all over his face. Hale glanced at him again as Sunshine hastily surrounded himself with 4 defensive layers. See, he said lightly. They held up just fine. I almost died. Sunshine snapped, jabbing a finger at him. That's it. Hand to hand. No magic. Hale smirked. Sure, but do you really think you can beat me without magic? Sunshine clenched his fists. Come on. Hale stepped in and struck cleanly, his fists snapping up into Sunshine's chin. Sunshine flipped backward, crashing onto the floor. The surrounding students froze, mouths hanging open in stunned silence. Hale looked down at him and grinned. So, that was your big plan? Upside down on the floor, Sunshine could only groan. Hale gave him a quick wink. Hand to hand doesn't leave much room for tricks. It's just your second circle enhanced body versus my third circle reinforcement. That alone makes it interesting, don't you think? Hey, Sunshine barked. That was an insult, wasn't it? A while later, Sunshine lay there with a heating pad pressed to his back, scowling as he muttered, This is seriously unfair. Not only does he cheat with magic, he's a complete monster up close too. He shifted with a groan and added bitterly, Such a dirty fighter. Hale finished taping a bandage on his Sunshine's back and chuckled. Then maybe he should work on his endurance too. Sunshine glanced sideways. By the way, what's his plan? Plan? Hale echoed. Sunshine suddenly shot upright. Don't tell me he's already aiming for the Olympiad. Hale's eyes widened. How did you know? Sunshine smirked. It's obvious. You could tell from day one. He's always wandering around half lost in thought. Even during the magic stone suppression test, he was completely distracted. Everyone else clears it in 27 seconds. He took 74. He continued, voice turning serious. Still, lately he's been crushing everyone. Training, evaluations, he's always at the top. But if he's serious about challenging the upperclassmen at the Olympiad, he can't afford to stay unfocused. Honestly, in his current state, there's no way he wins. Even he knows that. Hale simply smiled and let out a long, thoughtful hum. Sunshine raised an eyebrow. See? He knows. After a short pause, Sunshine added, I heard the top contender this year is already a 5th circle mage. If he's still stuck at 2nd. Yeah, the odds aren't great. Hale's smile faded as he thought it through. Sunshine wasn't wrong. Temporary boosts wouldn't be enough. If he wanted a real shot at the Olympiad, he needed something permanent. 4th circle was the bare minimum. And to reach that, he had to find Go Sang-jun. Later that day, Hale stopped in front of a familiar building and checked his navigator. This is the place. Kim Kanjin nodded with a tired smile. Sorry it took so long. Took me a full week to track him down. First time doing this kind of thing. That was enough. Go Sang-jun was here. Hale's eyes widened. Wait, this place? Isn't this the used bookstore I always go to? A strange certainty settled in his chest. That was it. Go Sang-jun had been hiding in plain sight the whole time. The bookstore stood right across from the academy. Ever since being labeled incompatible with interactive magic, Hale had buried himself in books, especially old, second-hand ones. He'd learned more from these shelves than anywhere else. But he'd never once questioned where the Eider Codex had come from. Maybe it came from here. Hale pushed the door open and stepped inside. Good afternoon. From beneath the counter, the shopkeeper peeked out, blinked once, then smiled. Hale, it's been a while. Hale returned the smile. How have you been? Same as always, the man said with a chuckle. Though I did hear you finally figured out how to use magic properly. You look a lot better now. Hale dipped his head slightly. Thank you, sir. The shopkeeper waved a hand dismissively. No need to thank me. I just sell books. But it's because of those books that I've made it this far, Hale replied honestly. The man paused, then nodded slowly. Even if that's just politeness. I appreciate it. So, what brings you here today? Hale hesitated for a brief moment. then chose his words carefully. Sir, I wanted to ask, Hale said carefully, would it be possible to meet Go Sang-jun? Your son. The man tilted his head, eyes narrowing slightly. Why are you asking about Sang-jun? No. How do you even know that name? Hale placed a hand over his chest. I came across another article published under his name. It caught my attention, so I started asking around, and eventually it led me here. I'm sorry for looking into things without permission, but this truly matters to me. I really want to meet him. The shopkeeper rubbed the back of his neck, murmuring, that article. Yes, I remember it. After a short silence, he exhaled. All right, I'll arrange it. Hale bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. The man sighed. But don't expect answers. Not from that meeting. Hale blinked. What do you mean? Instead of explaining, the shopkeeper opened a side door. Come with me. He's this way. They walked through a narrow hallway. Stopping in front of a closed door, the man turned back. He's in here. Hale's eyes widened. Go Sang-jun. Inside the room, a long-haired man lay completely still on a bed, tubes, and a breathing apparatus attached to his body. Hale froze. This is him. The shopkeeper pulled a chair closer and nodded. Yes, my son. Go Sang-jun. Silence filled the room. After a moment, Hale asked hesitantly, may I ask, what happened to him? The man nodded heavily. Of course. Sang-jun broke a taboo. He clasped his hands together. A rule every mage is warned never to cross. Hale leaned forward. A taboo? What kind? The shopkeeper crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He ran a mana circle directly through his brain. He paused, letting the words sink in. That technique is forbidden in the world of magic. Hale's eyes flew open. Mana through the brain? He clenched his fists unconsciously. But why? Why would he do something so reckless? The man looked at him seriously. For his research. He reached a point where he had only two choices. Prove his theory, or abandon it entirely. So that was it, Hale realized. The only way forward was to channel mana straight into the brain. I stopped him, the shopkeeper said quietly, turning toward his son. I couldn't let him go any further. So this was how he reached the Vintner magic style, Hale thought. Not through conventional means, but by walking a completely different path. The man's voice dropped. Even so, I doubt I can answer the questions he came here with. Sang-jun would have explained everything himself. He looked down. Forgive me. I shouldn't have brought this up. It's still a heavy burden. He placed a hand on Hale's shoulder. It's all right. There's no need to dwell on it. I saw firsthand how obsessed he was with his research. Every day, buried in ancient magical texts, he paused. Watching you reminds me so much of him. Outside, the sky slowly shifted into shades of orange and red. As the light faded, Hale finally spoke. Sir, if it's not too much to ask, may I read the materials your son used for his research? The man studied him for a long moment. You really want to see Sang-jun's notes? I do, Hale replied without hesitation. They're just sitting there, gathering dust, aren't they? I want to learn from them, and actually put them to use. The clerk raised 2 fingers. All right, but I have 2 conditions. Hale's eyes widened slightly. First, the man said, if you plan to continue Sang-jun's research on teleportation magic, I want my name listed as a co-author. Hale smiled immediately. Of course. I'll make sure of it. The clerk nodded. Good. Second. His expression hardened. No matter what, never channel mana directly into your brain. Got it. Hale blurted out. I promise. The clerk led him into a small room. This is where he worked. The books he used are all here. He gestured toward the shelves. These should be the ones you'll need most. Hale's gaze swept across the bookshelf, then stopped. One spine stood out. That pattern. It felt familiar. He stepped closer and pulled it free, but the book slipped from his hands and hit the floor. He crouched down, heart pounding. Is this? Idred. Carefully, he picked it up and turned toward the clerk. Sir. The man looked over, and for just a moment, it was as if he was seeing his son standing there instead. That one, he murmured. Sang-jun always kept it close, like it held something special. Go ahead. Take it. There might be something important inside. Hale opened the book and nodded, gratitude clear in his eyes. Just like I thought, this awful handwriting again. The same as Idred's. They were written by the same person. Suddenly, he blurted out, Sir, can I take this with me to read? Will you allow it? The clerk smiled softly. Of course. Take whatever you need. Hale hugged the book to his chest. Thank you. Truly. Then he hesitated. Have you ever seen other books with this same handwriting? The clerk rubbed his chin. I'm not sure. Hale's eyes lit up. What about red hardcovers? The fancy ones. Red hardcovers. The clerk echoed. No, nothing like that. Books like those don't usually show up around here. Then how did Sang-jun get his hands on one? Hale wondered, lowering his gaze to the book again. I see. Thanks anyway. But still, how did Idred end up in his collection? Later that night, Hale sat on his bed, surrounded by stacks of books. He let out a slow sigh. I searched every corner of Sang-jun's library, and this was the only one that resembled Idred's work. He picked it up again and smiled faintly. Even finding one is still progress. Then, without warning, energy crackled through the air. The books began to glow, their light intertwining as they slowly merged together. Hale's eyes went wide. What is happening? A flash of light erupted, and suddenly cakes, confetti, and roses burst out of the book. A familiar voice rang through the room. I hereby bequeath this book to the rightful owner of Iderd. Hale gasped. Not again. The voice continued calmly. This book is named M.I.M. Hale froze. That voice, that's my teacher. Before he could react, his surroundings warped, and his body was pulled away once more, dragged into the book's dimension. The voice echoed one last time. Enjoy its contents with all your heart, my student. A tiny bear made of pure energy climbed out of the book as the space around Hale warped and shifted. When his vision settled, he found himself standing inside a room wrapped in green vines crawling along the walls. He slowly looked around, unsettled. Where am I? Something suddenly poked the back of his neck. Whoa, you actually made it. Welcome to Book Mimir. Hale spun around, startled. Who are you? The girl pointed at herself proudly. Me? I'm Mimir. She threw her arms wide in an exaggerated pose. And I'm the one in charge of measuring the Mimir well. With a bright smile, she held out her hand. Nice to meet you, successor. Hale straightened. The Mimir well. Mimir nodded eagerly. That's what this library is called. Ray Bell Bitinio created it specifically for his successors, those who walk the teacher's path. Hale glanced around again. It's kind of small for a library. She tapped her cheek thoughtfully. That's because your progress is still pretty modest. The Mimir well grows as you grow. Judging by its current size, she leaned closer. You haven't even cleared the second page test yet. Hale let out a sigh. Yeah, that's true. Mimir tilted her head. Then would it be okay if I talked to you casually? He blinked. She flicked his nose without warning. We're gonna see each other a lot. Being formal would just get awkward. Let's keep it casual, all right? He laughed lightly. Yeah, sure. Sound good. Mimir grinned. Great. Oh, and by the way, you're not bad at all. You've already reached the second circle. Hale frowned. What's so special about finding you this quickly? Her expression sharpened as she held out her hand. It means you have the potential to jump straight to the fifth circle. His eyes widened. The fifth circle? You're serious. Mimir lifted her hand, and a book slid out from a shelf, floating gently through the air before settling into her palm. She handed it to him. Read this. You'll get it. Hale accepted the book, staring at the cover. Is this the complete resonance theory? Everything that was missing from the Iderd is in there, Mimir said, including what you're holding now. Then why wasn't it all included in the Iderd to begin with? Hale asked. Mimir shrugged. Because the Iderd is already crammed with content and tests for every stage of a successor's growth. There are other reasons too. That's why books like this exist. Hale lowered his gaze to the book. So the teacher expanded on everything inside the Mimir well. Exactly, she replied. Think of the Iderd as the main thesis. This one's more like a reference guide. Got it. Hale looked around once more. So that means every book here is tied to a specific level. And as I grow, more books will appear. Mimir pointed at him and winked. Bingo. So, think you can figure out how to reach the fifth circle with that? Hale nodded without hesitation. Absolutely. This should be enough to crack the second test. Some time later, Hale floated in complete weightlessness, suspended in empty space. Is this the 79th? He wondered. The second test required him to activate 100 magic circles. On his very first attempt, it had taken 8 brutal hours just to activate 10 circles. But now, after visiting the Mimir well, he had reached 79 in a single run. Hale let out a quiet laugh. Back then, it was basically impossible. The smile on his face slowly faded as a thought crossed his mind. If I really push myself, I might even reach 100 tonight. Unless my luck turns. His thoughts drifted to Mimir. Getting that book before the Olympiad, that was pure luck. Later that day, Hale followed a maid down a long, silent corridor. Why did father call for me? He wondered. Is this about the compensation for what happened with Sayuk? The image of Sayuk collapsed on the ground flashed through his mind, and Hale sighed. I want to spend the rest of the day studying with Mimir. But this matters too. The maid stopped in front of an office door. Young Master Hale has arrived. From inside, Inhyuk's calm voice responded. Let him in. Hale stepped inside. Father. Inhyuk gestured toward a chair. Sit. I'll keep this brief. His tone was firm. This incident wasn't entirely your doing, but your contribution was slightly more than half. Taking into account your previous gains, your total share of the magic stone mines is now 26%. I understand, Hale replied evenly. That's not a small reward. Inhyuk continued. You've earned it. So, have you decided what you want? Hale nodded, placing a hand over his chest. Yes, I would like one of the ancient relics stored deep within our family treasury. Inhyuk raised an eyebrow. An ancient relic? You do know most of those are little more than antiques. Very few contain anything of real value. I don't think so, Hale said calmly. I believe the legends surrounding ancient relics, and the events recorded in them, are real. Inhyuk rubbed his temples. You're still young, but believing in that kind of fairy tale is foolish. After a moment, he pointed toward Hale. Still, it's your choice. You may take one. Hale's eyes brightened. Thank you. So, Inhyuk asked, which relic do you want? Hale answered without a second of hesitation. The one sealed beneath the treasury. Ray Bell by Tinio's cloak. Deep beneath the Shin estate, inside the underground treasury, an assistant carefully handed a sealed box to Inhyuk. He took it, then passed it to Hale. I hope you won't regret this, Inhyuk said. Hale smiled. Thank you, father. Inhyuk sighed. I can't believe you actually bought into that ridiculous legend. Still, you're young. He crossed his arms. Focus on your training. That way, you won't regret things later. You're dismissed. Yes, sir, Hale replied, his smile never fading. A short while later, seated inside a moving car, Hale looked down at the box resting on his lap. Most of the relics in our family are genuine, he thought. If this really is Ray Bell by Tinio's cloak, then even 30% of the magic stone mines wouldn't compare. He folded his arms, doubt creeping in. But what if it's fake? Slowly, he opened the box. His eyes widened. Wait, this. He gently lifted the cloak from within. Is this fiber? Made of pure mana cloth? Mana cloth, an ultra-rare material refined from magic stones, worked by fewer than 30 artisans in the entire world. But this cloak wasn't just partially woven with mana cloth. It was made entirely from it. Not only that, Hale murmured. This technique didn't even exist in their era. His fingers glided over the fabric, slow and careful. This goes beyond every known artifact made from mana fibers. I've never seen anything like it. Back in his room, Hale sat down and examined the cloak in detail. His gaze stopped on a rough, uneven inscription stitched into it. What terrible handwriting, he muttered. That has to be the teacher's. I'm used to decoding his mess by now. He lifted the cloak again, studying it more seriously. But what kind of structure is this? The inner and outer layers were tangled in a strange, inverted configuration. Working with mana cloth was already difficult. Normally, the inner layer enhanced mana flow to strengthen spellcasting, while the outer layer dampened mana to protect against incoming magic. But this cloak did the opposite. The outer layer drew mana in, making the wearer more vulnerable. The inner layer blocked mana, weakening spells cast outward. This is completely backward, Hale muttered. There's no way the teacher would make such a simple mistake. Then a thought struck him. Wait, what if I just turn it inside out? He flipped the cloak. Nothing changed. Even reversed, the inner and outer layers retained their original functions. Hale's expression hardened. This was intentional. But why? Is this really an ancient relic? He leaned back, staring at the cloak in silence. No wonder father buried this thing in storage. Not long after, Hale returned to Mimir's library. Mimir, he called. She turned with a bright smile. Oh, successor. How have you been? Hale held out the cloak. Her eyes went wide as she rushed over. Wait, no way. Is that Rao's cloak? You actually found it. That's amazing. Yes, Hale said. But there's something off about it. Mimir took the cloak from him, inspecting it closely. Off how? She examined it for a moment, then suddenly screamed, making Hale jump back. She held up 2 fingers. You're still at the second circle, right? Yeah. Hale replied, confused. What? Mimir let out a long sigh. That explains it. Of course you wouldn't know yet. All right, enough riddles, Hale said. How am I supposed to use this thing? She crossed her fingers apologetically. I'm sorry, successor, but I can't explain it yet. What? Why not? Mimir handed the cloak back and crossed her arms. There's a specific type of magic, one that exists only within the Wait Inner style. Hale's eyes widened. Wait Inner has special magic. Suddenly, Mimir grabbed her head and screamed. I shouldn't even be saying this. Clearly rattled, she took a breath and stretched out her hand. All right, I'll say just one thing. There's a special form of magic within the Wait Inner style. She looked straight at him. It's called true magic. Hale echoed. Mimir straightened, hands on her waist. It's nothing like the magic you've been using until now. True magic is real. Hale frowned. What does that mean? Are you saying I haven't been using real magic this whole time? Mimir nodded without hesitation. Sadly, yes. Then she tapped her lips, as if sealing them. But I'm not allowed to explain anything more about true magic until you reach a certain point. Hale rubbed his chin. So there's some kind of restriction in place. Exactly, she said. That cloak is an artifact. It was designed to help its user wield true magic. So, you're really not going to tell me anything else? He asked, clearly disappointed. Mimir smiled. You catch on quickly, successor. Hale opened the cloak again, studying its strange structure. All right, then tell me this. What level do I need to reach before I can properly learn about this artifact? She raised 5 fingers. The 5th circle, or more precisely, complete mastery of the 5th circle. That's when the 5th page of the trials unlocks. From that point on, the Wait Inner style's 5th circle magic truly begins to shine. Sometime later, Hale stood once more before the 2nd page of the book, re-attempting the trial. 98, 99, 100, he shouted as the final circle activated. A familiar voice echoed through the space. Congratulations on passing. Hale looked around. That voice, it's the teacher. The voice continued calmly. Completing the second trial must have exhausted you. You've done well. Now, it's time for me to teach you how to weave the third magic circle. Hale clenched his fist. The third circle. The third tier of the Wakener's internal style, the teacher explained, is known as the circle of interaction. Hale's eyes widened. Circle of interaction. Later, after everything settled, Hale closed the book and sat in silence. He had passed the second trial. Staring at the cover, he thought, now it's time to create the third magic circle. He stood up, a grin spreading across his face. If it weren't for that cloak in Mimir's well, I'd probably still be stuck on the second test. The night before, inside Mimir's well, Mimir had stretched out her hand and said, or better yet, master the fifth circle and unlock the fifth page of the trials. From there on, the Wakener's fifth circle magic shines brighter than ever. Holding the cloak, Hale had replied, then I don't have a choice. Until I master the fifth circle, I'll just have to set this aside. Wait, Mimir shouted. Successor, what are you thinking? You can't just throw something this valuable into storage. Hale frowned. But how am I supposed to use it right now? The inner and outer layers are completely reversed. It'll only interfere. Snatching the cloak back, Mimir yelled, oh my goodness, give it here. Then she smiled. This cloak traps your mana inside your body, preventing it from leaking out. It lets you reach mana overabundance. Hale's eyes widened. When mana overflows, she continued, your circle of infinity spins faster. That means your brain absorbs mana more efficiently, and your mental fatigue recovers much faster. The same goes for physical exhaustion. Hale took the cloak back, stunned. So, if I wear this, I'll need less sleep? Mimir lunged for it again and screamed. Are you insane? She covered her face, squealing. With that thing on, you might not need sleep at all. Hale blinked. Wait, what do you mean by not at all? Mimir answered without hesitation. Exactly that. Wear it for just 5 hours a day, and you'll hit your peak far faster than normal. And that's only one of its side effects. Sharing this with the successor, that was probably the right call, don't you think? Hale smiled with quiet confidence. I'll reach the fifth circle soon, no matter what. Mimir nodded, then her tone hardened. Just remember this. This only works with a successor. For anyone else, it's poison. No one else can wear it. Of course, Hale replied. I understand. With something like this, the remaining tests should be much easier. 2 days later, Hale sat cross-legged on the floor beside his bed, the cloak still wrapped around him. His gaze was unfocused, lost in thought. He was close, painfully close. Yet something still refused to fall into place. I'm almost there, he muttered. I just need to fully grasp the circle of interaction. The third circle of the Wakener's inner style, interaction. It allowed him to influence the spell formation of others. But to touch another person's mana, perfect synchronization was essential. He closed his eyes. So that's why syncing all those circles mattered. It was training me to interfere with someone else's magic. A quiet laugh escaped him. That's actually incredible. I never thought of it like this. He hadn't expected the second trial to become the foundation for creating the third circle. Opening the book once more, he read carefully. To weave the third circle, the circle of heart's call and the circle of resonance must align in perfect harmony and connect with the surrounding mana. By maintaining continuous resonance, the third circle will naturally form. Hale clenched his fist. All right, this time I've got it. He inhaled deeply. Absorb the mana in the air. Synchronize everything. With this much mana, it's like building a house, one brick at a time. Sitting in the lotus position, he closed his eyes. Mana flowed into him, settling layer by layer. Every fragment he absorbed felt alive, as if it carried a voice. His consciousness drifted, weightless. A playground, it's small, but it's warm. We want to stay. Let's play here. The mana didn't want to disperse. It wanted to remain together. Hale hovered in that state, thinking calmly, I've come far, but this is only the halfway point. I need to keep the resonance stable. The voices returned. We need more space. Let's hold hands, form a circle. We'll dance, we'll sing, we'll become one. In his mind, the mana took shape. Tiny figures joining hands, forming a perfect ring of light. Then Hale flinched. Too hot. If the mana deviation exceeded even 1%, his body couldn't withstand it. He could only accept energy within an extremely narrow margin. That margin had to shrink further, down to 1/10, 100th of a percent. That was the role of the third circle, to regulate mana so gently, so subtly, it was almost invisible. Time slipped by. Finally, Hale opened his eyes, sweat dripping down his face. He rose slowly to his feet. It's done. He stretched out his hand and shouted. Circle 1, Heart's Call. Circle 2, Resonance. Then, clenching his fist, he declared, Circle 3, Interaction. A grin spread across Hale's face. He had finally grasped the third circle. Interaction. There was no time to slow down now. If he wanted to stand at the top, he needed to grow stronger, fast, and push straight toward mastering the fifth circle. Sometime later, Hale lay stretched out across a thick tree branch, completely relaxed, with birds casually perched on his head and even one on his leg. A combat survival test, he muttered. It was a large-scale practical held across the harsh terrain of Kangwon Province, a vast training zone riddled with cliffs, rocks, and uneven ground. The test would last 32 hours without pause. Each participant carried a special evaluation artifact. The rules were simple: survive inside a designated zone that would gradually shrink over time. Hale glanced at his watch. All right, time to move. But survival wasn't just about enduring monsters. Other students were part of the equation too. And points? Those were earned through combat. The birds scattered all at once, as a sudden surge of energy erupted beneath the tree. Die! Gihak shouted. Hale sprang upward, narrowly dodging the attack. In the next instant, he was already behind Gihak, striking back without hesitation. Gihak sneered. You're fast, but you won't get away. Hale's fist flew forward, but a barrier flared into existence, blocking it completely. Gihak laughed. Seriously? You think your fist can break this? That was when Hale activated his third circle. Interaction. The barrier shattered instantly. What? Gihak gasped. With a swift push of earth mana, Hale sent him flying backward. Gihak clenched his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. That weak earth spell broke my barrier. Hale stared him down calmly. So who's the real idiot here? You try to sneak attack, and still screamed like an amateur. He tightened his fist, the realization settling in. This is the power of interaction. He hadn't overpowered the barrier. He'd interfered with its core, weakening the structure just enough that even a basic first circle spell could destroy it. A voice echoed through the testing grounds. Student Kang Gihak, eliminated. Hale adjusted his watch. He practically handed me the opening. No wonder it worked. The voice sounded again. Shin Hale earns 10 points. Hale smiled. Not a bad start. Later, as he moved deeper into the forest, his thoughts lingered on the third circle. The sensation of using it was addictive. At this rate, I'll be able to interfere with even third circle magic soon, he thought. Then, footsteps. He turned on instinct, launching a fireball straight into the trees. His eyes sharpened. Bloody claw wolves. They were already closing in, forming a loose circle around him. So that's it, Hale thought. The noise from earlier must have drawn them here. He rolled his shoulders, loosening his limbs. If I were an average student, I'd probably complain about getting attacked non-stop. Maybe even cry a little, he said lightly. Then his smile sharpened. But I'm aiming for the top. I don't have the luxury of excuses. This pace. He took a step forward. I welcome it. The wolves howled and charged. Hale's mana surged as he roared back. Come on, let's see what you much can do. Far away, the instructor sat before a wall of glowing monitors, silently observing every movement as the test unfolded. A female staff member scanned the field and spoke up, her tone impressed. Adela Starrett, Ji Soon-chan, Kim Kong-soo, Ma Jae-hak. Those students are clearly pulling ahead. At this pace, they're all shaping up like top 10 candidates. A male instructor let out a quiet laugh. True, but lasting until the very end. That's the real test. She glanced toward another instructor. No one doubts Shin anymore, right? Instructor Go Chong-soo answered with an easy smile. Not a chance. A younger assistant chimed in a little too loudly. He's nothing like that so-called amateur who was almost expelled. Her eyebrow lifted. Expelled? Seriously? He's been leading the training rankings by a massive margin. Still is. It's how he reads the blood claws, another instructor muttered, eyes fixed on the monitors. He didn't rush them. He waited until the entire pack gathered. And, turn that into points, someone else added. If he keeps this pace, one of them said with a grin, the Olympics won't be a dream. It'll be an option. Out on the field, Hale wiped the sweat from his face and looked down at the wolves scattered around him. About 60 points, he murmured, taking all in. Then the ground shook. What? An earthquake, he muttered, then stiffened. No, the ground's moving. He sprang toward a cluster of crystals, jaw clenched tight. So this is it. Something enormous shifted beneath the earth. A massive shape rose into view, its sheer bulk rivaling an elephant, its shell studded with emerald light that shimmered ominously. An emerald turtle, Hale thought, eyes widening. He pushed himself upright and let a grin creep across his face. Since when do rare monsters just show up like this? He felt it immediately, the thrill. A real challenge. Without hesitation, he dropped back to the ground, eyes locked on the towering beast. Biggest opponent yet or not, it didn't matter. Like every monster before it, this one was getting in his way. Back at Obelisk Academy's training field, the evaluation panel leaned forward as Hale confronted the giant head-on. Ji Soon-chan was the first to notice. Hale wasn't running out of fear. His movement was deliberate, measured. He was positioning himself, maybe even waiting for an opening to draw others in. Everyone on the panel knew this zone doubled as a rare monster area. Someone muttered that even for a prodigy, taking this thing alone wasn't bold. It was reckless. The emerald turtle blocked his path completely. A Class 4 monster from the Great Sea. famous for its near-impenetrable defenses. Worse, it was a nightmare matchup for magic users. And now, it stood between Hale and any clean escape. The turtle slammed its massive claw down, the impact cracking the ground. Hale slipped past it and reset his stance in one smooth motion. His mind raced. If he could bring this thing down, the points would be absurd. His gaze flicked to the tail. Too fast. Much faster than he expected. He threw up a barrier instinctively, but it shattered on contact. From the panel, someone clicked their tongue. Clever, but not enough. Even a six-circle magician would struggle against a monster like that, and Hale was already in its range. Then Hale finally makes his move. Volcane flame erupts from him in a violent surge, igniting the battlefield and swallowing everything in thick, black smoke. From within the haze, he watches, breathing steady, hoping, just for a moment, that this will be enough. It isn't. The monster lets out a thunderous roar and shrugs the flames off like they were nothing. Hale's blood runs cold. Not even a scratch. His grip tightens as reality sets in. This isn't about winning anymore. This is about staying alive. Even a fifth-circle magician wouldn't survive a solo fight like this. And then a thought cuts through the panic. Why is it so aggressive? Guarding something? A mana storage core? Maybe. His curiosity ignites. Guess there's only one way to find out, he mutters. Mana floods into his legs, and he bursts forward, circling the turtle in tight, relentless loops. The massive head turns smoothly, eyes never leaving him. One clean hit would shatter him completely. He dodges again and again, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. Then the turtle slams the ground. The impact sends emerald shards flying, as if they were shrapnel. Trees nearby are ripped from the earth and hurled aside like toys. Hale grits his teeth. He can't keep this up. His lungs burn. Now or never. As the beast charges once more, he throws up a wide, reinforced barrier. This time it holds, barely. The crushing force presses in from all sides, and he knows it won't last long. He activates resonance instantly, sharpening every step, every movement. This is close range, he mutters. After this, his legs will be wrecked, but he accepts that price. When magic surges, he dashes straight at the monster. And suddenly, memory. A younger Hale, flipping through a worn picture book. A small illustration flashes in his mind. The emerald turtle's double charge technique. The strain it puts on its joints. After a full force slam, a brief paralysis. His eyes widen. This is it. He launches himself into the air. Now's my chance. Mana explodes outward as an enormous ice sphere forms above him. Far larger than anyone watching could have imagined. The panel back at the academy falls into stunned silence, eyes fixed on the sheer scale of the spell. Without hesitation, Hale activates interference magic and fires a magic arrow straight into the sphere. The ice detonates forward. It rips through emerald shell and flesh alike, piercing straight into the turtle's body. The massive beast staggers, then collapses, completely still. Silence. Hale lands heavily, chest heaving, sweat dripping down his face. He glances at his system watch. A new message flashes. You have earned 1,000 points. He clenches his fist and exhales. Nice. Elsewhere, inside the mansion of the magic god, Hyan and Mr. Shin watch the aftermath in silence. Mr. Shin finally speaks. Sure, the emerald turtle is weak to ice, but still. How'd he pull that off with only 3 spheres? Hyan shakes his head slowly. No idea. But his judgment was flawless. When survival's on the line, instincts take over. Mr. Shin nods, clearly impressed. That part, I didn't teach him. Then Hyan hesitates. Sir, why is your son so daring? He thinks of Hale's siblings and adds quietly. Compared to Jihan and Sia checks, this feels reckless. Mr. Shin's gaze hardens slightly. Every move he makes is calculated. Back when magic use was restricted, Hyan was excluded from family competitions. His standing was at rock bottom. He pauses. But that's no longer the case. In just 2 months, he hadn't simply grown stronger. He'd asked for protection from his siblings just to buy time. And now he was making enough noise to climb fast. Mr. Shin smiled faintly. He wants to be seen, by everyone. With those 2 months of safety behind him, he probably believes Jihan and the others can't lay a hand on him anymore. Back on the field, Hale sat beside a small fire, calmly roasting chunks of turtle meat. The flames crackled softly as he took a bite, savoring the reward of victory. One earned through a kind of recklessness most people wouldn't dare embrace. Night settled over the forest. Beneath a thick canopy of trees, Hale had set up camp, grilling in silence as the rich scent of roasted meat drifted through the air. As he ate, his thoughts wandered back to the survival training rules. From 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., gathering, or even talking, was forbidden. There had to be a reason. Making things easy wouldn't help anyone grow. In some countries, outdoor training programs were far harsher than this. Maybe the academy was finally trying to catch up. At least this time, magical tools were allowed. Thanks to that, his recovery was much faster than usual. That alone felt like a blessing. With his stomach full, he leaned back, letting the quiet settle in. Then, rustling, Hale turned instantly. From the bushes stepped Sunshine and Adela. The three of them froze, staring at one another in mutual surprise. Not long after, they were sitting around the fire together, the scent of roasting beef now replacing turtle meat. Curious, Hale asked how the two of them had ended up together in the first place. Adela answered casually. They'd been at it until just past 11. Sunshine quickly added, we weren't fighting. She was beating me. Completely one-sided. Hale laughed. So the match ended at 11, and the smell of food lured you in. Sunshine grinned, sharp as always. Then he clasped his hands together dramatically. This smell is torture. You gonna share or what? Hale shot them a look. Take those greedy eyes off my food. They immediately started whining like starving kids, arguing that food was meant to be shared. Eventually, he gave in. They tore into the meal like children discovering candy for the first time, praising every bite between mouthfuls. This is insane, Sunshine said, eyes wide. Hale, did you cook this yourself? Hale felt a strange swell of pride. So this must be what Gordon Ramsay feels like after a perfect dish, he thought. Adela suddenly paused mid-bite, studying the meat. Wait, this could be honey bear. She explained that honey bears, bear-type monsters native to the forest, had famously delicious meat when grilled. Hale shook his head. Nope. Adela tilted her head. There are only two monsters in this field you can safely eat. Honey bear and emerald turtle. Everything else either poisons you or tastes like trash. The fire crackled softly as the realization settled in. Then it finally clicks. Adela's eyes widen as she stares at Hale. Wait, don't tell me. This is emerald turtle. You're serious. Hale stays relaxed and gives a simple nod. Took one down earlier, out west. Sunshine instantly breaks into a sweat. Hold on. You actually fought one? I've only ever seen emerald turtles online. They keep eating, but the questions don't stop. Chew first. Talk later, Hale says, not even looking up. Adela isn't letting it go. I've never heard of anyone under 5 circles beating one, she says slowly. That's basically impossible. Hale rises to his feet, a grin spreading across his face. Then watch this. He strikes an exaggerated pose and shouts, burning trash. A fiery tornado forms above his palm in an instant, flames roaring skyward as 3 glowing magic circles snap into place around him. Adela and Sunshine freeze. Her voice trembles. That looks like transformation magic, and it's easily 6th circle level. Hale stands tall, firelight flickering across his face, completely unfazed. Only he knows the truth. It's still a 3rd circle spell, just amplified by the master's influence. Before he can dwell on it, Sunshine leans closer. All right, I need to know. How'd you kill the turtle? You go for the head. Hale shakes his head. Nope. Straight through the shell. They both stare at him, in disbelief. That wasn't just difficult. It was supposed to be impossible. Hale shrugs. It's real. The Academy drone recorded everything. You'll see once this is over. A smirk creeps onto his face. He already knows he'll get to watch the footage before anyone else. His confidence leaves him speechless. Dusting off his hands, he adds calmly, get some rest. Tomorrow's not over yet. Sunshine and Adela wish him luck, still half-dazed. Then Adela steps forward, a soft smile on her lips. I've got something to show too. She raises her hand, and blue mana surges outward, washing over half the forest. The trees shimmer under the spell's glow, the darkness bathed in a quiet, magical light. Just like that, day 2 of survival training begins. Elsewhere, inside the control center, staff continue watching the field in silence. Only 2 hours remain. The survivor zone has shrunk further. Just 4 students are left. Now, there's only one question. Who will stand at the end? Morning arrives. Hale walks through the jungle at an easy pace when something suddenly slices through the air at lightning speed. His instincts flare. He spots it instantly. Sharp, deliberate. Without hesitation, he forms a wind spear and brings it up. The next second, boom. A violent explosion detonates, just above him. As the smoke clears, a figure steps forward, eyes gleaming. So we're back in the supernova phase, the stranger mutters before launching himself from a tree branch at blinding speed. A punch comes flying in, fast, vicious, but Hale slips past it by a hair's breadth. Too fast. Before he can reset, a follow-up kick rips through the air, closing in. He slips back smoothly, dodging the strike with a calm, calculated motion. Dropping low into a crouched, almost spider-like stance, he clenches his teeth as his thoughts race. That wind cutter, just bait. The real threat is up close. A roundhouse kick suddenly slices through the air where his head had been moments earlier, missing by inches. The guy bursts onto the scene shouting Hale's name like a dramatic grand entrance, wearing a cocky grin. Bad luck running into me here. Hale recognizes him instantly. Sanwook, the close combat magician. The pressure rolling off him is intense. Sanwook has mastered Bodine has brand magic and pushed it to its limit. Among second years, he's one of the best when it comes to martial arts, especially in tight, close-range fights. And now he's right here, standing in front of Hale, itching for a fight. Hale doesn't flinch. He slides into a guarded stance and replies evenly. I'd say I'm the lucky one. The tension locks in place. There's no avoiding it now. Hale knows better than to toy with someone like this using half-tested interference tricks. So he switches gears. If Samwook wants to fight up close, then that's exactly what he'll do. He channels body enhancement magic, compressing power into his fist, then throws a punch, clean, fast, and packed with force. Samwook doesn't retreat. If anything, his excitement spikes. This is his kind of fight. Perfect. Back at Obelisk Academy, the evaluation panel watches closely. Both fighters are clearly using enhancement magic, which naturally favors Samwook. His movements are sharper, his recovery frighteningly fast. After all, he holds the title of National Junior Enhancement Magic Champion. Still, no one forgets what Hale did to the Emerald Turtle. No one has been able to define his limits yet. On the field, Sin strikes first, driving a punch straight at Hale. Hale tilts his head and avoids it effortlessly. And that's when he notices something off. San's eyes are glowing, dark, ominous. Hale focuses, tracing the flow of mana inside San's body. As San gathers energy into his arms and raises his fist, he suddenly faints, redirecting everything into a kick. The shift is instant. Hale reacts without hesitation, throwing up a shield just in time. The kick slams into it. The impact nearly shatters the barrier. But Hale doesn't stop there. He twists the shield's energy mid-impact and blasts it outward. San stumbles back, shock flashing across his face. He's never seen someone turn a defensive spell into a weapon like that. A thought creeps into his mind. Could this really be that legendary magician everyone thought disappeared? Sin wipes sweat from his brow, breathing hard, heart pounding. Yet a grin still tugs at his lips. Now it's getting fun. He resets his stance. But Hale doesn't give him the chance. He charges forward and drives a fist straight towards San's face. San braces. The blow lands, blood spilling from his lips, but he doesn't falter. I don't lose in close combat, San growls, teeth clenched. Hale doesn't let up. Mana surges into his fist as he drives it straight towards San's chest. San crosses his arms and braces. The impact detonates with a thunderous boom. But instead of backing off, San fires back immediately. The counter is so sudden it stuns everyone watching. Even the panel stiffens, caught completely off guard. Hale slides back a step, eyes narrowing. He didn't expect that. The technique was rough, lacking finesse, but it worked. And Hale knows it. If he'd mixed fire magic into that punch, San's arms would have been shattered. They clash again. Hale throws another punch, but halfway through, he pivots. San guards his chest again, but Hale twists at the last second, aiming higher. A grin flashes across his face. Your armpit's wide open. The strike lands. San's body jolts violently. Pain shoots through his ribs, sharp enough to crack bone, but he doesn't fall. I'm a fighter, he says, forcing himself upright. Pain doesn't stop me. He surges forward again. A fighter keeps going until the very end. Hale doesn't move. He watches, studies the reckless posture, then mutters quietly, push your body like that, and it'll give out. Sin doesn't care. He launches another brutal kick. Hale slips around it with ease. You're burning out, Hale says calmly. San roars and unleashes a desperate flurry of strikes. Hale waits, patient, precise, then steps in and drives an uppercut straight into San's shin. San's feet leave the ground. He crashes down hard. Silence spreads across the battlefield. Hale exhales slowly. San lies still, then, inch by inch, raises a hand in surrender. Even now, Hale notices it. At the last moment, San had concentrated every scrap of energy into his jaw to soften the blow. Reckless, dangerous, but impressive. He's not just strong, Hale mutters. He's a fortress. A system notification flashes. 100 points acquired. That settles it. Sin wasn't just another opponent. The night grows heavier. The tension sharpens. The area clears out. Only 3 contestants remain, or so Hale thinks. He blinks and checks the numbers again. 2. That's when Adela steps out from the shadows, her voice gentle, her smile light. Good morning, she says. Nice night, isn't it? The forest is deep and silent as the survival match reaches its final moments. The circle has closed in tight. Only 2 remain. One of them stands quietly, eyes steady. His final opponent, Adela. Far away, inside a towering building, a massive screen shows Hale's face in real time. Watching intently are Jihan and Sia. No way, Sia breathes, biting her nails. How did he make it to the final round of a nationally broadcast academy test? Frustration spills over, and we can't touch him at all. He's slipping completely out of our control. Panic creeps into her voice. If this keeps going, Hale's going to rise again. He might even become a succession candidate. Her eyes harden. No, I won't allow that. Never. Beside her, Jihan listens in silence. She spins on him, eyes blazing. Say something. He took down an emerald turtle by himself. On live broadcast. Not just online. Father definitely saw it, The entire family did. She slams her palm against the door, her body shaking with fury. Jihan finally speaks, his voice low, controlled. Sia. She whips around, eyes wild. Calm down, he says. Her composure snaps. Calm down. You expect me to calm down right now. She tries to spit out more anger, but Jihan's tone shifts. Sharper. He repeats it, slower this time. I said calm down. Sia flinches. Her shoulders drop. Her hands lower. Okay. I understand, she whispers. I won't say anything else. I don't want to be punished. The moment that word leaves her mouth, Jihan stands. He steps closer. The air tightens. His voice is soft now, but makes her shiver. Why would I punish my own sister? A faint smile curls at the corner of his lips. Shin's always been like this, always pulling attention toward himself. His eyes darken slightly. We're family, but if he keeps shaking the foundation, I won't just watch. The feed cuts back to the battlefield. The ring has nearly closed. Smoke rolls across the forest floor. In the distance, Adela has already fired a moonlight bullet. This time, you won't catch me off guard, she calls out. I've studied every one of your battles, again and again. Before, Hale had relied on sunlight. Now, under the moon's glow, the balance has shifted. Adela steps forward. A magic circle ignites beneath her feet. This ends here, she says calmly. I won't even give you a chance to strike back. Red flames roar around her as massive blue spears form and launch forward in rapid succession. The sheer force crashes toward Hale like a tidal wave. One spear clips his arm, slicing skin and drawing blood. This isn't the moonlight bullet she used during the midterm. This is something else entirely. Dodging them all is impossible. Magic users who rely on control and finesse, Adela says evenly, are weak against overwhelming long-range firepower. With a sharp motion, she forms another spell. This is your weakness. I'll surpass your skill, your effort, everything. The spears detonate, erupting into a massive surge of energy. Hale braces himself, surprised by how aggressively she's pushing. But beneath the chaos, a barrier has already taken shape, stabilizing him. Weakness or not, he murmurs, eyes steady. This is just brute force wrapped in a magic circle. From the side, he watches her carefully, gauging the rhythm of the assault. Not just anyone could afford to burn through their resources like this without hesitation. He reinforces the barrier, preparing for the next wave. Then his eyes sharpen. As expected of the Rhinold heir, her casting speed suddenly increases. His voice drops, barely audible. Since when did you reach the fourth circle, Adela? He's been analyzing her technique the entire time. Hidden by the smoke, he silently forms an ice needle. Adela feels it instantly. As expected, she says, smiling. You noticed right away. A moment later, she adds with a sly grin. I reached the fourth circle 4 days ago. And that's not all. The ice needle streaks toward her, slicing through the air, but Adela doesn't even blink. She calmly closes her eyes as it bears down on her, voice steady. I won't fall for something that obvious again. With a sharp motion, thunderlight erupts from her hand. The blast collides with the needle and shatters at midair. Hale's eyes widen. She's using the heart's eye. This isn't just about reaching the fourth circle. Adela has awakened the heart's eye, a secret mystic art inherited from her prestigious French bloodline. Like Kim's ruby eye or the Blue Tower Master's mystic vision, it's an action-type mystic eye, allowing her to perceive and respond to the world on an entirely different level. Now she's combining the raw power of the Shindui family's magic with the terrifying detection ability of the Styrt lineage. In simple terms, she's a monster. Magic circles flare into existence. 3, then 5. I'm not stupid enough to hold back against you, Adela declares. So, when are you planning to show me the spell you used to bring down the Emerald Turtle? Blue spears scream through the air again, sharper and more relentless than before. Hale intercepts them with ease, answering casually, I was just about to. In that instant, he sees everything. Adela's mystic eye, the internal structure of her moonlight bullets. Mana from light, dark, and water attributes fused together, deployed 12 times in perfect synchronization. It isn't random. It's built on the shielding Perline formula, energy compressed, and guided through the inverted helix of the Fredania equation. The result? Interference. The spears twist midair, their trajectories warping unnaturally. Adela's eyes widen. They curved. What did you do? Hale straightens, no longer defending. A calm confidence settles around him as he strikes a relaxed pose, a sly grin tugging at his lips. Well, from your perspective, he says lightly, what do you think I did? He tilts his head. Did that heart's eye of yours manage to catch it? The scene shifts. Inside the Mystic Council mansion, 2 men, Shin In-hyuk and Wei Sankyol, watch the battle unfold in silence. Sankyol breaks it first, still struggling to process what he just saw. What kind of spell lets someone twist another attack's trajectory like that? In-hyuk shakes his head slowly. I don't know. Sankyol turns to him, surprised. Did Hale explain anything beforehand? No, In-hyuk replies. That answer visibly startles him. He didn't say a word? That's not like him. In-hyuk exhales, eyes never leaving the screen. He's changed over the past year, he says quietly. Keeps things to himself now. Sankyol nods, finally recognizing it. I guess it's true. Sometimes you have to leave home to grow. He pauses, then admits, during the midterms, I honestly thought he just got lucky. I even felt guilty thinking it, but I assumed he'd peak early and fade out. In-hyuk gives a small nod. Hale always felt out of place, he says. That's what made him different. Back on the battlefield, Hale and Adela continue trading powerful blows, neither giving ground. Even as they fight, Hale speaks plainly. His earlier victory over her wasn't about overwhelming strength. It was strategy. He knew once people studied his methods, they'd adapt, and his advantage would shrink. Watching from afar, In-hyuk agrees. Adela's analytical ability is exceptional. Sankyol, eyes fixed on the clash, adds with quiet pride that his daughter has always excelled at breaking down opponents and adjusting mid-fight. But even he has to admit it now. He underestimated Hale. The battle surges towards peak. Energy flares wildly as neither side holds back. Blow after blow lights up the field, each strike refusing to yield even an inch. From the sidelines, Adela's father speaks softly, his gaze steady. He admits something unexpected. He's grateful to Hale. There was a time when his daughter had lost her drive, when nothing seemed to ignite that spark inside her. But now, her eyes are burning again, alive with purpose. For that, he's sincerely thankful. In-hyuk nods. That's something worth being grateful for. Then a loud announcement echoes across the arena. The battle survival round is officially over. All participants are to cease immediately. Hale slowly straightens, his uniform drenched with sweat, chest rising and falling heavily. Across from him, Adela wipes her brow with her sleeve, breathing just as hard as she meets his gaze. If I'd had even a few more seconds, Hale said with a crooked grin, you'd be the one flat on the ground. Adela scoffed, brushing damp strands of hair back. Get real. I had you beat, and we both know it. So does everyone watching. Their eyes met again, the air between them thick with unfinished business. The tension lingered, right up until a loud voice cut straight through it. All right, that's enough. Both of you over here. Just like that, the moment shattered, and everything moved on. The next day, Adela wasted no time. By the way, she started, I was clearly winning yesterday. Drop it. Hale cut in immediately, waving her off. Like always, I had things under control. She frowned, replaying the fight in her head. What match was he even watching? She thought irritably. Out loud, she shot back. I was this close to cracking your technique. 5 more minutes, and it would have been over. Hale shrugged. And in 5 more minutes, your brain would have fried. You'd have collapsed on the spot. Neither of them backed down. The rivalry wasn't cooling anytime soon. While they were still going at it, Sun-chan, who'd been crouched nearby, finally spoke up in a flat, tired voice. If you're going to keep arguing, take it outside. Fighting in my room is a pain to clean up. Without missing a beat, both Hale and Adela fired back in perfect sync, 26th eliminated. Sun-chan straightened up and sighed in defeat. You know this is my room, right? He complained. I just wanted to watch the battle survival replay with you too. I even brought pizza fries and drinks, and now you're killing the mood. He flopped down dramatically, eyes glossy like he was about to cry. Hale didn't even look at him. You're blocking the screen. Move. Then he added, completely serious, we're watching it from the beginning. Every second, even if it's 14 hours long. As the footage played, time slipped away. Hours passed. Eventually, Sun-chan fell asleep curled up in the corner, while Hale and Adela stayed wide awake, eyes glued to the screen. At some point, Sun-chan mumbled in his sleep, she really is an analysis monster. Hale glanced over. Adela was quietly laughing to herself. What's so funny? He asked. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she gently picked up a blanket and draped it over Sun-chan. Watching all 14 hours of this turn out to be kind of fun, she said, still smiling. Hale leaned back, giving her a sideways look. Honestly, I thought you'd get bored halfway through and leave. She adjusted the blanket once more, her smile lingering. You've got some really good friends, Hale. Her words settled softly over the room. The usual sharp edge between them faded, if only for a moment. The night grew quiet, calm, warm, and unguarded. Some time later, the air shifted, growing quieter, heavier. She lowered her gaze, regret softening her features. You guys almost feel too perfect to be real, she said under her breath. And one of you even became a real friend to me. The hero tilted his head, confused by the sudden change. Why do you sound so gloomy all of a sudden? She hesitated, then let it all spill out. I spent an entire year pretending I didn't know the truth. I kept my distance, clinging to something I didn't even understand back then. Looking back now, I think I made the wrong choice. I'm sorry. He didn't hesitate for even a second. You don't need to apologize, he said calmly. I noticed the signs too, and I still chose to stay away. That part was on me. Then, with a faint, almost self-mocking smile, he added, honestly, I kept my distance from that guy as well, at first. Suddenly, Sun-chan shot upright. Wait, hold on. You're serious? He blurted out, blinking like he'd just woken from a dream. She turned toward him in surprise. You were awake this whole time. The hero smirked, eyes still forward. Yeah, he's been awake for a while now. Then his tone shifted, steady, grounded, filled with quiet certainty. I returned to the version of myself from a year ago, he said. But this time, I hold real power in my hands. Power I can control, and comrades I can truly rely on. Both of them stared at him, caught completely off guard. He stepped forward, his expression unreadable. There's something I want to show you. As he stood, a strange presence spilled out from him. It began deep within his core, then surged outward, ripples of vivid blue energy flooding the space. Streaks of pure light burst in every direction, painting the air itself with brilliance. She sucked in a sharp breath. This is it. Sun-chan's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. That shouldn't even be possible. But the hero didn't stop. He raised one hand and walked forward, magic pouring from his palm, expanding until the entire hall was drenched in overwhelming light, bright, blinding, and impossibly beautiful. That's right, he said quietly, and their expressions froze where they stood. Without hesitation, he lifted his glowing hand, blue energy spiraling around his fingertips. This is my magic. Sun-chan stared, stunned. Wait, does that mean your alteration magic can interfere with someone else's spells? The hero casually brushed his cheek. Exactly. On top of that, I have mystic eyes that let me see spell formulas. A heavy silence followed. Then the girl finally spoke, her voice unsteady. So, that's how you noticed my secret magic. He nodded. Family techniques are usually well hidden, but I've seen yours enough times. Close enough to figure it out. He moved to the center of the hall, spreading his arms as if laying bare everything he'd been through. I had to analyze every single detail to make it work. She stepped closer. Then, when you shattered the emerald turtle shell, that was alteration magic too? Exactly, he replied without hesitation. I weakened it by interfering with the magical structure that was holding the shell together. That thing's body was basically nothing but condensed magic, he said plainly. Sun-chan threw his hands into the air. You're actually insane. You know that, right? The hero just grinned. And now you understand why I didn't bother explaining the moonlight bullet thing. The girl's eyes narrowed as she thought it through. If interference magic only works once you fully understand the opponent's spell, then it wasn't that you chose not to use it first. You simply couldn't. He nodded, clearly impressed. Exactly. You kept firing moonlight bullets over and over, which made it easier for me to analyze your mana flow. If you'd mixed in different spells, it would have taken much longer. She let herself sink down, eyes closing. So sticking to one spell type was my biggest mistake. Then she opened them again. Does this kind of magic have any weaknesses? The hero leaned back slightly, watching the last traces of blue light fade from the air. Mana analysis isn't easy, he admitted, scratching the back of his neck. I can only interfere when a spell gets really close enough to practically graze me. His expression sharpened. In a real fight, there's no time to calmly break things down. You move on instinct. He lifted a hand slightly. At best, I can nudge a spell's trajectory. Just a little. She tilted her head. Then, is it possible to completely reverse a spell, turn it around, and fire it straight back? He shook his head. Not in actual combat. The timing window's too short. She gave a small shrug. Even so, it's already absurdly powerful. Before the moment could settle, Sun-chan suddenly shouted from behind them. Hold on. Why are you two acting like this ridiculous spell is no big deal? He stormed over and slapped a hand on the hero's shoulder, clearly overwhelmed. The hero glanced at him and replied calmly, You don't get it. The girl nodded in agreement. You really don't. Now, completely lost, Sun-chan blinked between them. What are you even talking about? They answered at the same time. The Olympiad. Sun-chan froze. Wait, what? The hero turned to face them. I'm taking both of you with me to the competition. Still stunned, Sun-chan slowly looked at the girl. Did he really just say that? He raised a hand, hesitating, until the hero gave him a small nod. Go ahead. Sun-chan let out a breath. I mean, Adela going makes sense. But me? There's no way I have the skill for something like that. He went on, explaining how third years already had 7 classes to deal with, and how even getting into the academy lineup was brutally competitive. Second years barely stood chance. But the hero cut him off without hesitation. Don't worry. I'll make sure you're in. The girl nodded thoughtfully. With all the restrictions in place, interference magic would be a complete wild card. The next match was announced as a tiebreaker, a siege-style battle. Each team would have to defend their own magic stone, fire cannons at the enemies, and try to steal the opposing flag. As the hero stepped forward, he confirmed it without hesitation. In a match like that, my magic is basically cheating. The girl lifted an eyebrow. You're hiding more abilities, aren't you? He paused for a moment, then answered plainly, Of course I am. The scene shifted. The library was silent, almost reverent. The hero stood before a book, one hand resting on its cover, as energy slowly flowed into it. It's ready, he thought. A magical space unfolded, and he stepped inside. Mimir was already waiting. She looked up at him and smiled. "You're late," she said lightly. "Don't tell me you didn't place first." He smirked. "Obviously I did. The Emerald Turtle points were just misleading." Then, a spark flashed in his eyes. "And don't forget, I still have a gold medal to win at the Olympiad." She paused, then frowned slightly. "Wait, did you really tell them everything? About the Olympiad? And your interference magic?" He nodded. "Yeah, I told them." Her expression hardened. "You said you'd wait until you completely mastered it." "It felt like the right time," he replied with a shrug. She studied him closely. "So, you've actually mastered it?" Instead of answering, he gave a small, confident nod. Her eyes widened. "That's incredible." With the same calm certainty, he turned to her. "Then let's get to work. I want everything you can find on the realm of destruction. And something called Third Circle Bastard Destruction. It's time I stepped into that." Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and answered. The Tower Lord's voice came through immediately. "I saw the footage," he said, interest sharp in his tone. "You defeated the Emerald Land Turtle by yourself." The hero replied modestly. "I was just lucky." The Tower Lord scoffed. "Lucky? You were holding your own against Adela, and she's already reached the fourth circle. And during that moonlight spell, I saw how it bent off course. At first, I thought it was mana distortion. But that wasn't it, was it?" The hero hesitated, then answered politely. "I'm sorry. I can't explain that." There was a brief silence. Then the Tower Lord chuckled. "Fair enough. A mage has every right to protect his own secrets." That response caught the hero off guard. Before he could reply, the Tower Lord continued. "I'll figure out eventually. Still, well done." Then his tone shifted. "By the way, the elemental mannerite artifact you requested? It's finished." He paused, then added, "Now it's time to get serious." The hero blinked, surprised, and asked if maybe everyone was getting a little too carried away, suggesting they slow things down. But the Tower Lord laughed it off, saying everyone in the tower was a craftsman at heart, unable to resist the thrill of working with a fresh mana stone. Listening to him, the hero couldn't help but think that, just as he suspected, these people were probably pushing themselves to the limit simply because they loved what they did. On the other end of the call, the Tower Lord told him not to worry about the aircraft, and cheerfully thanked him, saying he was looking forward to what lay ahead. Just as the call was about to end, however, the Tower Lord suddenly stopped. The hero raised an eyebrow. He had a favor to ask. The Tower Lord guessed immediately, asking if this was about the Langsmith incident and some form of compensation. The hero shook his head, explaining that it all depended on how the Tower Master chose to see things. That response seemed to pique the Tower Lord's interest. Amused, he asked what kind of proposal the hero had prepared this time, and told him to continue. The hero didn't hesitate. He said he wanted the Artifact Craftsman Room of the Blue Magic Tower to be assigned as the engineering team for the national squad at this year's Olympiad. Mimir cut in instantly, unable to hide her shock. She asked if he seriously intended to challenge a Fifth Circle Mage. The hero admitted that it was a condition set by the Blue Tower Master and, with a trace of regret, confessed that maybe he hadn't fully thought it through when he agreed. The Tower Lord repeated the request aloud, asking if he truly wanted their artisans to serve as the official engineers for the Olympiad. The hero confirmed it without wavering. At first, the Tower Lord refused outright. The hero stood there in silence, his thoughts racing, wondering if he really had overstepped this time. Then the Tower Lord continued. If Hale could win a one-on-one match against a Fifth Circle Mage, then they would talk. That condition caught the hero completely off guard. He repeated it under his breath, making sure he hadn't misheard. The Tower Lord reminded him that 2 of this year's foreign competitors were already Fifth Circle Mages. He made it clear that he wasn't doubting Hale's ability, but deploying the Tower's craftsmen came with an enormous financial burden. Far too heavy a decision to be made on pride alone. The hero stared at his phone, the weight of those words settling in. Before ending the call, the Tower Lord stated plainly that he needed undeniable proof that Hale could truly claim gold at the Olympiad. After the call, Mimir looked at him and asked what he planned to do next. From a perspective, defeating a Fifth Circle Mage as a grand successor sounded nearly impossible. The hero replied that he'd secured a 10-day grace period. She frowned. "You're planning to come up with a counter in 10 days and end the match with that?" He nodded. "If I have the right countermeasure, winning isn't completely impossible." Even so, Mimir warned him that mastering anything in just 10 days would be incredibly difficult. She asked if it was really worth pushing himself this far just to gain the Blue Magic Tower's support. Without hesitation, the hero said yes. Without them, nothing else mattered. He explained that the only people in the country capable of fine-tuning and modifying Olympiad-approved artifacts were craftsmen from the Blue Magic Tower. Mimir exhaled softly. That place really is on a whole different level. The hero reflected on the numbers. There was a clear 10% performance gap between standard artifacts and those produced by the Blue Tower. More importantly, they were currently the only ones capable of handling element manalite artifacts at all. Mimir asked if that difference really mattered that much in a tournament setting. When he confirmed that it did, she immediately agreed. In that case, securing the Blue Tower's support was non-negotiable. Then she smoothly changed the subject, asking when they were heading to the third trial page and urging him not to waste time. The hero replied that he wanted to finish reading every book she prepared before moving on. She smiled, clearly pleased, and said that was exactly the right mindset. As he prepared to leave, she added one more thing. When he reached the third trial room, she wanted him to pass along a message. Nothing complicated, just tell them she's doing fine. Curious, he asked if she knew someone there. She only grinned and said it was a secret. Finding out now would ruin the fun. The scene shifted. A grand, stately building stood alive with energy, voices overlapping in excited chatter. An announcement echoed through the hall, welcoming the honored guests to the Mado Shurna Group's grand celebration, and inviting everyone to enjoy themselves to the fullest. Within the crowd, someone whispered the obvious: the president had arrived. At this point, it was practically confirmed that he would become the next head of the Mado Shurna family. The president smiled modestly, waving away the praise. He said he was merely fortunate, that everything he had achieved was thanks to those around him. With practiced confidence, he added that the future of the Mado Shurna Group was nothing short of brilliant. And as if the timing couldn't have been worse, talk of the youngest master surfaced again, further igniting the crowd's excitement. The president watched, eyes burning with restrained fury. A man wearing a green tie stepped forward, laughing as he spoke. Everyone had seen it for themselves. He said, "Who could have imagined Hale defeating the Emerald Turtle on his own? Once a genius, always a genius." He challenged anyone present to deny it. Another man raised his glass of red wine and joined in, mentioning Hale's match against Adela, who had already reached the fourth circle. He explained how Hale had held his ground against the moon element's secret magic, a technique passed down through the Divine Guard family. That alone made the feat extraordinary. After watching that battle, he said, no sane person could still claim Hale was just some AI-assisted fluke. If his face had been hidden, everyone would have assumed it was a clash between seasoned adult mages. He chuckled and said he couldn't wait to see Hale compete in the Olympiad. Someone nearby voiced the same sentiment. Rumor had it that even the family head was extremely pleased with Hale's recent achievements. Then, above the noise, someone shouted Hale's name. The president's smile vanished. Without a word, he quietly slipped away from the center of attention. Inside, rage churned. If things continued like this, his little brother might actually be named the heir. The room had grown unbearably loud, people parading their fire magic like it was some cheap stage performance. He hated every second of it. Grinding his teeth, he muttered that everyone was talking far too freely, that the brat was getting ahead of himself. His fists tightened as he faced the truth he hated most. There was no one he despised more than Shin Hale. Just when he'd thought he'd finally shoved him out of the picture, Hale was crawling back up again, inch by inch, straight toward the top. Back at the gathering, the man in the green tie glanced around and frowned. Where did the president go? He asked. When did he disappear? The moment the words left his mouth, a wine glass slipped from someone's hand. It shattered against the floor, the sharp sound cutting through the chatter and dragging silence down over the group. By then, the president was already pushing his way toward the exit, his face twisted with barely contained fury. He muttered to himself that this wasn't how things were supposed to go. This couldn't be happening. Out on the terrace, alone beneath the spread of city lights, he stopped. The noise behind him faded away, and in the quiet, he whispered the thought festering deep inside him. That guy has to die. The scene shifted. A vast, silent hall stretched outward, shelves towering high on all sides. The hero sat alone among stacks of books, turning pages with steady focus. His eyes paused on a single line, widening just a fraction. He closed the book. Good, he said quietly. Mimir, who had been waiting nearby, stepped closer and asked if he was finished. He nodded, glancing around. This was everything. She remarked that he'd now gone through all the material related to destruction. With a hint of curiosity, she asked if his understanding had deepened. No, he answered honestly. She raised an eyebrow. Then did at least the unclear parts start to make sense? I can see the structure now, he replied. Just barely. She nodded, unbothered. Confusion was natural, she said. Trying to understand destruction was like telling someone, without wings, to flap their arms and fly. It wouldn't make sense until the right conditions were met. The hero let out a quiet sigh, staring at a rough, complicated diagram in one of the books. A small, defeated meow slipped out of him before he could stop it. The sketches were crude, he admitted, but he felt like he'd grasped the general idea. Mimir muttered under her breath about her magnum opus, clearly irritated. Meanwhile, the hero was already thinking about the conditions she'd mentioned. A realization settled in. If he wanted to meet them, there was only one place left to go. The page of the third trial. Mimir confirmed it. That was where the answers waited. Still uncertain, he asked if the person she'd told him to pass greetings to was the same one who would teach him about destruction. She smiled, eyes glinting with amusement, and told him that if he really wanted to know, he'd have to step inside and find out for himself. After all, He'd already finished reading everything. Still, something bothered him. Not fully satisfied, the hero asked if there was some rule that prevented her from talking about the third trial. Mimir shook her head. It wasn't a restriction at all, just a promise. One made between the two of them. She repeated that same quiet line again, her voice carrying a weight she clearly wasn't willing to explain. At that moment, the book containing the third trial page suddenly flipped open on its own. The hero reached out, resting his hand against it as he asked what kind of promise could keep her so completely silent. But before Mimir could answer, his fingers touched the page, and the world vanished. Moonlight poured down from above as he slowly opened his eyes. Towering trees stretched endlessly toward the sky, their silhouettes swallowing the horizon. This wasn't an ordinary forest. He muttered under his breath that this place felt entirely different, trying to grasp where he'd ended up. Mimir's voice echoed faintly, distant, as if coming from far away. She said it felt like another strange pocket space, similar to before, but this time, there was no guide, and she couldn't hear her master's voice at all. The hero frowned. No way, he whispered, before pushing forward into the dense jungle. He wondered aloud if the entire forest itself was the trial. The idea sounded ridiculous, but the longer he walked, the more it began to feel real. He shook his head, remarking that master magic truly went beyond imagination. He'd been walking for what felt like ages, yet there was still no end in sight. Eventually, he reached a river and stopped, trying to guess what kind of challenge awaited him here. Then the ground trembled. At first, it felt like an earthquake, but something was wrong. The vibration wasn't coming from the earth. It was coming from a presence. Something was watching him. His gaze snapped toward a massive shadow looming between the trees. A reptile. No, not just a reptile. Something so enormous it barely felt real. He stared, stunned. It had been right there the entire time, yet he hadn't noticed it until now. The creature stepped forward. The ground shook violently with each thunderous movement. The hero instinctively stepped back and slipped, tumbling into the lake behind him. He resurfaced with a loud splash, gasping for air, eyes locked on the beast advancing toward him. Slit pupils gleamed beneath the moonlight. Thick, armored scales covered its body, while its claws and fangs shone like weapons forged for war. It looked like a nightmare given flesh. There was no mistaking it. A rank-exempt, disaster-class Drake stood before him. Mana surged beneath his feet as he struggled upward, barely lifting himself into the air, hovering just above the water surface. He whispered that he'd always believed creatures like this existed only in legends. But standing here now, face to face with it, he finally understood. This was his trial. The objective was simple. Defeat it. The very thought was absurd. Every breath the Drake drew twisted the air itself, warping the surrounding mana like violent ripples in a storm. Hovering above the lake, the hero could only accept one brutal truth. This monster wasn't merely strong. It existed on a level completely beyond anything he had ever encountered. To the Drake, he wasn't an enemy. He wasn't even a person. He was just mana. Something to consume. A prize. A meal. He clenched his fists and forced himself upright. But the instant he tried to move, the Drake's slit pupils locked onto him. That gaze alone froze him to his core. It was hopeless. No matter how fast his reactions were, there was no escaping it. Worse still, his body refused to obey him at all. If the creature charged now, it would be over in an instant. Paralyzed, he stared into eyes that knew only destruction. And yet, the Drake didn't move. He blinked, confusion flickering through his mind. Why wasn't it attacking? Something was holding it back. Something unseen, but undeniably real. Then a voice cut through the silence. The faint sound of heels tapping against the forest floor echoed softly. A figure emerged from between the trees, composed, unhurried, every step confident and graceful. She approached without a trace of fear, her gaze fixed calmly on the hero. Even when faced with a being far beyond your limits, she said, "You did not surrender to despair. You will remain firm, like steel, calm, even in the face of overwhelming power." With a small, deliberate wave of her hand, she declared that he had passed. She added that his body should now move freely. Still shaken, the hero turned toward her, disbelief written across his face, and asked who she was. She smiled, gentle and knowing. "Alina," she said. "Alina Greenwood, once called the guardian of the forest. A grand mage, and an old friend of Ray." The name struck him like a crashing wave. A dryad? That couldn't be possible. But before he could voice the thought, she calmly turned toward the towering Drake and said they needed to drive it away first. He nodded slowly. She addressed the beast with an authority that felt ancient and absolute. She praised its restraint, especially for sparing her garden, and granted it forgiveness. Her words carried the weight of a command, spoken as though to a fallen noble, ordering it to quietly return to its rightful place deep within the forest. The hero stood frozen, heart pounding. Alina raised her hand, and a radiant sphere of golden magic formed in her palm. Power surged across the clearing, as if the forest itself had awakened. The trees trembled softly, responding to her presence. Facing the drake without fear, she accused it of being blinded by desire, of daring to step into her domain. The hero could barely breathe as he watched. Her spell expanded outward, golden light threading through the forest, every tree resonating in harmony, acknowledging her as their sovereign. Her voice hardened. If it could not understand her words, she said, then it would be erased, cast into the void of the Forsaken. Just as her final syllable left her lips, the drake lunged forward, but it barely moved an inch before thick brambles exploded upward, snapping around its body and locking it in place midair. The motion was swift and silent, a single blur that ended with the massive creature completely restrained. The hero could only stare, words failing him as he tried to process what he'd just witnessed. A thin gash had appeared along the drake's body. As it drifted back toward the lake, she gave it one last command. One warning, she said calmly. Leave. The drake hesitated. Then, without another sound, it slowly retreated into the depths of the forest. The hero remained frozen, his breath shallow, realizing that the wound it had suffered was already gone. It really was a disaster-class being, and yet she had confronted it as if it were nothing more than a nuisance. Who was she? She turned back to him and asked if he was all right. He nodded quickly, forcing out a shaky word of thanks. Before he could say anything else, she gently cut him off, saying he was probably still in shock. Then she motioned for him to follow and began walking deeper into the forest. Before long, they arrived at a small, quiet home nestled beneath the towering trees. The scene shifted. They were seated at a wooden table now. She set a steaming cup of herbal tea in front of him, explaining that it was a blend Ray used to enjoy. It would help calm his nerves. He thanked her politely, lifted the cup, and took a sip. Then he froze. Warmth spread through his chest, and it felt as if a heavy fog had suddenly been lifted from his mind. He took another sip, slower this time. She asked if he liked it. He smiled, genuine and a little stunned. He said it was the best tea he'd ever had. She gave a small nod, relief evident on her face, and asked if he felt more at ease now. Lowering the cup, he admitted he felt embarrassed about how he'd reacted earlier. She waved it off immediately, saying there was no reason to feel ashamed. Instead, she praised him for standing his ground against such a threat. After a brief pause, he asked if that creature had really been a drake. He confessed that the moment it focused on him, his body had completely locked up. She confirmed it without hesitation. Drakes usually avoided her domain, she explained, but this time was different. The pure, dense mana he carried must have drawn it in. To a drake, she said, he likely looked like a rare delicacy. She tapped her chin thoughtfully and asked if he had any other questions. Still overwhelmed, he asked if they were truly still inside Idard's book. Everything felt too vivid, too real, to be just another trial page. He remembered how it had taken nearly 15 minutes to walk from the clearing to her home, how impossibly vast the forest felt. Compared to the earlier trials, this place felt like an entirely different world. She smiled softly and answered with ease. This space, she said, spanned from page 214 to page 232 of Idard's book. It was the third trial page. He blinked at the precision of her answer, then suddenly rose to his feet. He asked if the drake had simply been another illusion shaped by magic. She looked at him with a faint, curious glint in her eyes and answered softly. Who knows? It isn't real, but it isn't fake either. Confused, he asked what that was supposed to mean. She explained that everything here was formed from memories, records of the past etched in Idard's book. What he was seeing was a recreation of the Greenwood Forest as it once existed. A copied world, she said, might be the best way to describe it. Not truly real, yet not entirely false. Still struggling to wrap his head around it, the hero repeated her words under his breath. They had recreated an entire world exactly as it once was, and sealed it inside a book? The idea felt absurd. Impossible. She admitted she didn't fully understand the mechanism behind it either. Only Ray, or someone who inherited Ray's magic, could truly comprehend something on that level. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, she added that one day, that someone would be him. Once he reached Ray's height, everything would make sense. The statement caught him off guard. Still, he pushed forward, asking why their master would go to such lengths to create a place like this. Her answer was simple. This space existed to pass down a specific kind of magic. His curiosity sharpened, tension creeping into his voice as he asked what kind of magic she meant. For a brief instant, her expression darkened. Then she spoke. It was the magic of Bytenia, refined to the level of a third circle master. A dangerous, powerful art, essential for truly mastering destruction. It was the ability to perceive magic itself at its core. The divine eyes. Eyes said to pierce through everything. Radiant, golden, absolute. The hero swallowed, barely able to process what he was hearing. In a hushed voice, he named it for what it was. The mystic eye of the Bytnor style. The divine eye. She nodded gently, confirming it. But she added that her own divine eye was incomplete. Only Ray, and the one destined to inherit his legacy, could fully awaken it. Ray had entrusted her with one final role, to awaken that power within him. Her presence here, she explained, was nothing more than a remnant. An imprint left behind in this space for that sole purpose. The scene shifted. A sleek car glided along a wide road toward a towering building. Inside, Manhwa sat with composed ease and asked for an update. The man beside him began with the topic they discussed earlier. There had been little reaction. Young Master Hale had drawn almost no attention. Manhwa raised an eyebrow, noting that even Lady Sea's indifference was unexpected. Apparently, the family head had influenced both sides. She, too, had pulled back, though Manhwa doubted she would ever leave Hale completely unprotected. More likely, she was simply moving cautiously, aware that Manhua's shadows were already watching. Manhwa then asked about Jihan. The answer was much the same. Young Master Jihan was guarded, but nothing beyond that. Even the recent gathering he'd hosted hadn't triggered so much as a ripple. Manhwa absorbed the report calmly, remarking that both sides had clearly learned how to separate personal feelings from their responsibilities. Still, caution came first. He ordered surveillance to remain active until the protection window fully expired. The man acknowledged the command, adding that he'd already sealed the space, sound blocked completely. What they were discussing fell under classified intelligence. Manhwa gave a short nod and motioned for the next briefing. This one dealt with potential connections between certain family members and the Black Magic Tower. 32 people had been investigated so far, among them elders who had openly shown their displeasure at Hale's return, along with senior figures from affiliated companies. Manhwa lifted an eyebrow as the report continued. On the surface, the tower itself appeared clean. But before the man could elaborate, Manhwa cut in. A spotless surface didn't mean corruption wasn't festering somewhere else. The man agreed. Out of the 32, 5 individuals stood out, backgrounds just suspicious enough to demand attention. Letting this drag on any longer risked attracting the hyenas. Manhua's eyes hardened. He said he would handle those 5 personally. The scene shifted again. Back with the hero, Elena rose to her feet and spread her arms, announcing that it was time to begin his training in the Divine Eye. He didn't hesitate. He told her to push him as far as she could. Her lips curved into an amused smile as she remarked that, as Nakari's heir, he truly was made from the same mold. She told him to close his eyes. He did so instantly, without a trace of doubt, earning her quiet praise. Slowly, carefully, she began to guide her mana into his body, precise in every movement as she explained the fundamentals of the Divine Eye. Under normal circumstances, she said, knowledge of the Divine Eye was only revealed after reaching the 4th circle. For most mages, learning about it meant combing through fragmented scrolls and forgotten tomes. The hero repeated the words 4th circle under his breath. It made sense. Neither Idard's tome nor Mimir's tome had ever mentioned the Divine Eye. The knowledge really was sealed until one reached that level. He then asked if the other book she'd mentioned was Mimir's tome. Her reaction was immediate, genuine surprise. Did he know about it? Of course, he replied. He even told her that Mimir himself had sent him a message. The memory resurfaced clearly. Mimir's voice, delivering a private message meant to be recalled only after he reached the 3rd trial page. He spoke her name. She answered softly, with an apology. He felt a faint tremor ripple through her mana, and wondered if he'd brushed against something sensitive. Her hand rested gently against his back as she acknowledged that he had met Mimir. That was good, she said, reassuring even. Still, she suggested they leave that matter for later and bring their attention back to the Divine Eye. She continued, explaining that the reason this magic only revealed itself at the 4th circle had nothing to do with hidden laws or ancient taboos. It was much simpler than that. She herself was bound to the 3rd trial page of Idard's tome. He blinked, caught off guard, and asked if that meant she was part of the book. Elena nodded, smiling lightly. Ray had placed her there, she said, and entrusted her with the role of explaining what the tome could not. With a small laugh, she added that there was only so much information one book could hold, and Ray had always enjoyed pushing people right to their limits. The hero recalled Mimir's words. Just creating the trial page and the successor verification spell had consumed an absurd amount of power. There had been no way to fit everything into a single tome. That was why Idard's tome contained only the bare essentials, while everything else had been gathered and preserved separately, inside Mimir's tome. As Elena's mana settled into place, she stepped back and spoke with quiet certainty. It was time. Open your eyes. He did so slowly, and the moment he did, he knew something was wrong. His gaze swept around uneasily. Elena's mana was no longer merely flowing near him. It was completely entwined with his infinity circle. The connection was perfect, seamless to the point that he couldn't tell where her energy ended and his began. He frowned and told her something fell off. Elena nodded slightly. Strange, isn't it? Then she told him what she'd done. Using mana, she had blocked his optic nerves. His eyes widened. You cut off my vision? He asked, stunned. She didn't waver. This was only the beginning. The Divine Eye, she explained, wasn't tied to the 5 senses he depended on. It existed beyond them, a 6th sense altogether. And to awaken it, Every other sense had to be erased. Her hand came down firmly on his shoulder. Soon, touch would disappear. Smell and taste would fade away. Even sound would vanish, until nothing remained at all. He stood frozen as it began. The sensation in his fingers dissolved. The scent of the forest vanished. Warmth faded. Sound drained away, leaving only silence and stillness. His voice trembled as he whispered, "It's real. Everything's gone." Elena smiled gently. Then, in a solemn voice laden with meaning, she said, "Welcome to the world of death." She remained where she was, simply watching as the stillness deepened. The air itself seemed heavy, thick with thought. Meanwhile, the hero drifted in a world stripped bare of every sense. Sight, sound, touch gone. He couldn't tell if he was standing, sitting, or floating in a void. With smell and taste erased, it felt as if his body no longer had any connection to reality at all. A chilling thought crept in. Was his body even functioning anymore? Or worse, was he still alive? The fear that welled up inside him wasn't ordinary panic. It was far deeper than that. This wasn't darkness. It wasn't blindness. It was absolute nothingness, an endless solitude that swallowed everything in silence and absence. In a shaken murmur, he muttered that this felt like hell. And Elena, watching in silence, agreed with him. But she reminded him that this was still training. Nothing more. The words she'd once told him resurfaced in his mind, that the sixth sense, the ability to perceive mana, existed completely apart from the five physical senses. That realization sparked something inside him. Maybe, even in this void, he could still see mana. Clinging to that thought, he closed his eyes, not in body, but in spirit, and focused inward. He let everything else slip away. No fear, no doubt, just a flow of mana. He poured every ounce of concentration into grasping it. The perspective shifted. Elena now stood over his motionless body, lying still against the forest floor. She observed him quietly, fully aware of what he was enduring. Losing sight, sound, and touch wasn't merely disorienting. It was mentally devastating. Most people couldn't last a minute before panic consumed them. By the second minute, their thoughts inevitably drifted toward death. By the third, many would rather end everything than remain trapped inside that emptiness. That was the brutal reality of the sensory sealing spell, and she knew it better than anyone. At first, she'd intended to expose him to it for only a brief moment. Just enough for him to experience it. Just enough to understand. But now, she stood there, watching him endure far longer than she'd anticipated. Her own memory surfaced, how she'd had to acclimate to this spell gradually, step by agonizing step. Yet he'd already crossed the 3-minute mark, and he still hadn't broken. It was beyond her expectations. Then, suddenly, his voice cut through the silence. Calm, clear. He said the forest was resonating with her mana. The instant she heard those words, she knew they could move forward. Elena was stunned. 20 full minutes had passed, yet his breathing remained steady, his mana circle perfectly stable. His focus hadn't wavered. His mind hadn't fractured. This truly was the one chosen by Idard's library. Somewhere deep down, Ray must have known he could endure the seal. When he called her name and asked her to release it, she nodded and lifted the spell. He drew in a sharp breath, gasping, saying he could finally breathe again. Elena studied him closely, worry flickering across her face as she asked how he had managed it, how he'd survived something so terrifying. He didn't deny it. It had been horrifying, every second of it, but he had forced himself to believe he was safe. Again and again, he repeated it in his mind, using that belief to suppress his fear and focus solely on perceiving mana. Elena frowned slightly. Fear like that, she said, couldn't be conquered simply by convincing yourself it wasn't real. He nodded. He'd almost given up. Even knowing it was training hadn't been enough. His body had refused to respond until it truly accepted that truth. The darkness had felt endless, the despair unbearable, and just as his concentration began to fracture, a memory surfaced. He remembered a day from a year ago, the moment he learned he was incompatible with AI magic. The day his family turned their backs on him. The day his own father cast him aside. In that instant, he had lost everything. That had been true despair. Compared to that, this was nothing. He clung to that memory, and it carried him through. Nearby, beneath the trees, Elena spoke softly, saying the sensory seal truly was effective. He nodded in response. Just another trial, he said quietly, on the path forward. She looked at him, about to ask how far he'd had to go to reach this point, but before the question could leave her lips, he smiled and told her he was fine now. The past was behind him. His voice sounded lighter, almost hopeful, as he spoke about carving out a path of his own, one that belonged to no one else. Tears welled up in Elena's eyes before she could stop them. Her thoughts drifted to Ray, but when the hero called her name and thanked her, she quickly brushed them away. He told her that in the sealed darkness, he'd felt her mana. It had been calm, gentle, and it was that gentleness, he said, that had helped him remain steady. Elena blinked, caught off guard by the word. Gentle. She hadn't heard it used that way in a very long time. Not since Ray. The scene shifted again. Quiet filled the house as they sat together, the stillness wrapping around them while they sipped green tea. Leaning back slightly, the hero mentioned how his thoughts kept drifting between memories of the tome and the present moment. Elena smiled faintly. She said it was good to hear that Mimir was doing well, and thanked him. It was thanks to him, she added. He waved it off quickly, saying he'd only delivered a message. But Elena tilted her head and remarked that if he had truly met Mimir, then he must have heard something about her, and about Greenwood Forest. He shook his head. No, Mimir hadn't said anything. He explained that it was part of a promise, a silence he was bound to keep. That surprised her. She murmured that Mimir must still be holding on to that vow. After a brief pause, she admitted she couldn't keep her side of it anymore. That made him straighten slightly, concern softening his voice as he addressed her. Lady Elena. She apologized at once, saying she hadn't meant to bring down the mood without reason. He reassured her gently. It was all right. He didn't mind. Then she shifted the conversation. Since he'd mentioned a promise, she said, it sounded like Mimir had grown quite fond of him. He answered simply, yes. Elena tilted her head again, asking if she was wrong. He said she wasn't. Their relationship wasn't bad. Then, curiosity slipping into his voice, he asked what the promise had been. Elena studied him for a moment before offering a faint smile. It seemed that promise was weighing on him more than he realized. But she apologized once more. She couldn't tell him. It was a secret, one shared only between her and Mimir. Not even Ray had known. That revelation caught him off guard. He said that if Mimir had made a promise back then Mimir must have been real. Just like Elena. She gave a small nod, but gently explained that if Mimir hadn't spoken of it yet, then she wasn't permitted to either. That memory, she said, was still guarding its secrets. She couldn't be the one to break them. The hero nodded slowly, accepting her answer. If it was a true oath, then it was never meant to be broken in the first place. Elena thanked him. She was genuinely grateful that the successors could understand things this way. As the sun dipped lower and dusk settled around them, the hero rose to his feet. He said he would head back for now, but from here on out, he'd be relying on her. Elena smiled softly, and answered with a quiet yes. Then she added that until the divine eye was fully mastered, they still had much work ahead of them. Just before leaving, the hero paused and turned back. May I ask one last thing? He said. Elena nodded. Of course. He hesitated for a moment, then asked carefully, what kind of relationship did you have with Mimir? She looked at him and answered simply. They had been friends. Distant, like constellations scattered across the sky, but always connected. Together with Ray, they had protected Beitner's magic. The scene shifted. The hero opened the book once more, and in an instant, he found himself face to face with Mimir. She blinked in surprise. Back already? She asked. He grinned. I've got school tomorrow, so I figured I'd return early. She nodded lightly. Did you actually go through the training properly? Of course, he replied, still riding the excitement. As he looked at her, something fell off. Mana drifted lazily around her, sluggish and unfocused. With a playful tone, he pointed it out. She narrowed her eyes. What? He smirked. Your mana's still a bit unstable. But, I can tell you've been training. Mimir stepped closer and placed a hand against his cheek. That's strange, she said softly. After going through that training, you shouldn't be this composed. He smiled. I know, but your real mana, it feels cold. Controlled. She studied him for a long moment. Maybe because I really am cold. They finished the last of their tea as she leaned back. So, you went through the 5 senses sealing spell, and you're fine. He nodded. I'm good. She crossed her arms and sank into the sofa. Did Elena go easy on you because she's too soft? Or was it the forest's magic helping you? He blinked. Forest magic. Her eyes narrowed. Don't tell me. You didn't go through trauma psychotherapy? I don't think I developed any trauma, he replied, confused. Mimir fell silent, thinking. Something's off, she murmured. Then her eyes widened. Wait, you had a trick, didn't you? That's the only way someone survives that madness without side effects. Come on, what was it? The hero hesitated, then began recounting what had happened a year ago, the same story he had shared with Elena. Mimir listened without interrupting, her gaze sharp. When he finished, she asked quietly what had really happened back then. As the details settled in, she clicked her tongue and muttered a curse. If it were me, I would have handled it very differently. He shook his head and spoke gently. Back then, he said, he'd been completely lost, crushed by expectations, buried under the weight of what everyone wanted him to be. When it all collapsed, that pressure dragged him straight into despair. But looking back now, that moment had trained him more than anything else ever could. That pain, he said, is what built the strength I have now. Even having all his senses sealed hadn't felt nearly as unbearable. Mimir stared at him, visibly shaken. She admitted she'd always sensed a shadow clinging to him, a quiet, lingering darkness. Now she understood. He'd lived with that emptiness long before today. He glanced at her, expecting a sarcastic remark, a dismissive shrug. Instead, her expression remained serious. If you're trying to understand us, she said softly, then we'll become people who understand you too. He laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. Maybe just a little. Mimir tilted her head, studying him like he'd lost his mind. You really think you can handle everything before the deadline? He grinned without hesitation. I will, no matter what. Then his voice settled, calmer and resolute. That year of despair made me realize something. Just being able to walk the path of a mage. I'm lucky. There was no time left to waste. As the successor of legend, the only direction left was forward. The scene slowly shifted to the quiet of Obelisk Academy's dormitory. In the stillness of a small room, 2 books rested side by side on a table. Lying on his bed, the hero stared up at the ceiling, Elena's words replaying in his mind. The divine eye, an evil eye in form, yet bound to the limitless flow of the infinity circles. At the first circle, it revealed the color of mana. At the second, the fractured remnants of magic formulas. And at the third, the very core of magic itself. He covered part of his face, stunned. To truly master it, he needed to see mana whenever he wished, to summon the divine eye as naturally as breathing. He extended his hand. Blue light flickered into existence, rippling through the air like living waves. I can do this, he thought. Just then his phone vibrated. A message lit up the screen. Sender, Blue Tower Master. Opponent confirmed. Zhu Hanwook, 5th Circle Mage. Age, 29. Blood type, B. He read the message slowly. His eyes narrowed, and a grin crept across his face. Oh, this is going to be interesting. The scene shifted to Obelisk Academy's indoor training grounds, where the air crackled with power and spells streaked through the space in every direction. Off in a corner, Sunchan sat frozen on the floor, staring at the scene in pure disbelief. His lips moved as he whispered to himself, wondering if the people in front of him were even human. Their control over magic felt unreal, like something pulled straight out of legend. At the center of the chaos, Adela was engaged in a relentless, high-speed exchange with the hero. She fired off precise 4th circle spells one after another, and each time, he dismantled them with effortless counters. In the middle of their clash, she casually mentioned that she'd received an email from the Blue Tower Master, a detailed one, outlining strategies. The hero responded calmly, reminding her that he'd already said it wasn't just a simple profile. It was a full combat breakdown. She leapt back to dodge mid-sentence, interest flickering across her face. She asked what he meant exactly, but before he could explain, a surge of magic rippled through the training hall. As she tried to regain her footing, she slipped and dropped back to the floor. The hero stepped forward and offered his hand, asking what she thought so far. She took it, pulled herself up, and asked if she could look at the file again. He smiled and told her go ahead. As she read, her eyes widened. A sharp breath escaped her lips. This wasn't just information. It was practically a strategy manual. The hero simply nodded, as if that had been obvious from the start. Sunchan shuffled over, unable to contain his curiosity, craning his neck to peek at it too. Adela praised the depth of the analysis, then quickly refocused, saying they couldn't rely on it too much. What mattered was their own growth. Maybe, she suggested, this was just the Blue Tower Master's way of giving them a small push. The hero admitted that considering how outmatched he was, the assistance might be sincere, just enough to even the odds. Sunchan jumped in, saying help was still help, and there was no reason to refuse it. The hero agreed, but added that real progress came from training, not overthinking. Clapping his hands together, he announced that break time was over. Sunchan let out an exaggerated groan, complaining that he hadn't even caught his breath and begging for just 5 more minutes. The hero only grinned, saying stamina was built in moments like this. Then, with a wicked smile, he declared they'd be running for an hour. Sunchan looked like his soul had left his body, cursing under his breath and muttering that Shin Hale had to be some kind of demon. As sparring resumed around him, Sunchan shook his head in disbelief. Using magic of that level indoors, it still didn't feel real. That evening, the scene shifted to the dormitory. Adela dragged herself down the hallway, exhaustion written plainly across her face. She pushed open her door and stepped inside, irritation simmering beneath the surface. Dropping straight on her bed, she muttered that she should at least change first. With a long sigh, she closed her eyes. But her thoughts refused to settle. Her mind replayed one moment from training over and over. The hero's moonlight bullet. Faster, stronger, sharper, more refined. Her eyes snapped open. This is so frustrating, she snapped, sitting upright. She'd poured in endless effort, yet the distance between them still felt massive. Her fists clenched tightly as she swore to herself that she wouldn't let it stay that way. Not when everyone else was going all out, unleashing their hidden techniques. Adela sprang off the bed in one sharp motion. There was no time to waste. Not tonight. She needed a cold shower, and she needed to rewatch the training footage. As she rushed out of the room, a magic book lifted quietly into the air behind her, its cover glowing faintly as the last traces of sunlight slipped away. Outside, the moon climbed high above the trees. Elsewhere, the hero arrived once again at Elena's house. He walked slowly, deep in thought, finding it strange that he no longer needed to rely on the 5 senses sealing spell so soon. Just then, Elena stepped outside, and he greeted her with polite respect. She smiled, noting that it seemed he'd finally learned how to see mana properly. He nodded, admitting that while prolonged focus still gave him headaches, he could now perceive mana whenever he wanted. Elena nodded in approval and told him they were ready to move on to the next stage of training. This time, she said, he would use his mystic eye to observe the structure of her magic circle. He blinked, momentarily taken aback, but she continued. By studying it closely, she explained, he would begin to grasp the very fabric of the spell, its inner framework. Over time, he would start noticing subtle weaknesses, tiny disruptions in the flow. Gaps, he repeated, trying to understand. With a smooth, elegant motion, Elena traced a glowing magic circle in the air. Every spell, no matter how intricate or refined, had a weakness, she explained. Find that gap, and the entire structure could be unraveled. That was what they called destruction. The hero stood still, repeating the words under his breath. Erasing a magic circle, Elena nodded. When pushed to its limits, the mystic eye could completely dismantle a spell. She urged him to try, confident he would grasp it quickly. Before him, the magic circle spun silently in midair, shimmering with contained power. He activated his mystic eye and fixed his gaze on it. Elena guided him calmly, reminding him that even if the mana felt warm and reassuring, no magic circle was ever perfect. The key was to look beyond the surface, to dive deeper and dissect its structure. He nodded, his focus tightening. As his vision sharpened, a passage from the Book of Mimir surfaced in his thoughts. In magic theory, perfection did not exist. The words of the ancient sage, Panhwa, echoed clearly. Every spell, no matter how flawless it appeared, possessed a flaw. A gap always existed. No matter how elegant or overwhelming a spell seemed, it was never without weakness. Elena reminded him to perceive the core of magic itself, to attune to the rhythm of mana flowing through the air, and to catch that fleeting moment when a spell's structure wavered, when a gap revealed itself. The hero glanced at her, curiosity flickering in his eyes. And then what? She met his gaze, her expression calm and unwavering. Once the gap was found, once it was fully understood, the spell stopped being magic altogether. From that moment on, it became nothing more than an unstable formula, something destined to collapse the instant it was disturbed. And so, a new stage of training began. Side by side, Elena and the hero no longer focused solely on casting spells. Instead, they studied how to take them apart from the inside, how to read their flow, trace their structure, and dismantle them piece by piece. Together, they stepped into a deeper layer of magic, one that wasn't about creation, but about precision, control, and the authority to destroy. The scene shifted back to Obelisk Academy. An announcer's voice echoed through the corridors, declaring that the Olympic preliminary strategy meeting was about to begin. Lord Shin In-hyuk rose from his seat and walked down a quiet hallway, only to be halted moments later by a familiar voice. With a faint hint of amusement, the Tower Lord remarked that he hadn't expected the head of the Arcane Divine Clan to attend in person. In-hyuk answered coolly that it should be the other way around. After all, the Blue Tower Master had even less reason to be there. The Tower Lord laughed softly and explained that he wasn't present as a participant, but as a sponsor. In-hyuk's eyebrow lifted. A sponsor? Well, the Tower Lord corrected smoothly. A potential sponsor. That immediately caught In-hyuk's attention. He asked if that meant the Blue Tower was planning to dispatch artisans. The Tower Lord waved the idea aside, saying nothing had been finalized. He was still considering it. As he'd said, only a potential sponsor. In-hyuk found that strange. The Blue Tower didn't deploy artisans lightly, especially given how tight their resources usually were. The Tower Lord responded that circumstances have been favorable lately, and this opportunity seemed worth exploring. That gave In-hyuk pause. If the event justified that level of commitment, then something significant was clearly underway. The Tower Lord added that with Shin Hale leading the Korean team, they might even have a real shot at gold. At the mention of Hale's name, In-hyuk tilted his head slightly. So, he said, Hale made you the same proposal? The Tower Lord smiled knowingly. I thought you'd figure it out. In-hyuk asked him outright what Hale had proposed. The Tower Lord explained that Hale promised to bring back a gold medal, and, in return, requested that an engineer be sent to support him. Then he turned the question around. What had Hale said to him? In-hyuk replied that it had been much the same. Hale had made the same bold promise, and asked for as much support as possible until then. He admitted that Hale had changed a great deal over the past year. There was a confidence in him now that hadn't been there before. The Tower Lord leaned in slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He asked whether In-hyuk had agreed without conditions. In-hyuk nodded. Offering a bit of help wasn't difficult, he said. What he couldn't understand was why the Tower Lord was seriously considering deploying artifacts or artisans based on nothing more than a student's promise. The Tower Lord was quiet for a moment. Then he spoke softly, noting how much Hale reminded him of his father. Then he answered that he was willing to make the investment, but only on one condition. Hale had to defeat a 5th circle mage in single combat. Inhyuk's eyes widened slightly, impressed. That's actually a fair condition. The Tower Lord then asked whether Inhyuk planned to attend the match himself. Inhyuk hesitated, unsure if it would be appropriate. The Tower Lord simply smiled and told him he was more than welcome. The scene shifted. The academy faded away, replaced by a quiet forest drenched in warm, golden light. At a small, secluded house nestled among the trees, Hale sat slouched over, exhaustion written all over him. I'm completely wiped out, he muttered. Elena appeared with a tray in her hands, steam curling from a cup of tea. Seeing his state, she smiled softly. Well done, successor. That concludes your training. Hale looked up and returned a tired but sincere smile. You're the one who worked hard, Lady Elena. I wouldn't have made it this far without you. Her eyes widened slightly, a hint of pride shimmering within them. I hope I didn't push you too hard just because it was the final session. He let out a quiet chuckle and reassured her that her robe had made even the harshest moments bearable. She handed him the tea, telling him it would help ease his fatigue. He nodded gratefully and took a sip. Watching him, she casually remarked on how different he was from Ray, who used to complain endlessly whenever physical effort was involved. Ray had always preferred to rely solely on magic. Hale laughed softly. That makes sense, considering how capable you are. The view slowly pulled back, revealing the forest bathed in the fading glow of dusk. Elena looked at him with quiet warmth. Thank you for keeping pace with me, successor. Your training here is complete. Teaching you, it truly brought me joy. She paused, her expression tinged with something bittersweet. And yet, I feel both relieved and a little sad. I always knew this moment would come, the moment we would part. Hale frowned, confusion flickering across his face. What do you mean? She met his gaze gently. When my role ends, the page of dismantling will disappear. This forest, and I, will vanish as well. It's part of a promise I made with Ray. Hale stood frozen, the weight of her words settling heavily in his chest. Sadness crept into his eyes, but before he could speak, Elena reached out and lightly touched his arm. Don't look at me like that, she said softly. If this world is fading, it only means it was real. It means what we shared mattered. She offered him a faint, tender smile. Goodbye, successor. Tears welled in Hale's eyes as his voice broke. He cried out that he never could have imagined mastering dismantling without her. Elena smiled through her own tears and told him she was truly glad he had become Ray's successor. It brought her peace, knowing someone so worthy would carry on this magic. Still, she confessed, one thing saddened her deeply. She wouldn't be there to see how far he would go from here. Overwhelmed, Hale moved toward her without thinking. Elena stepped forward and gently took his hand, her grip warm and steady, as if anchoring him in place. No matter what happens, she said softly, her voice calm but firm, don't give up. Ever. Then she smiled, just a little, as if trying to lighten the weight of the moment. And take care of Mimi, all right? She gets lonely. And, well, she can be a bit overwhelming sometimes. Hale nodded, swallowing hard as he promised her he would. With one last look, Elena told him this was goodbye, forever. The words struck him like a blade. A sharp ache spread through his chest, a sorrow so deep it robbed him of breath. And then, as if answering that pain, a glowing book appeared before him, floating in the air, bathed in pure white light. Elena's voice echoed inside his mind. Congratulations, she said. You are now a 3rd circle master. With trembling hands, Hale reached out and opened the book. Inside, the page of dismantling was complete. He whispered his thanks to Lady Elena, engraving every moment they had shared in the forest deep into his heart, turning the weight of their farewell into resolve for the path ahead. And then, the scene changed. The Blue Tower's dual training grounds came into view, tension hanging thick in the air. The Tower Lord rose to his feet and announced the start of the match. Shin Hale versus a 5th circle mage. Sun-chan wore a deep scowl, his unease impossible to hide. Beside him, In-hyuk leaned forward with a thoughtful hum. Caught between the two, Sun-chan sat stiffly, feeling completely out of place, and silently wondering how he'd even ended up here, clearly unsettled by the entire setup. Kim, on the other hand, looked far too entertained, while Sun-chan paced like a man on the edge. The contrast made him feel like the only sane person trapped between two extremes. He let out a tired sigh, wishing Adela were beside him, but she was already down in the arena, helping Hale prepare. Sun-chan continued pacing, urging them to hurry things along. Across from him, Hale stood perfectly still, calm, composed, his focus absolute. Kim broke the silence. Do you think Hale has a chance? He didn't wait for a response. I'd give him maybe 10%. Hale's father crossed his arms, his tone flat. That's more generous than I'd be. Kim turned to him with interest. Oh, then what would you say, Lord? 2%. At best. Kim smirked. That's ruthless. What about you, Sun-chan? Sun-chan looked up, startled. Me? Yes. Forget you're his friend for a moment. Be honest, what are his odds? Sunchan hesitated, then answered, 50%. Kim blinked. That's surprisingly high. Why? Sunchan scratched the back of his head. No solid reason. Just a feeling. If Hale gets serious, if he really goes all out, this won't be one-sided. He's grown too fast, and I don't think we've seen everything he's capable of yet. So you're saying he's been holding back? Sunchan nodded slowly, his expression tight. At that moment, the defensive barriers flared to life around the arena. One by one, they were inspected. No flaws. No delays. Everything was ready. Adela returned from the field, passing by Sunchan, who still looked wounded far too tight. She gave him a brief nod as she walked past. Nice work. She took a few more steps, then paused and glanced back. Something about him fell off. She almost said something, but the thought slipped away as attention shifted back to the arena. Hale now stood face to face with his opponent. The countdown began. The crowd fell into a heavy silence. The opposing mage studied him closely. Didn't expect to end up dueling someone from the Arcane Divine Clan's elite bloodline. The referee's voice rang out, declaring the start of the match. Still, neither of them moved. Hale broke the silence first, smiling casually. Please go easy on me, senpai. His opponent let out a low chuckle. I'll give you the first move, Junior. Hale didn't hesitate. A red and a yellow magic circle ignited beneath his feet as he unleashed Wind Cutter, immediately chaining it in a flare ball. I already gave up the first move, he muttered under his breath, so this one has to land. The opposing mage watched calmly. So this is the adaptive magic I've heard whispers about. Interesting. Hale tilted his head slightly. You seem awfully relaxed for someone in a duel. That's because I can afford to be, the man replied evenly. Hale's smile sharpened. We'll see how long that confidence lasts. Multiple spheres burst from his hands, some blazing red, others crackling blue. They were identical in size, yet each curved unpredictably through the air, veering in different directions. Standard defensive formations wouldn't catch them all. The opponent's eyes narrowed. If even one of those fifth circle spells hits directly, it'll hurt. He moved instantly, arms tracing precise patterns. A fifth circle, non-elemental defense formed, absolute shield. A dense dome of energy snapped into place just as the spells collided. Each sphere struck the barrier and dissolved into smoke. Hale stared, his expression tightening. Even this didn't crack it. But Absolute Shield had a fatal flaw. It completely isolated its caster. He lunged forward. The opponent noticed at once. So, closing the distance was your real plan. Clever. But it won't be enough. Hale's grin widened. You sure about that? He slammed his palm against the shield. A pulse of magic rippled outward. Interference magic. Fine cracks began to crawl across the glowing surface. Even Kim's eyes widened, caught off guard by the maneuver. Hale pressed on, pouring power into it. Lightning coiled around his hand, spiraling violently. I figured you'd rely on interference defense, he said calmly. So I prepared for it. I embedded a hidden acceleration spell into the cast. The moment you tried to block, it started speeding up. Flames and wind fused into a raging storm. With a deafening roar, the combined force crashed down, and the Absolute Shield shattered into countless shimmering fragments. Adela's eyes went wide, words failing her. The opposing mage stood in silence. As the smoke thinned, Hale stepped forward. Wouldn't it be nice, he said lightly, if you lowered your guard just a little more, senpai? From within the lingering haze, a calm voice answered him. Stay calm if you want, but never lower your guard. As the smoke thinned, a fully restored Absolute Shield shimmered around the opponent, glowing as if it had never been broken at all. That's what the Tower Master drilled into me, he added evenly. Hale stepped back, eyes narrowing. Now he saw it clearly. This was the real weight of a fifth circle mage. They faced each other again, tension snapping through the air like static. The atmosphere grew heavier, pressing down on everyone watching. All right, Junior, the man said quietly. My turn. He raised both arms. Purple and yellow lights spiraled around his body, radiant and dense, pulsing brighter with every heartbeat. The duel shifted gears. A blazing magic circle erupted, halting the residual inferno as a man stepped forward with quiet confidence. This time, I take the lead, Hanwook said firmly. Hale's eyes sharpened. So it's true. The Tower Master sent in my battle records. Ju Hanwook, 29, blood type B. A flame specialist who reinforced his body with magic. A man obsessed with studying unknown spells. Of course this would be his approach. Hanwook wasn't just a long-range caster. He was lethal up close, using enhanced strength to overwhelm opponents in melee. As he charged in, Hale steadied his breathing. He wants to analyze my magic, Hale realized. He won't go for a killing blow. But that doesn't mean he'll go easy. If he's coming straight at me, there's only one way to meet it. Hanwook lunged, his right fist engulfed in flames, his sword blazing as it sliced through the air. Before it could land, Hale stepped in and threw a heavy punch of his own. The impact sent a jolt through Hanwook, forcing him to stagger back. You kept up with that, Hanwook said, genuinely surprised. I've had plenty of close combat training, Hale replied calmly. Yeah, I can see that, Hanwook said with a nod. Even without a brawler's build, he reads fast, adapts even faster. Hale's gaze hardened. He's not just another muscle-headed mage. Hanwook smirked. This is crazy. A third circle mage who can fight like this. His eyes gleamed. All right then. Time I stop holding back. He raised his hand, and flames exploded outward. This was true fifth circle fire magic, raw and overwhelming. Hale tensed as heat flooded the arena. So this is what power at that level feels like. The spell expanded rapidly, fire surging from Hanwook's right hand, growing more violent by the second. A third circle spell won't be fast enough to stop this, Hanwook said sharply. So what now? You done? Hale didn't blink. I'm not finished, he said, and magic surged from him. A massive wave of water formed instantly, shaping itself into a dense, reinforced shield. Hanwook's eyes widened. That kind of defense from a third circle spell? Wait, don't tell me. From the sidelines, Adela stood frozen. Fire rain versus a water shield, she whispered. They're clashing head-on. Sunchan squinted into the swirling haze, his voice shaking. I can't see anything. What's happening in there? High above, the Tower Lord frowned, his brow tightening. Water shield is only a third circle spell, right? Then why does this one feel stronger than a fourth? Down in the arena, wrapped in suffocating mist, Hanwook clicked his tongue. Damn it, I can't see anything. Where's he going to come from? In that instant, a mystic eye snapped open. If sight won't help, mana will, Hale thought. In the distance, the red glow of Hanwook's flame sword flickered. There, found you. He burst forward. Hanwook felt it immediately. Fire surged from his palm as he grinned. Got you. A blast of flame shot out, faster than a blink, but Hale was already inside his range. How'd he close the distance that fast? Hanwook tried to react, starting to form an absolute shield. No, too late. It's unstable. Yellow mana erupted across his chest and arms. Earth magic responded on instinct, shaping itself into a shield, but before it could solidify, Hale's strike cut through the cast mid-formation. Hanwook's eyes widened. He's faster than I expected. Hale's fist ignited as he drove a fire-infused punch straight at him. Hanwook froze for a fraction of a second, too long. Blue mana flared. A water laser? But Hale took it head-on, without slowing. He came again, fire roaring around his knuckles. Hanwook countered with a wall of water, and the collision exploded in a thick smoke that swallowed them both. Hanwook ground his teeth. That mystic eye's throwing everything off. His irritation boiled over. Enough. I'll finish this now. Flames erupted around him, his aura surging like a wildfire, unleashed. Hale didn't retreat. With the mystic eye locked on a Hanwook's mana flow, he focused, searching. There. The gap. The flaw. At that moment, Greenwood raised her hand. Power rippled outward, her energy resonating across the battlefield. Hale's eyes burned with intensity. His control, his presence, everything about him declared the same truth. He had stepped beyond magic's usual limits. He struck. The blow came down like judgment, crushing through Hanwook's defenses. Hanwook staggered back, shock etched across his face. Sweat rolled down his temple. My inferno, it's gone. The moment you think it's over, that's when you lose, Hale thought, charging forward like a raging storm. The clash peaked, and a voice thundered across the arena. Match over. The winner is... Shin Hale stood upright. Hanwook lay defeated. Later, inside the waiting room of the Blue Magic Training Hall, Hale sat quietly, sweat dripping down his face as exhaustion pressed heavily on him. I'm completely drained. His thoughts moved sluggishly, as if wading through mud. The Tower Lord stepped inside, surprise clear in his voice as he praised Hale's performance. He paused with one hand on the doorframe, still trying to process what he'd witnessed. Looking straight at Hale, he admitted, at first, I couldn't even tell what you were doing. But when everything lined up, especially that final magic nullification, it felt like watching a perfectly played game of chess. He extended his arm slightly, letting Hale see the goosebumps rising along his skin. The Tower Lord clapped a hand on Hale's shoulder and brought up the final spell. Tempest Circus, a fourth circle spell. His eyes were sharp with curiosity, fixed on one question above all others. How Hale had bypassed the hard limits of Memorize. Hale didn't seem bothered in the slightest. What if I told you I reworked Memorize using transformation magic? He replied casually. The Tower Lord blinked. Skepticism flashed across his face. I can track spells up to the third circle, he said slowly. But what you did wasn't a simple modification. You erased the flaws entirely. You inverted the logic itself. Hale stayed silent. His thoughts drifted to his casting speed. How it had become almost instantaneous. Free-form magic. It didn't obey the old rules anymore. The Tower Lord leaned closer, lowering his voice. You even neutralized his magic. So tell me, what are you really using? Hale's eyes glinted faintly. Sweat clung to his skin as he opened his mouth to answer. And the scene cut. At Blue Magic Tower headquarters, the Tower Lord now sat inside Kim Kangen's office. Without looking away from her monitor, Kangen spoke first. I'll handle the Olympiad engineer by tomorrow. He nodded, taking a sip from his cup. Just make sure the new assignment doesn't interfere with the contractor's schedule. As he set the cup down, Kangen finally glanced at him. What's that supposed to mean? Instead of answering, the Tower Lord tossed a question back at her. Do you really think we can take gold at the Olympiad? Not impossible, Kangen replied evenly. He chuckled. That's funny. Yesterday, you said even bronze would be a miracle. Kangen smirked, fingers never slowing on the keyboard. Things have changed. The Tower Lord's eyes gleamed. You feel it too, don't you? It's incredible. She rested her hand beside the keyboard and nodded once. Yeah, it really is. He laughed softly. You were so absorbed you forgot you were one of the judges. Kangen shot him a sharp look. Don't start. He shifted the topic. What's your take on Hale's magic? Kangen explained that the entire match had been observed through the eye of Ruby. I watched it through the eye as well, the Tower Lord said. And even then, I couldn't lock onto anything. He used steam to erase his presence, layered misdirection into every cast. Honestly, it was unsettling. He paused, then continued. I could tell he disrupted the Inferno spell's structure mid-fight, but how he did it, I still don't know. Kangen nodded. Same here. And the Eye of Ruby isn't some cheap artifact. It's top tier. But even with that, I couldn't identify what kind of magic he was using. The Tower Lord nodded slowly. It bothered me enough that I asked him directly after the match. Kangen looked up, and he just smiled. The Tower Lord said with a shrug. Quoted something I once told him, that a mage has the right to keep their magic secret. Refused to say anything else. Told me I'd have to figure it out myself. Kangen raised an eyebrow. You think it's illegal magic? He shook his head immediately. No, absolutely not. The mana was too clean, too pure. The structure was refined to the extreme. There was nothing illegal about it. Reaching for his tablet, he tapped the screen once and slid it aside. That's everything I've got for now. His thoughts drifted back to that earlier question about reworking Memorize through transformation magic. Hale's answer had danced around it. The Tower Lord muttered under his breath. Doesn't feel like it's just transformation. He leaned back in his chair, a slow grin spreading across his face. This year's Olympiad is going to be chaos. Then he stood, stretching lightly. Come on, let's grab something to eat. Kangen's eyes brightened instantly. And in her mind, one very clear thought surfaced. He's definitely paying for this over time. Back at Obelisk Academy, the alarm blared at exactly 7:30 a.m. Hale's hand rested beside his phone, unmoving. He fumbled for the screen, checked the time, and let out a quiet sigh. 8 hours of sleep, and yet the exhaustion still clung to him. Using resonance and dispelling together had taken more out of him than he expected. During resonance, his mana flow had shut down completely. Even the Master's Robe had failed to help. That wasn't something he could brush off. From now on, he'd have to be careful. He sat up slowly and dropped his head into his hand. Sweat slid down the side of his face. Then his phone buzzed again. A message from his father. Short, but thoughtful. Acknowledging how brutal yesterday's fight must have been. Another notification followed. His father had already arranged medical leave, so he could take the day off. Hale thought back to how he'd left the arena without a word. His father must have thought he was shaken. He nodded to himself. That's fine then. An open book floated before him, glowing softly as petals of light drifted through the air like sparks. Maybe, just maybe, I've earned back a fragment of his trust, he thought. But not yet. This is only the beginning. The Olympiad is getting closer. Deep beneath the tower, Mimir lit up the moment Hale appeared. Welcome back, she called, eyes shining. So, how did it go? A small grin formed on Hale's lips. I won. Mimir leaned closer, squinting at him. You sure? You look like you're about to collapse. Hale let out a quiet laugh. It was close. Too close. If even one thing had gone wrong, I'd have lost. I gambled everything on the Blue Tower Master's intel. He paused, then shook his head. So no, it doesn't really feel like a win. His expression hardened. He raised 4 fingers. It's time, he said. We need to talk about the 4th Infinity Circle. The Ring of Expansion. Mimir smiled gently and reached out her hand toward him. This is the 4th Infinity Circle. Expansion, she said softly. I gathered all of these books just for you, successor. Make sure you read every single one. Hale stood atop a towering pile of books, his resolve unmistakable. Under the clear skies of Obelisk Academy, Hale stood before a group of students, posture straight, hands clasped behind his back. From chapters 5 to 10, he said evenly, his voice carrying without effort. Describe the properties of AI magic, and submit your assignments by tomorrow. As murmurs spread, he thought to himself, if they actually study, this shouldn't be hard at all. Turning back to the screen, he lifted his pencil, eyes settling on a single phrase displayed there, the Ring of Expansion. Unlike the previous Infinity Rings, this one was fundamentally different. The earlier rings, the Ring of Deliberation, Resonance, and Interference, were layered like petals, each tier serving a distinct role in directing AI magic. But the Ring of Expansion abandoned that structure entirely. Instead, it surrounded 3 independent circles that rotated together in perfect coordination. Because of that, the entire infinity circle became far more stable and efficient. Mental strain from deliberation dropped noticeably. Resonance grew stronger and lasted longer. Interference penalties were reduced. Even dispelling magic became easier to control. Hale's eyes narrowed. Mystic eyes would benefit tremendously from this level of stability as well. But the trade-off was obvious. The complexity was on a completely different level. Mastering it wouldn't be simple. He let out a slow breath, remembering a line from one of the books he'd read at Mimir's Spring. Forming the Ring of Expansion typically takes at least a year, and the more circles one commands, the harder control becomes. He leaned back slightly, irritation flickering across his face. I don't have that much time. Later, inside Obelisk Academy's indoor training grounds, Hale watched closely as students pushed themselves through punishing drills. 5 more minutes, he called out sharply. Sunchan stumbled, breathing ragged, sweat dripping freely down his face. Adela, on the other hand, remained steady, her focus unbroken despite the fatigue clearly weighing on her. At last, Hale raised his hand. That's enough. 10-minute break. Sunchan collapsed onto the floor immediately, staring up at the ceiling as he gasped. I think I'm actually going to die. Adela knelt beside him, concern clear in her eyes. Are you okay? Just hold on a little longer. She leaned closer, offering a faint smile. You remember what we promised, right? That we keep pushing. Sunchan stared back at her, eyes wide, disbelief momentarily overpowering his exhaustion. Sweat slid down Hale's own face as he turned toward them, his fatigue obvious. Can we postpone the feedback session? He asked, voice strained. I just finished a match. I'm completely spent. Sunchan shot up a finger at once, irritation flashing across his face. This isn't the first time, Hale. Feedback happens the same day, no exceptions. Adela, pale and tense, spoke more gently. Maybe we rest today and continue tomorrow. Everyone's already past their limit. But Sunchan shook his head firmly. Skipping feedback is like throwing away 30% of the training. Real growth happens when you're already exhausted. A knowing smirk crept onto his face as he looked straight at Hale. Isn't that what you always taught us? Sunchan's words struck Hale harder than he expected. A quiet mix of pride and clarity washed over him, followed by a sharp realization. He'd been making excuses. Somewhere along the way, he'd grown a little too comfortable. That thought alone was enough to make him grit his teeth. He drew in a slow breath and steadied himself. His body was exhausted, but beneath that fatigue, something else stirred. Anticipation. The kind that came before real, brutal training. Noticing the shift, the Tower Lord let out a light chuckle. How about getting some sleep first? He asked, half joking. Hale stepped forward without hesitation, his eyes clear again. No, we start now. First move, one step at a time. The Tower Lord stared at him for a beat, then exaggeratedly collapsed onto the floor, stretching out an arm toward Adela, as if defeated. Save me, he groaned. Adela simply looked down at him, calm as ever, a faint smile touching her lips. Congratulations, she said softly. Later that evening, the 3 of them walked together near an Obelisk 24 convenience store. Sunchan glanced sideways at Hale and spoke thoughtfully. He really is a genius. Even as a friend, you can tell. He's on a completely different level. Adela nodded without a hint of doubt. He is. Sunchan continued, admiration clear in his voice. He rewrote his entire strategy mid-match just because his opponent gave up the first move. That kind of adaptability isn't normal. He paused, then asked curiously, was he always like that, even when he was a kid? Adela took a sip of her juice, memories surfacing. Back then, he was younger in more ways than one. Sunchan tilted his head. You mean immature? She nodded lightly. Too optimistic. Almost arrogant. Inwardly, she acknowledged that she hadn't been much different herself. But watching Hale now, seeing how far he'd come, she realized something hadn't changed at all. If anything, her fascination with his magic, and with him, had only deepened. A small, fond smile crept onto her lips. Sunchan looked genuinely surprised. Hard to imagine someone like him going through that phase. That was before he entered Obelisk Academy. Adela replied calmly. Sunchan thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. Maybe being labeled incompatible with AI magic wasn't a curse after all. Maybe it was a blessing. Adela looked at him, startled. Seeing her reaction, Sunchan waved his hands quickly. I don't mean that badly. Think about it. Most geniuses grow arrogant, and that arrogance holds them back. Hale never had the chance to develop that flaw. Being told he was unfit probably crushed it before it could take root. Adela listened closely, then asked softly, so you think his failures shaped who he is now? Sunchan nodded firmly. Exactly. A grin spread across his face. He'd probably hate hearing this, but now that he's found his own path, I think it's fair to say. His eyes lit up as he turned to her. That means we can't fall behind. If he's moving forward, we have to walk the same road. Then, unable to contain himself, he raised his voice. We're going all in. It's time to prepare for the Olympiad. Adela's eyes shone with renewed determination. Agreed, she said firmly. Let's give it everything we've got. Standing a short distance away, Hale listened in silence, a faint smile forming as their conversation unfolded. Sunchan noticed it at last and turned toward him, brow creasing slightly. What? Why are you being so quiet? Hale gave a small nod, his tone calm but sincere. You explained it well. Sunchan laughed and shook his head. So, you're saying you gave me the disease in the first place, and now you're handing out the cure? Hale chuckled and passed him a bottle, correcting him with mock seriousness. No, I just wrote the prescription and supplied the medicine. Sunchan accepted it with an exaggerated bow. Much appreciated, Dr. Genius. Adela straightened, eyes already fixed ahead. Hale lifted his hand with purpose. All right, Adela. Back to special training. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward, ready. Not long after, inside Obelisk Academy's indoor training grounds, the Tower Lord sat slumped against the wall, breathing hard, clearly spent. Adela stood nearby, calm and observant as ever. Hale approached her and raised a hand slightly. Sorry to interrupt your break, he said gently. Can we talk for a minute? Adela blinked, surprised. Right now? Yes. Hale stepped aside with her. Now that the Olympiad team is officially confirmed, I've been thinking about revising our schedule. Starting tomorrow, we'll be excused from regular classes. She nodded once, listening closely. The Academy has its own Olympiad program, Hale continued, voice steady, but 8 hours a day isn't enough. From now on, we'll start each morning with tactical meetings. Tactical meetings? Adela echoed, interest flickering in her eyes. We'll break down every Olympiad event, Hale said, especially the new rules this year. We're going to look for gaps, advantages we can exploit. Adela tilted her head slightly. Then why are you telling me this first? Hale lowered his voice. Sunchan's already pushed past his limits, just with physical training. Strategy won't stick right now. He's too exhausted. That makes sense, she admitted. Also, Hale added, Zhang Sua from the Blue Magic Tower is already analyzing international competitors nonstop. We'll be using her data, starting tomorrow. Adela hesitated. Even if we build solid strategies, do you really think the third years will follow plans made by second years? A small, confident smile touched Hale's lips. There's a way. Nearby, Kong Shinwu, Ma Jinseok, and John Hyun glanced over, curiosity replacing caution. Hyun murmured quietly. They're even bolder than the rumors say. Moments later, John Hyun stepped forward, hands resting on her hips, a playful challenge in her eyes. Hey, you really meant what you said earlier? About beating seniors. Adela met her gaze without flinching. Is there a reason I shouldn't? Hyun's eyebrow lifted, amused and intrigued. Watching the exchange, Hale wiped sweat from his brow and raised 3 fingers, speaking calmly. Just remember, everyone here except us is a third year. That alone could make things complicated. Surprised by his concern, Adela only shrugged it off. Why does that matter? I've already proven myself against them before. Hale paused for a moment, letting her words settle. There was no hesitation or bravado in her voice, just certainty. In the end, he gave a slow nod, acknowledging both her strength and her resolve. Adela then turned her gaze to Hyun. What exactly are you talking about? Hyun's eyes narrowed. You said you could beat any third-year student in a fight. Why don't you say that again? Adela didn't flinch. If you really want to hear it again, then fine. I still believe there's no one among the current third years who can defeat me. Wait, hold on. Sunchan rushed in, his face going pale. He hurriedly apologized to the third years before spinning back to Adela. Nothing good comes from provoking our seniors. Be careful. I'm only stating the truth, Adela replied quietly. Trying to put out the fire before it spread, Sunchan turned to Hale with a desperate look. Hale, please, don't make this worse. But Hale stepped forward instead, a faint smile on his lips, his voice calm and composed. Actually, he said, I've been waiting for you. Sunchan's eyes widened in horror. Hale, wait. Ignoring him, Hale continued without raising his voice. How about a match, second years versus third years? He bowed slightly, respectful yet unyielding. I apologize for being so direct, but if I'm going to lead this team, I need to prove myself by defeating our seniors first. Silence fell heavily over the room. Kong Shinwu was the first to step forward, his expression measured. Just to be clear, you mean second years versus third years? A 3-on-3 match. Before Hale could respond, John Hyun cut in sharply. I'll accept. Overconfident juniors need to be taught their place. Hale smiled, unfazed. That's not what I meant. What I'm proposing is an all-out match. All second years against all third years. 3 of us against 7 of you. Disbelief rippled through the group. Hyun's eyes widened. The Tower Lord's face drained of color. Even Adela looked at Hale, momentarily caught off guard. Shinwu studied him closely, his gaze sharpening. What exactly are you aiming for here, Hale? My goal. Hale repeated calmly. Shinwu nodded, already dissecting him. You're not the type to provoke a fight without a reason. For a brief moment, Hale recalled seeing Shinwu years ago. Careful, analytical, unchanged. A small smile tugged at his lips. I just believe a spar is the fastest way to truly understand each other's capabilities. Ma Jinseok suddenly exploded, charging forward with fury written all over his face. You arrogant brat, he shouted, jabbing a finger at Hale. Are you trying to humiliate us seniors by showing off? Hee-yoon glanced sideways, curiosity flickering in her eyes, while Shinwoo rested his hand against his chin, deep in thought. He had already seen through it. This newcomer wasn't just picking a fight. He was aiming for control of the Olympiad team. Stepping forward, Shinwoo met Hale's gaze head-on. Is that what you're really after? Hale remained still, his confidence unshaken. Hee-yoon pointed at him sharply. Your arrogance is unbelievable. You and Adela may be talented, but challenging all of us is crossing the line. There's a limit to how much disrespect we seniors are willing to tolerate. She shook her head dismissively. Maybe you could win a one-on-one duel. But 3 second years against 7 third years? That's just ridiculous. Hee-yoon glanced aside with a quiet scoff. There was no way they could overcome numbers like that, especially with someone as visibly shaken as Soon-chan on their side. Nearby, Soon-chan stood stiffly, sweat sliding down his temple. Fidgeting, he muttered under his breath, Am I really that useless? Adela remained beside Hale, calm and unmoved. Her blue eyes were steady, filled with quiet resolve. Hale, too, stood tall, an unspoken confidence radiating from him. Hee-yoon crossed her arms. Apologize now, and we might consider letting this go. This is your last chance. Shinwoo nodded, his voice measured but firm. Hale, you've crossed the line. Hale didn't react. He let out a slow breath, his tone cool and unwavering. All this talking is getting tiresome. A faint smirk tugged at Shinwoo's lips. Behind Hale, Soon-chan clamped a hand over his mouth, whispering in panic. He's completely lost it. Even Adela's calm expression tightened, a flicker of anger flashing across her face. Then Hale spoke again, his words cutting cleanly through the air. So tell me, who are the useless ones here? The silence that followed was sharp and heavy. Hale's gaze hardened as he met their eyes one by one. Enough talking, he said firmly. Let's settle this with action. He stepped forward, presence commanding, and addressed them with a single word that carried undeniable weight. Seniors. Under the blazing sunlight beside the jogging track, Shin Hale and his team openly challenged their seniors. Soon-chan tried desperately to stop him, but Adela stood firmly at Hale's side, her presence only reinforcing his resolve. The seniors, already simmering with anger, accepted without hesitation. What followed became an official confrontation, second years versus third years. Hale's team numbered only 3. The senior team stood at 7. The seniors struggled to restrain their fury, but Hale's relentless provocation pushed the situation past any chance of reconciliation. Boiling with anger, Ma Jinseok turned to Kong Shinwoo, demanding to know if he truly agreed to such a reckless challenge. Shinwoo gave a short nod. That was enough. Ma Jinseok declared it official, a 3 versus 7 match. When the discussion shifted to conditions, Ma Jinseok declared that if the seniors lost, they would adopt the junior strategies going forward. Hale accepted without hesitation, a smug smile curling on his lips as he turned away to prepare. Then Ma Jinseok called out, asking what the seniors would gain if they won. Without even looking back, Hale replied calmly that they could ask for anything they wanted, even if it meant demanding that he quit entirely, something he had no intention of allowing to happen. And with that, he kept walking. The seniors remained behind, bitter laughter spilling from clenched teeth, anger simmering beneath their smiles as they waited for the match to begin, eager to teach the arrogant junior a lesson he would never forget. Among them, John Hee-yoon was burning the hottest. The thought of humbling those juniors made her blood boil, yet all she could do was wait for the battle to begin. As Shin Hale turned to leave, he added one final condition, his voice calm but cutting. If the juniors won, the seniors would apologize to Soon-chan for ever calling him useless. Not long after, the stage was set inside the Obelisk Academy Coliseum. The battlefield chosen was a mountain under the cover of night. Both teams took their positions on opposite sides, using the 5-minute preparation window to sort out their strategies. Every member adjusted their stance and placement, searching for even the smallest tactical edge. An announcement echoed through the arena, declaring the match a simplified siege battle under international rules. Each side had been assigned a base, and the objective was clear: capture the opponent's flag. Shin Hale stood confidently in front of his team's flag, already picturing how quickly the match would end. He noticed Soon-chan sitting nearby and asked if he was holding up. Still shaken, Soon-chan hesitated before speaking. He asked whether provoking the seniors so aggressively had really been necessary. Hale looked at him and asked what he meant. Soon-chan explained that Hale had deliberately pushed the seniors' buttons, targeting their pride, just to force the match. He added that the juniors were already following Hale's lead, yet Hale had still gone as far as manipulating the situation just to secure the battle. Hale straightened, an unmistakable smirk forming on his face. He said that simple obedience wasn't enough for him. He wanted complete obedience, inside and out. He assured Sun-chan that he would handle everything and reminded him that no one understood the nature of this battle better than Sun-chan himself. Still uneasy, Sun-chan asked if pushing the seniors this far wouldn't only leave behind resentment. Hale's grin widened, confidence dripping from his tone as he replied that he already had a plan to crush them completely. If the victory was overwhelming enough, he said, there would be no room left for bitterness. Even as he spoke, he was already celebrating the outcome in his mind. Sun-chan, meanwhile, scolded himself silently for asking in the first place, knowing he would never truly grasp Hale's way of thinking. On the opposite side of the mountain, the senior team simmered with rage. Every one of them felt insulted that a junior dared to challenge and command them. They all wanted the chance to punish Shin Hale for his arrogance. John Hyun, in particular, muttered curses under her breath, unable to forgive his audacity, betting everything, even his future, on their defeat. Unlike the others, Kang Shinwoo remained calm. He told Hyun to rein in her anger and focus, reminding her that only 5 minutes remained before the battle began. Hearing his words, Hyun tried to steady herself, telling herself that in just 5 minutes, she would teach the juniors a lesson they would never forget. But the moment she remembered their demand, that the seniors apologize to Sun-chan, her anger flared all over again. She justified it to herself in a low mutter, insisting that calling a useless person useless wasn't wrong. Watching her spiral deeper into anger, Ja Min-sik felt a dull ache form in his head, mentally worn down before the battle had even begun. Kang Shinwoo turned to him and spoke quietly, saying that although he had wanted to calm everyone down, this was no longer the time for restraint. Ja Min-sik agreed. There was no point holding back now. He decided he would pour all of his anger into raw power from the very start, convincing himself that rage sharpened strength, that it was the most natural performance enhancer there was. Then, at last, the long-awaited moment arrived. The announcement echoed through the Coliseum, and the noise of the crowd faded into the background. Everyone steadied their breathing, minds snapping into focus as the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Ja Min-sik gave the order immediately. Attack at once, and seize the enemy's flag as fast as possible. On the opposite side, Shin Hale and Adela moved together without hesitation, advancing straight toward the seniors' territory. They left Sun-chan behind to guard their flag, trusting him completely. Sun-chan stood his ground, shoulders squared, preparing himself to defend their position against whoever came. 5 minutes into the match, John Hyun had already slipped into the juniors' area. Sitting silently on a tree branch, she froze when she saw the scene below. Only one person stood near the flag. Sun-chan, alone. She contacted Ja Min-sik at once and reported what she'd found. He asked who was guarding the flag. A twisted smile spread across her face as she answered. It was the so-called useless guy, standing there by himself. That answer made Ja Min-sik hesitate. He wondered if Sun-chan was truly alone, or if someone was hiding nearby, waiting to ambush them. With the battlefield cloaked in darkness, even Hyun couldn't be completely sure. Ja Min-sik warned her not to rush in and told her to stay alert. There could still be someone lying in wait. But Hyun didn't bother waiting. She dropped down from the tree and landed directly in front of Sun-chan, instantly confirming that he was alone. She sneered and called him useless once again. Sun-chan didn't deny it. He simply admitted that yes, he was guarding the flag by himself. She raised an eyebrow and asked if he'd expected her to be the first one to show up. Calmly, Sun-chan nodded. That answer caught her off guard. She demanded to know how he could be so sure. Without hesitation, Sun-chan replied that Shin Hale had predicted it. He'd said she would be the one to come. He paused, then corrected himself. Shin Hale had actually called her by name. The gorilla part, that was Sun-chan's own addition. Hale, he explained, knew she had a short temper and figured the seniors would send her on the attack instead of keeping her on defense. The realization hit hard. John Hyun's fury spiked as she understood they had provoked her on purpose, deliberately pushing her buttons so she would be the first to charge in. Enraged, she abandoned all restraint and unleashed her opening move. Flame Sniper. Her strongest attack tore through the night, blazing straight towards Sun-chan. And then, it was stopped, effortlessly. The sight left her staring in shock. In that moment, Sun-chan finally remembered why he had been placed there. His technique made him the perfect defender, and the flag was the single most important position on the battlefield. The siege was already underway. The assault on the juniors had begun in full force, and Sun-chan stood firm as John Hyun pressed him relentlessly. She had opened the battle by unleashing her strongest attack without hesitation, yet he had blocked it with ease. That alone was enough to shake her, and the frustration burning inside her only grew hotter. Before the match had even started, Shin Hale had spoken to Sun-chan in private. He had looked him straight in the eye and told him plainly that he was not useless. More than that, he said Sun-chan was the only one naturally suited to be the tank of their team. The words had left Sun-chan stunned. He asked why he was being called a tank, and why he had been chosen. Hale's answer had been simple, almost bright with confidence. A tank was the one who held the line. the one who protected territory and shielded his allies, no matter the cost. He had then explained the enemies Sun-chan would face. The attackers would be mages with primary attributes, each excelling in their own field. Kim Kanjin from the Blue Magic Tower specialized in water. James Filler from the Red Magic Tower wielded overwhelming firepower. Jeon Hyun herself also fought primarily with fire. When mages used their primary attributes, Hale explained, their mana consumption dropped while the power and lethality of their attack skyrocketed. Then came the truth. Sun-chan had no primary attribute. Sending him on offense would be a waste. But in return, he possessed something far rarer, an innate talent for defensive magic. That was why the flag was his responsibility alone. He didn't need support. He only needed a hold. Now, standing on the battlefield, Sun-chan was doing exactly that. Jeon Hyun's attacks crashed against his defenses again and again, but none of them broke through. No matter how she adjusted her approach, her spells failed to leave a mark. Gritting her teeth, she cursed under her breath, grudgingly assuming that Shin Hale and Adela must have strengthened him somehow, unaware that Sun-chan had always carried the qualities of a true tank. Even as she poured more mana into her attacks, she continued to sneer, mocking him relentlessly. She called him delusional, insignificant, claimed he was nothing more than an extra, standing in the shadow of Shin Hale and Adela. For a brief moment, the words stung, but Sun-chan didn't falter. He tightened his defense and fired back with words of his own, calling her weak and taunting her mercilessly. If this was the full extent of her power, he said, then guarding the flag would be effortless. That was enough to push Jeon Hyun past her limit. Her fury spiked, but before she could launch another assault, two more figures emerged beside her. Reinforcements had arrived. Sun-chan's heart steadied instead of racing. Shin Hale had already warned him. 3 enemies with the same primary attribute would come for him together, and only he could withstand them. Now facing 3 mages at once, Sun-chan didn't retreat an inch. He stood his ground defiantly, mocking them as losers, even as they unleashed their coordinated attacks. Jeon Hyun snapped at him to shut up and brace himself for her chest impact strike, pouring power into the blow. But once again, her attack shattered harmlessly against his defenses. Sun-chan remained unmoved, firmly planted in front of the flag. Refusing to accept it, Hyun attacked again. Still, not even a crack appeared on his shield. Staring at it in disbelief, she began to wonder what it was even made of, realizing just how absurdly difficult it was to pierce. From a distance, the senior spectators whispered among themselves, baffled by the unfamiliar defensive magic Sun-chan was using, something none of them had ever seen before. Convinced that sheer numbers would decide it, Hyun barked an order for a synchronized assault. Her confidence bordered on arrogance, and she never considered what might happen next. The moment all 3 charged at Sun-chan together, a magical bullet fell from the sky. Then another, and another. The impact was devastating. The senior mages were struck head-on, bodies slammed into the ground as they collapsed in shock, completely caught off guard. At first, Hyun assumed it was Shin Hale attacking from somewhere nearby, and cursed him out loud. But as more bullets rained down, realization hit her hard. Moonlight bullets. Adela's magic. She cursed her just as fiercely, finally understanding that this had all been planned from the start. The juniors had laid a trap, waiting for the seniors to group up before raining destruction down on them. Then Ma Jinseok's furious voice cut through the chaos. He demanded to know what she was doing, telling her bluntly that both Shin Hale and Adela were standing right in front of him, and that he was completely alone. Regret slammed into him instantly. He cursed himself for sending reinforcements away and leaving his own position exposed. Now, there was no undoing it. He stood isolated before Hale and Adela, fully aware that his decision had backed him into a corner. On another front, Senior Team 1 descended into confusion. They were pinned down by Sun-chan, unable to advance even a single step, while Adela's moonlight bullets continued to fall unpredictably from above. Dodging desperately, they found themselves overwhelmed from every direction. Shouting curses in frustration, they were soon forced to the ground, gasping for breath, with no choice left but to surrender. Meanwhile, the second senior team, led by Kang Shin-woo, was thrown into turmoil. They had originally been sent to support Jeon Hyun, but now frantic calls were coming in from Ma Jinseok. With threats appearing on both fronts, the situation turned chaotic. Shin-woo assessed the battlefield in an instant and made his call. He ordered his team to retreat immediately and rush back to defend the flag and support Ma Jinseok. Back at the center of it all, Shin Hale stood calmly before Ma Jinseok, a faint smile of amusement playing on his lips. He spoke casually, explaining that the match was already nearing its end. At his side, Adela stood with eyes blazing, declaring coldly that he was finished. In front of his team's flag, Ma Jinseok forced a strained smile, fully aware that the battlefield had slipped completely out of his control. He tried to convince himself that this had all gone wrong somehow, that a single mistake had spiraled out of control. But deep down, he knew it was already too late. Even if he could have beaten Shin Hale one-on-one, The moment Adela stood beside him, his chances vanished entirely. In his mind, he saw himself cornered by two beasts, a dragon and a tiger, both poised to tear him apart. There was no escape. Shin Hale and Adela moved at the same time. Their attacks crashed down in rapid succession, leaving Ma Jinseok no room to breathe. In mere seconds, it was over. Accepting what he could no longer deny, he fell to the ground, defeated. Moments later, Kang Shinwoo and his team arrived to reinforce him, only to be greeted by the sight of Ma Jinseok lying there, openly admitting his loss. Above him, Shin Hale stood tall, holding the flag high with calm pride. The victory was unmistakable. Elsewhere on the battlefield, John Hyun lay on the ground, gasping for air after her team's collapse. Nearby, Sun-chan stood upright, breathing heavily, but victorious, having successfully defended the flag to the very end. Later, everyone regrouped inside the Obelisk Academy conference room. With the match decided in the juniors' favor, Shin Hale's team stood confidently before their seniors, pride clear in their posture. The seniors, on the other hand, sat in silence, weighed down by the humiliation of their defeat. John Hyun suddenly lashed out, punching Ma Jinseok's arm in frustration. She blamed him outright, snapping that he was supposed to stop the enemy and buy time until Kang Shinwoo returned. Ma Jinseok shot back immediately. He reminded her that she hadn't been the only one facing two opponents, so why was all the blame being dumped on him? He went on, his voice sharp, saying the real problem was her faulty information. She had insisted that all enemies were attacking her, which was why he sent their teammates to back her up. Instead, it turned out to be a trap. Left alone, he had no way to stop the flag from being taken. John Hyun bristled, insisting it wasn't her fault. She claimed that Shin Hale and Adela had been the ones attacking her directly. Before the argument could escalate further, Kang Shinwoo stepped in. He told them both to stop and rein in their emotions. Calmly, he stated the truth. They hadn't lost because of mistakes or bad luck. They lost because the other team simply outplayed them. The room fell silent. No one met anyone else's eyes. The seniors remained seated, embarrassment hanging heavy in the air. Then Kang Shinwoo turned his attention to Shin Hale. There was one question everyone wanted answered. How had he and Adela managed to appear on both sides of the battlefield at once? What trick had they used? Shin Hale nodded, agreeing to explain. He started by saying that Sun-chan had been the only one guarding the flag. John Hyun's eyes widened in shock. She immediately asked if the strange wind cutters and the moonlight bullets that had rained down on them were also Sun-chan's doing. Shin Hale shook his head and denied it outright. He clarified that those spells hadn't been Sun-chan's at all. They were his and Adela's. From the very beginning, he had layered the battlefield with traps and preset spells, designed to herd the enemy into disadvantageous positions. Ma Jinseok slammed his hand down in frustration, shouting that it made no sense. Shin Hale had been standing right in front of him the entire time. So how could he possibly cast long-range magic from that distance? Hale didn't raise his voice. Calmly, he said that it really had been him. Even the moonlight spells were his. That only raised more suspicion. John Hyun shot Adela a sharp look and demanded to know if those spells weren't classified as secret techniques from the Mystic Authority. Had she broken the rules and leaked them? Hale stepped in before Adela could respond. He explained that they weren't secret spells at all. At least, not anymore. He had deciphered them himself through analysis. Kang Shinwoo frowned, wondering aloud whether analyzing a secret spell was even possible. Hale answered simply that it was. He possessed mystic eyes, the kind capable of seeing magic formulas directly. The room went still. Mystic eyes. Ma Jinseok stared at him in disbelief. That kind of ability wasn't something you just had. It bordered on impossible. Hale continued, unfazed by their reactions. Using his mystic eyes, he had analyzed the Moonlight Blast spell in advance. Before the match even started, he had prepositioned wind cutters and moonlight blasts across the battlefield. With the help of floating, precast spells, he could trigger long-range attacks at will. He added that the technique was a modified version of what he had previously used against Ju Hanwook of the Blue Magic Tower. Kang Shinwoo leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued, and asked how Hale had managed such flawless accuracy, how the spells had flown straight to their targets without deviation. Sun-chan stood up. It was because of me, he said. Shinwoo turned to him, asking if it had been some kind of coordination system. Hale shook his head. Not exactly. The first number Sun-chan provided was the ID of the fixed spell, and the second was the angle needed to adjust its trajectory. He explained that he had shared the spell setup with Sun-chan and Adela, but not the tenor-style spell itself. That, he said, was as much as he was willing to reveal about his magic. Internally, Hale felt a sense of relief. Now that Adela, Sun-chan, and even the seniors understood his methods, things would move more smoothly. Convincing them would be easier from here on out. Then he stated his true objective without hesitation. Victory. He wanted the gold medal, no matter what. And to achieve that, he needed complete cooperation from every member of the team. This friendly match, he said, had already proven both his strength and the effectiveness of his strategies. He bowed slightly and apologized to the seniors for his earlier rudeness, then asked them to follow his lead. If they did, he promised, he would take them all the way to a championship. For a moment, no one spoke. Then John Hyun broke the silence. She admitted she wasn't happy about it, but she would go along with his plan. The room stirred in surprise, as the usually fiery Hyun remained calm. She said it plainly. It had been a bet, and she had lost. Now, she would cooperate. If she didn't go along with the plan, she would have to give up her position as a national representative. With that final admission, John Hyun walked straight over to Sunchan and bowed her head. She apologized for ever calling him useless and acknowledged that his defense magic was genuinely solid. Sunchan, a little flustered but sincere, accepted her apology and returned the gesture by praising the overwhelming power of her fire magic. Later that day, Shin Hale, Adela, and Sunchan sat together in the cafeteria, quietly eating lunch. Hale broke the calm, thanking both of them for how well they had performed against the third-year seniors. Then he asked them for a favor. He explained that he wouldn't be joining the evening training sessions for a while, and that they would need to continue without him, as he had something he needed to handle on his own. Adela tilted her head, curiosity lighting her eyes, and asked if he was planning on doing mana circulation training or something similar. Hale answered simply that he was. He added that he had started to glimpse the wall of enlightenment. The words hit hard. Both Adela and Sunchan froze. Adela was the first to speak, asking if he meant the wall of the fifth circle. Inside, Hale's thoughts raced. He couldn't tell them the truth, not about tenor-style magic. He had already revealed it to the world under a different name, calling it modification magic. The power of his tenor-style, third-circle magic already rivaled that of the fourth circle as a whole. If he wanted to claim he was approaching the fifth circle, he needed time. Time to construct tenor-style fourth-circle magic. That was the truth he couldn't share. The phrase, wall of enlightenment, was nothing more than bait, a way to buy himself space. As long as people believed that, no one would question his real objective. Sunchan leaned closer to Adela and whispered under his breath, saying that reaching the fifth circle at 18 was practically impossible. He scoffed, calling it nonsense, and saying Hale was exaggerating. Adela didn't agree. She smiled instead, pride shining in her eyes, and said that if Hale really succeeded, he would become the youngest person ever to reach the fifth circle. There wasn't a trace of doubt in her expression. Her eyes sparkled with complete belief. Hale noticed it all, then gently steered the conversation back to the favor he had asked for. He reminded them again that he wouldn't be attending evening training for a while, and asked them to understand and continue without him. Adela laughed lightly and waved it off. If that was the reason, she said, then he didn't need to attend at all. Sunchan nodded along, smiling as he added that starting tomorrow, Hale didn't need to show up anymore. Seeing their smiles, Hale finally relaxed. Watching them so at ease made him feel lighter. He reassured them one last time, telling them not to worry. He would still keep an eye on them and regularly monitor their physical fitness test scores. Even if he wasn't there in person, he wasn't leaving them behind. Shin Hale went straight to the head family of the Mage clan. Inside his father's study, without wasting time, he made his request. 3 items. The horn of the octagon beast, the heart of catastrophe, and the eye of Leviathan. His father didn't look surprised. Instead, he let out a slow breath and said he had been expecting a demand like this sooner or later. He reminded Hale that these weren't just rare materials. They were among the most outrageously expensive resources in the magical world. Then he asked the real question. Why did Hale need them, and what exactly was he planning to do with them? Anger flashed across Hale's face as he answered. These items weren't for greed or power plays. They were necessary for his magic, essential for the next step he was trying to reach. With what limited knowledge and research he had, Hale explained that he had found a clue to weaving the fourth circle through the springs of Mimir. His voice slowed as he began recounting what had happened a few days earlier in the Academy library. Back then, he had been sitting among towering shelves of books, scanning titles one by one. Across from him sat Mimir, dressed in mage robes, calmly reading as if she belonged there. Hale was searching for a specific text, one that supposedly explained the rings of expansion in a more intuitive way. Before he could find it, Mimir quietly whispered that no such book existed. At the time, Hale thought she was being unhelpful on purpose, making things harder than they needed to be. As he continued searching, a few books suddenly slipped from a nearby shelf and crashed onto the floor. Annoyed, he bent down and then froze. Among the fallen books was the one he had been looking for. Or rather, something even better, an old book on magic potions. As he flipped through the worn pages, he realized just how ancient it was. Then his eyes stopped on a familiar term, the elixir potion. The moment he read the description, he shouted out loud that this was the book he'd been searching for all along. Even Mimir looked shocked by how he had stumbled upon it. Hale began reading in earnest, and with every line, the puzzle pieces fell into place. The book contained a recipe for a potion capable of absorbing an enormous amount of mana. In that instant, he understood. If he could create this potion, the time needed to acquire the rings of expansion would be drastically reduced. After finishing the story, Hale looked his father straight in the eyes and said that he was now standing before the wall of enlightenment. His father paused, then asked carefully if that meant Hale was approaching the fifth circle. Hale answered without hesitation. Yes, and the items he had requested were the key ingredients for making that breakthrough. Most of the materials he could gather himself, but the truly rare ones, those not found on the market, could only be obtained through his father's influence. After hearing everything, his father finally nodded. Hale wasn't lying. The materials really were meant for a potion. Hale confirmed it calmly. His theory was sound. His father then asked where Hale had learned about such a potion. He admitted that he had never seen a formula like that before. Hale answered plainly that the information came from an ancient book. At those words, his father's gaze sharpened. He murmured, "An ancient potion," as if tasting the phrase, then finally nodded. He agreed to Hale's request and told him he would provide the materials. Hearing that, Hale accepted the decision without hesitation. His father chuckled softly, recalling how Hale had once taken an ancient robe from him, and now, here he was, trying to create an ancient potion. With a faint smile, he admitted that he truly had no idea what his son was plotting anymore. Later, as the two of them sat in the car, his father began questioning him about his magic. He asked about the spells Hale had used during the duel with Ju Hanwook, about the strange questions the Blue Tower Master had raised, and about things Hale hadn't expected to be brought up at all. Hale remained silent through it all. He knew it didn't matter. Sooner or later, he would end up answering everything. Nothing stayed hidden forever. When they arrived at Monster Byproduct Street, Hale stepped out to search for the ingredients he could obtain easily. He moved from shop to shop, scanning displays filled with bones, scales, cores, and preserved organs. There were plenty of items, but none that met his standards. Before long, a woman tried to catch his attention, loudly insisting he look at her goods. She claimed her wares were rare and valuable, pushing them toward him with confidence. Hale barely glanced at them before refusing outright. He told her flatly that she was selling fakes and even pointed out exactly what was wrong with her products. Inside, Hale knew she had mistaken him for an easy target, but that was laughable. He had memorized 40,000 spells and knew monster byproducts inside and out. There was no chance someone like him could be fooled. His purpose was simple. He needed ingredients to complete his spell, and that was why he had come here. He had already decided to create the ancient potion, and he wasn't about to waste time or money on useless junk. This market was crawling with swindlers, after all. As he ventured deeper into the street, only that one woman had tried to deceive him so far. With his knowledge of countless potion formulas, distinguishing real materials from fakes was effortless. Further inside the market, an old man suddenly approached and called out to him. He remarked that Hale had sharp eyes for someone so young. Hale looked at him calmly and asked what it was that he wanted. The old man noticed his guarded attitude, but didn't back down. He explained that the shop Hale had just left was backed by an organization, and he thought it best to give him a warning, and perhaps some help finding what he was truly looking for. Hale smiled faintly and waved it off. It didn't matter. Anyone who got swayed by shops like that, he said, would have to be a fool. The old man laughed, clearly amused, and praised Hale for his sharp tongue. He said he liked him and promised to give him a good deal if Hale would step into his shop for a moment. Hale agreed easily, then asked straight out if the old man happened to have black bull horns. That was all it took. The old man slung an arm around Hale's shoulders and started guiding him toward his shop, boasting that he had obtained a black bull horn just the day before. Once inside, he told Hale to wait while he fetched the item. A few minutes later, he returned holding a pair of horns and placed them into Hale's hands. With confidence, he claimed they were flawless grade, boasting a purity of over 90%. If Hale had any doubts, he said, he could check with the manometer. Those never lied. Hale did exactly that. The meter lit up, showing a reading above 90%. The old man beamed and declared it fate. He named his price, 27 million won. Normally, he added, something of this quality would sell for over 30 million. Today, Hale was simply lucky. That was when Hale smiled. A sharp, devilish smile crept across his face as he casually asked when the horns of an African bull had started being called black bull horns. The old man stiffened. In that instant, he knew he'd been caught. Hale pieced it together calmly. The woman earlier had tried to deceive him openly, sloppy and obvious. This old man, on the other hand, had hidden behind a manometer, using numbers as proof. But Hale wasn't fooled. He knew monster byproducts far too well for that. Still smiling, he asked whether the old man planned to keep joking around, or if he actually had the real item and intended to stop wasting his time. The atmosphere shifted. The old man straightened his posture, his casual act dropping away. He admitted that Hale wasn't an ordinary kid and asked him to step further inside. With a short bow, he apologized for trying to test him. Elsewhere, Shin Hale's father was riding in his car with his secretary. Suddenly, the secretary noticed a massive transfer coming from a young master's card, the one his father had given him. He immediately reported it, asking why such a large sum was being spent. His father answered calmly that he had given Hale full permission to use the card freely and purchase any special ingredients he needed. The secretary hesitated, then asked what kind of ingredients could possibly cost that much, and what the young master planned to do with them. Without hesitation, his father replied that Hale was making an ancient elixir. The secretary frowned, suspicion creeping into his voice as he asked once more whether Shin Hale was doing something unusual. The secretary added that he would personally check the quality of the byproducts Hale had purchased, but his father dismissed the idea at once. There was no need. Shin Hale had mastered monster byproducts since the age of 5. He hadn't raised his son to be foolish enough to mistake fake materials for real ones. His father then asked about the octagon beast's horns. The secretary replied that the deal itself was complete, and that only the price negotiation remained. He also mentioned that importing the item would take roughly a week. With that settled, Shin's father cut him off and shifted the topic. He asked about the internal audit he had ordered earlier. The secretary straightened and reported that the investigation was ongoing. Someone, without a doubt, was colluding with the Black Magic Tower. He explained that he had deliberately leaked part of the report related to the Black Tower and noticed clear signs of tampering. However, despite his efforts, he hadn't been able to identify who was behind it. He apologized as he continued, explaining that the suspects had been narrowed down to high-ranking individuals, people with enough authority to alter top-level family records. Even so, the investigation had turned up nothing suspicious. Shin's father wasn't surprised in the slightest. In a low voice, he muttered that being too clean was suspicious in itself. He told his secretary that if everything appeared that spotless, continuing the investigation would likely be meaningless. Instead, they would wait. The traitor would eventually make contact with the Black Magic Tower, and when that happened, they needed to be ready. Meanwhile, Hale returned to the library, utterly exhausted. The girl there greeted him by calling him master and praised him for gathering most of the required byproducts. Only a few ingredients remained before the potion could be completed. As Hale reread the book, his thoughts raced ahead. If the elixir was successfully made and its mana properly enhanced, weaving the ring of expansion would become far easier. The girl asked when the remaining item would arrive. Hale replied that he had asked his father to obtain it and that it would take about a week. She smiled and said the timing was perfect. It lined up exactly with the Olympiad. Hale, however, wasn't satisfied. Even once the elixir was complete, he couldn't consume it immediately. He explained that the book stated the potion's effects could only be maximized in an area with an extremely high concentration of ambient mana. After consuming it, the user would also need to perform mana circulation to fully draw out its power. Curious, the girl asked if he had such a place in mind. Hale nodded calmly and answered that he did. The girl's curiosity deepened, and she immediately asked where. Hale answered without hesitation, Bangneon Island. He explained that according to research, it was the place with the highest mana concentration in the country, and more importantly, the density there had been steadily increasing in recent times. The girl smiled knowingly and said that meant he already had plans to go there. Hale nodded. Yes, he had a plan. Not long after, Hale returned to his friends and casually dropped the news that they would be heading to Bangneon Island for a training camp. The reaction was instant. Excitement spread across their faces the moment they heard the name. When training resumed, Hale gathered everyone and made it official. There had been a change of plans. For 1 full week, they would be attending a training camp on Bangneon Island. 5 nights and 6 days of special training. He added that he had personally requested this arrangement from the Blue Magic Tower Lord, so everyone needed to start preparing right away. John Hyun leaned against Adela with a bright smile, saying it sounded like it would be a lot of fun. Kang Shinwoo saw it as a rare opportunity and suggested they begin preparing seriously. Sun-chan pointed out that it would be far less exhausting since the Blue Magic Tower was handling the setup. Ma Jin-suk simply told everyone not to overthink it and take things easy. Watching them together, Hale felt a quiet sense of relief. The atmosphere had finally settled. The tension between second and third year students seemed to have faded away. He informed them that the training schedules were already arranged. Inwardly, Hale acknowledged that with the Blue Magic Tower backing them, trust had begun to form naturally. Then he added one more thing. Before anything else, they all needed to head to the Blue Magic Tower immediately and undergo a unique mana test. At the Blue Magic Tower headquarters, a woman was already waiting for them. She introduced herself as Young Sua from the Blue Magic Tower and instructed those participating in the special mana test to follow her. Quietly, she leaned toward Hale and asked whether the Tower Master had requested to see him privately. When Hale entered Kim Kangen's office, he was greeted warmly. Kim asked how his training had been going. Hale smiled and replied that it was going well, thanks to him. Kim then asked if there had been any issues between seniors and juniors, any discord within the team. Hale shook his head and said he had already resolved everything. They were functioning as a single unit now. It hadn't been long, but everyone was putting in genuine effort and working together. Kim seemed pleased by that answer. With a satisfied nod, he assured Hale that as long as things continued this way, he would take care of everything on his end. Shin thanked Kim sincerely, even bringing up Bangneon Island. Kim just laughed it off, saying it was nothing at all. Renting out an entire island was easy for him. Then his expression shifted slightly as he steered the conversation to the real reason he had called Shin in. Kim asked if Shin Hale had a rough idea of what he was requesting. Shin answered without hesitation, "An artifact." Kim nodded, confirming it. He wanted Shin to prepare himself to engrave his unique mana onto it. While they discussed the process of unique mana engraving, Shin's teammates were undergoing their own tests, the ones required for engraving compatibility. Before dismissing him, Kim reminded Shin that he should also hurry and complete his mana test before the group training officially began. Shin replied that he planned to take his test after 8 in the evening. He then asked whether the mention of unique mana engraving meant that the outline for completing the artifact was finally taking shape. Kim confirmed it. Things would move quickly from here. It would take roughly 2 to 3 weeks, and without a doubt, they intended to finish everything during the Olympiad period. In between tests, Shin returned to the library. There, he finished reading the ancient book he had discovered and informed Mimir that he was done. In response, Mimir used her magic and handed him a new book. She then asked how his preparations were going so far. Shin paused and asked which preparation she meant, the Ring of Expansion or the Olympiad. Mimir answered simply that she wanted to hear about both. Shin told her that his Olympiad preparation was progressing smoothly. As for the Ring of Expansion, there hadn't been much visible progress. Mimir asked if weaving the Ring of Expansion was truly that difficult. Shin shook his head. It wasn't difficult at all. In fact, he had already mastered it completely in theory. The real issue was that his body lacked mana, overwhelmingly so. At that point, Mimir understood. In the end, the blessing of mana was the deciding factor. Shin then added that the materials originally scheduled to arrive in a week would be delivered much sooner. The law had recently been revised, making imports far easier. Mimir was visibly shocked by the sudden legal change. With a faint, devilish smile, Shin whispered that his father must have pulled some strings. Hearing that, Mimir laughed softly and said he was lucky to be her successor. The following night, at the Blue Magic Tower headquarters, Shin had just finished his mana test and was completely drained. Kim praised him for pushing through and asked how it had gone, noting that it was Shin's first time taking this type of test. Shin replied honestly, "It was simple enough, just far too long." Kim laughed and shook his head, telling him he couldn't say that. It had been fast. The test had taken only 1 hour, whereas most people needed at least 8. Shin froze when Kim mentioned that the test normally took 8 hours. Kim clicked his tongue and told him plainly, calling that test easy wasn't normal. The process itself might look simple, but repeatedly circulating mana while maintaining precision within a margin of just 0.3% was anything but easy. Shin only shrugged. For someone like him, who had already cleared the second trial, it really was that simple. Kim laughed at the response, then told him the results were excellent. There was no need to worry about the artifact's quality anymore. At Shin's current level, aiming for a masterpiece wasn't out of the question. Shin laughed and asked if that wasn't going a bit too far. Then he brought up the Blue Magic Tower's S-Class, 4th-tier artifact, the Imperial Ring, and asked whether it could be used as a reference. Kim said it was possible. Shin's control was already at a level where he wouldn't fall short of handling something on par with the Imperial Ring. That was when it hit him. He could now weave an artifact of at least S-Class, 4th tier. A quiet smile formed on Shin's face as his thoughts settled on a single object. When the test results were finalized in the lab, they confirmed it. Shin Hale was capable of weaving an S-Class, 4th-tier artifact. It was an extraordinary achievement. Yet despite the significance, Shin had only one thought running through his mind. He could finally create the Imperial Ring. It was perfectly matched to what he could offer. Kim noticed the shift immediately. He remarked that it was the first time he had ever seen Shin Hale this excited. Shin didn't deny it. He said it outright. Having his artifact compared to the Imperial Ring was reason enough. He was about to ask whether the artifact had been named, yet when his phone buzzed. Glancing at the screen, he excused himself. It was a message from his father. The text was brief but precise. The ship would arrive at the port at 2:30 a.m. The material handover was scheduled for tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Suk Hyen would personally deliver everything to align with the end of training. Shin's eyes lit up as he read it. Every ingredient needed for the potion was finally coming together. The next morning, at 8 sharp, Shin was back in the library with Mimir. The two of them stood quietly, gazing at the materials laid out before them. Shin remarked that every single piece was top quality. Mimir smiled in satisfaction. Not only was the quality excellent, but the quantities were perfect as well. With this, she said, they could begin the potion immediately. She started preparing the ingredients, moving with careful precision. Together, they set aside a portion of the materials, just in case something went wrong with the formula. If it failed once, they would have another chance. This time, there would be no room for mistakes. Step by step, the two of them began trimming away the excess materials. First came the crystals, which they cut with extreme care, so nothing would go to waste. Next were the tentacles, sliced down slowly until they matched the exact size required. Some ingredients were sensitive to light, so they carefully extracted only the necessary portions, making sure none of their properties were damaged. After a while, the simpler materials were fully processed, leaving only the core ingredients behind. Mimir suggested they take a short break, and Shin agreed. His body was already worn down. The items remaining were the most critical ones: the octodeer's horn, the heart of a catastrophe, and the eye of a leviathan. Shin steadied himself. These were the most expensive materials he had ever handled. Worse, he knew he would never be able to obtain them again in such pristine condition. There could be no mistakes. He took a brief tea break to calm his breathing, then returned once more, focused and ready. Picking up the octodeer's horn, he flooded his carving knife with as much mana as he could control. Slowly, carefully, he began peeling thin layers from the horn, keeping his movements steady and precise. At the same time, Mimir explained that the heart of catastrophe needed to be soaked in water mixed with finely ground fairy wing powder to completely drain the blood. The water temperature had to be maintained at exactly 25 degrees. Because of how delicate the process was, she warned that no one could take their eyes off it. Not for 6 full hours. Finally, it was time to handle the Leviathan's eye. Mimir instructed Shin to coat the eyeball with mana, but warned him to be extremely careful. If the mana balance slipped, even slightly while it boiled, the eye would explode. Once every ingredient had been pre-processed, they reached the final stage. All that remained was to simmer everything together, stirring without pause for 10 straight hours. By morning, Shin Hale collapsed onto the ground, completely drained from the relentless work. Mimir looked down at him with a satisfied smile, acknowledging the effort he had poured into creating the potion, the blessing of mana. With that finished, it was time to head for the island and begin the training camp. They boarded the ship, spirits high, laughter filling the deck, as everyone enjoyed the journey. The weather was perfect. Shin stood near the railing, gazing out at the sea as Bangneong Island drew closer, thinking that every preparation was finally complete. The moment to weave the ring of expansion was approaching. Suddenly, Sunchan rushed over and threw an arm around Shin's shoulders, joking that he was posing like a model. He insisted they take a selfie together. With the vast blue sea behind them, the two snapped a photo. As soon as it was done, Sunchan frowned slightly, saying something was missing. Shin didn't understand at first, until Sunchan pointed it out. Adela wasn't in the picture. Without hesitation, he called out to her, waving her over so she could join them for the next shot. After Sunchan kept insisting, Adela finally stepped in to join the selfie with the sea stretching behind them. Sunchan checked the photo and nodded in satisfaction, but Shin Hale was already trying to shake him off. His mind was elsewhere. Sunchan announced that he'd upload the picture to the group chat, and then dashed off, saying he was going to take photos with the seniors next. Adela smiled softly and murmured that Sunchan was always full of energy, and today, he seemed especially fired up. Shin replied that it probably felt like a trip to him, even though it wasn't. This wasn't a vacation. It was training. He wondered aloud if it was really fine to be this excited. Adela shrugged and told him to let Sunchan enjoy it. Once the training started, that energy wouldn't last long anyway. Then she added that Shin himself looked a little excited too. That caught him off guard, and he asked why she thought so. She explained that he was usually serious, almost stiff, but today was different. She also mentioned that she'd heard the mana density on the island had increased recently and wondered just how dense it had become. Shin simply said they'd see soon enough, then asked if she had ever been to the island before. Adela replied that she'd visited it 5 years ago, and from what she remembered, it was the perfect place for training. So Shin waited, eyes fixed ahead, until the island finally came into view. After a long-awaited journey, Shin Hale and the others arrived at Bangneong Island. Everyone stood on the deck, staring at the land before them. Once they disembarked, they headed straight to their accommodation, a hotel called Harleton. Shin explained that the Blue Magic Tower had prepared the place for them. Hearing that only made everyone more excited. As soon as they checked in, they were greeted with an enormous feast. The moment Sunchan and John Hee-yoon saw the spread of dishes laid out before them, their faces lit up. That didn't last long. Shin stepped forward and told everyone to eat quickly. They had 30 minutes. After that, they were to gather at the training area. Training would begin at 3:30 sharp. On Bangneong Island's magic training ground, everyone assembled as instructed. Shin Hale stood at the front, taking his place as their guide. Before starting, he told them there was something they needed to do first. He explained that the mana concentration on this island was far denser than anywhere else. Because of that, they would feel a strong sense of discomfort when absorbing mana through their circles. To adjust, everyone needed to circulate their mana once before proceeding. Shin began calling names one by one, giving instructions. He started with Senior Shinwoo and Adela, telling them they didn't need his help at all, just to continue doing what they normally did. Then he moved on, preparing to guide the rest. Senior Jinsuk was the first one he corrected. Hale calmly told him to lower his circle output by about 20%. Then he turned and called out to Senior Young, giving her the exact opposite instruction: raise her output by roughly 20%. Next was Sunchan. Hale told him to reduce his output by half and adjust his posture to better match his body type. Sunchan tried it, blinked once, and then nodded in surprise, saying it suddenly felt far more comfortable. One by one, Hale gave similar adjustments to the other seniors. Some needed to push harder, others needed to pull back, all aimed at finding the most efficient balance. When he was done, he gave them his final instruction. They were to hold that posture for at least 1 full hour. Sunchin's face went pale. He called out in sheer terror, begging Hale to just kill him instead of making him endure that. No one else complained. They simply stayed where they were, teeth clenched, bodies trembling. When the hour finally passed, Hale told everyone to stop. The relief was immediate. They exhaled deeply, collapsing or staggering, as if they'd just been released from some invisible restraint. As Hale looked around, he quickly noticed something strange. Shinwoo and Adela were the only ones who didn't look exhausted. In fact, they were already moving around, helping the others steady themselves and catch their breath. John Hee-yoon and several others groaned openly, saying the training was brutal and far too exhausting. Adela, still full of energy, walked over and handed out water without hesitation. Watching her, Hale couldn't help but feel impressed. The Mystic House really was operating on a completely different level. Once everyone settled down, Hale asked them if the training had given them any insight. He waited, then asked if there were any questions. No one spoke up. That was when he explained the plan. The training on this island would be self-directed. Jin-suk frowned slightly and asked what exactly that meant. Hale answered simply. Everyone would train at their own pace. He had already given them all the advice he could. From here on out, they would have to make their own judgments and carry them out independently during their training. John Hee-yoon raised another question. If that was what everyone else was doing, what about him? What would Hale be doing during this time? Hale replied that he had his own adaptation training to handle. First, he needed to get used to the island's mana density. Only then could he drink the potion and increase its efficiency. Hearing that, John Hee-yoon and Adela whispered to each other. They had assumed this wasn't Hale's first time on the island, but apparently they were wrong. After sending everyone off to begin their training, Hale was left alone. The moment he began moving, he realized the mana density was far thicker than he'd expected. Instead of concern, excitement surged through him. This was perfect. To properly weave the ring of expansion, he needed to take full advantage of the environment and squeeze out the maximum possible result. As he traveled deeper into the island, he searched carefully, following the flow of mana itself. Eventually, he arrived at a place that felt unmistakably right. Mana veins. These were areas where mana naturally gathered and concentrated, forming the ideal location for what he was about to do. The spot was close to his accommodation, which made the decision easy. More importantly, the mana density there surpassed every other area he'd sensed so far, nearly 5% higher. For what he was about to attempt, there was no better place. From the 5 potion bottles at his side, Shin Hale selected one without hesitation. The elixir of mana. He steadied his breathing, preparing himself mentally, then tilted the bottle back and drank. The taste was foul, sharp and bitter, but it was already too late to spit it out. He swallowed it whole and waited. Almost immediately, something responded. The tenor-style infinity circle activated on its own, and the third circle began unfolding outward from his body. Hale's eyes widened. This wasn't theory or assumption. It was real. Mana surged toward him in waves, flooding his body at several times the usual rate. Then his knees buckled. The sheer volume of mana was overwhelming. He dropped into a seated position, teeth clenched, forcing himself to stay conscious. He reminded himself again and again that he had to control it, at any cost. If he failed even slightly, the mana would spiral out of control and turn berserk. He settled in a position, fully prepared to endure this for an entire hour. To properly rotate the ring of expansion's path, he needed at least 20% mana from each bottle. There was no room for error. 30 minutes passed. Hale poured every ounce of focus into regulating the flow. Slowly, painstakingly, the mana began to stabilize. Relief flickered through him, only for it to vanish in the next instant. His body convulsed. He leaned forward and spat blood into his palm. That same night, at 11 o'clock, inside a luxury hotel far from the island, a deal was being made. A man from the Mage Association placed a call to the Black Mage Tower. His request was simple: assassinate Shin Hale. As a VIP client, his request was accepted without hesitation. During the call, the man asked if the job was truly possible. The answer came back calmly. Yes, it was, but there was a complication. Could they avoid the eyes of the Shadow Unit, led by Kim Suk-hyun? Yes, the man replied immediately. That's a condition. There was a pause on the line. The assassin spoke again, this time more cautiously. Avoiding the Shadow Unit made the task far more difficult. Too difficult, in fact. They were willing to take the job because of his status, but that condition didn't align with their usual operations. Their suggestion was simple. Wait, lie low, hold your breath. When the target was alone, they would eliminate him in a single strike. The man from the Mage Association snapped back that waiting wasn't an option. If they didn't kill him now, it would already be too late. The condition didn't matter anymore. They had to act immediately. The assassin asked why he was suddenly so desperate. What had changed? The answer came without hesitation. Kim Suk-hyun. He was backing Shin Hale. The assassin froze for a moment, then asked to confirm. Kim Suk-hyun, the closest aide to the current head of the Mage family? The man confirmed it. And if Kim Suk-hyun truly chose to side with Shin Hale, then it wouldn't just be one person in danger. Others would be dragged down with him. The Dark Tower assassin let out a low chuckle and told the man that he hoped he would become the next head of the great Mage family. At the same time, he made it clear that killing Shin Hale without attracting Kim Suk-hyun's attention would be extremely difficult. Kim Suk-hyun wasn't just influential. He was powerful enough to turn the entire operation upside down. The response on the other end of the line was calm. He already knew that much. He knew it wouldn't be easy. But difficulty didn't mean impossibility. There was always a way. The assassin seemed pleased by that answer. He praised him for being a VIP client and for having sharp instincts. Then, lowering his voice, he said there was a very effective method to deal with Shin Hale. Since the target was currently on Baekneong Island, a special approach could be used there. When asked what that method was, the assassin answered plainly. They would trigger a mana disaster on the island and disguise it as an accident. The mage paused, then asked if they were seriously planning to artificially induce a mana disaster, and whether such a thing was even possible. The reply came without hesitation. On Baekneong Island, it was possible. Given the island's current condition, it could be done. He asked if that meant they would increase the mana concentration. The assassin confirmed it. Then he added that what he was about to say was classified information and not something he should normally share. Still, since the man was a VIP client, he would make an exception. Calling him by name, Mr. Shin Ji-han, the assassin began to explain what was truly hidden on the island. At that very moment, on the opposite side of Baekneong Island, Shin Hale was hunched over, vomiting blood. The elixir he had consumed to boost his mana was pushing his body past its limits. Mana overflowed violently inside him, causing constant disruption. This wasn't normal. Just moments ago, it had felt like his body was absorbing mana, like a vacuum cleaner. Now, it was as if every pore had turned into a black hole, devouring everything around it. Even so, Shin didn't stop. He continued to draw in mana, no matter how dense or violent it was. What he couldn't understand was how this place was releasing such an absurd amount of mana in the first place. Endure it, he told himself. Get a grip on it. Focus. The pain was so intense that his vision blurred, and consciousness threatened to slip away. But Mimir's warning echoed in his mind. No matter what happened, if the potion ever caused his mana to rampage, he must never lose consciousness. If he let go even once, he would die. Clinging to that thought, Shin forced himself to stay awake, gathering every fragment of willpower he had left. By the time morning arrived, he was sprawled on the ground, completely drained. His body wouldn't respond. He couldn't even move his hands. Worse still, he couldn't feel any mana inside himself at all. He let out a weak breath and told himself it was normal. This would have happened no matter what. If anything, the fact that he was still alive meant he was lucky, which was only possible thanks to his constant mana circulation training and Mimir's guidance. Even so, one question kept nagging at him. He still couldn't understand why the mana overflow had happened in the first place. The mana vein he had been sitting on was completely dried up, its power gone without a trace. He had never heard of a mana vein losing its strength like that. Then, suddenly something shifted. The next moment, Shin Hale found himself inside the training room, standing across from Sun-chan in a duel. Sun-chan looked terrified, begging him to show mercy. I'll try, Shin replied honestly. I can't really handle you begging like that. The match began, and Sun-chan immediately erected a defensive shield around himself, bracing for impact. Shin activated his first circle, deliberation, and charged forward. The collision sent a heavy shock through the room. Hey, go easy, Sun-chan yelled. You're trying to kill me. Control your strength. But Shin barely hurt him. He was completely absorbed in the sensation flowing through his body. He was testing his power, and the results were astonishing. His magic output had risen dramatically, yet the mental strain he usually felt was noticeably reduced. Then he did something he hadn't done in a long time. Shin activated the Ring of Resonance. In the past, the spell had burdened him heavily due to insufficient power and extreme strain, but now it felt different. As he charged the attack, Sun-chan shouted again, warning him not to cross the line. Shin released it. In an instant, Sun-chan was slammed into the ground, groaning and cursing as he lay there defeated. The room fell silent. Everyone watching was stunned. Even Shin Hale himself felt satisfied as he looked at the outcome. This was real progress. And now, it was time to weave the ring of expansion. Training continued across Baekneong Island. Shin Hale had just stepped out of the shower after testing his abilities in the training room. As he dried off, he reviewed everything carefully. The ring of interference had stabilized. The strain on his body was clearly reduced, and its effective range had expanded. He realized he'd been a bit reckless during the duel. He'd forgotten to use Dispel, but that would smooth out with daily use. There had also been an improvement in his divine abilities. As the mystic I grew alongside his circles, the divine I had evolved as well. Its output was stronger, its duration longer. Now, he could see more than ever before. Colors within mana, the structure of magic formulas, even the very essence of spells themselves. But something else stood out. The mana surrounding Bangneon Island was growing denser by the day. The change was happening far too quickly. At this rate, it could start interfering with his training, forcing him to spend all his time merely adapting to the environment. With that thought in mind, Shin Hale recalled something important. There was supposed to be a research lab located at the very center of Bangneon Island. With that decision made, he went to rest, planning to investigate everything properly the next day. While Shin Hale slept, something unsettling was happening deep inside the central research lab of Bangneon Island. The director stood alone in the empty facility, quietly tampering with the massive machine at its core. He twisted the axis of the domain just a little further, his voice echoing through the hollow space as he declared that all of this was for the sake of the Black Magic Tower. The following morning, after finishing mana circulation training, Shin Hale gathered everyone and informed them that he had somewhere to go and would be heading out. Shinwoo immediately grew suspicious, wondering why Hale seemed to be in such a rush. Before he could ask, Sunchan spoke up, saying that he'd already asked and was told Hale was going to the lab. Shinwoo pressed further, confirming whether it was the mana research lab. Jin Suk nodded in agreement, adding that something strange had been happening on the island. The mana had fell off since the previous day, so it made sense that Hale would go investigate. Despite that, no one present seemed to view the situation as particularly serious. The Central Research Lab of Bangneon Island was responsible for monitoring the island's condition and studying its overflowing mana. Once Shin Hale arrived, he decided to go straight inside and ask about the abnormalities he'd sensed. As he entered, he was greeted by a woman. Hale apologized for arriving at such an hour, but she smiled and told him there was no issue. They were the ones who had requested his presence. She explained that the situation was urgent, leaving them no time to waste, which was why they had contacted him immediately. Hale asked directly if this was about the mana abnormalities and whether they had identified the cause. She avoided giving a clear answer. Instead, she said they hadn't made meaningful progress yet, and that their leading hypothesis was a mana vein explosion. Soon after, she guided him into another room, explaining that the director himself will provide further details. She asked him to wait there until the director arrived. Not long after, the door opened and a man entered, apologizing for the delay and introducing himself as the director of the research center. The moment Shin Hale saw his face, he froze. The director noticed his reaction and asked if something was wrong. Hale quickly shook his head and said it was nothing. He had simply expected someone older. The director laughed lightly and offered him some tea. Inside, Shin Hale laughed as well. He had already looked into the director's background. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the man was the real director. The presence in front of him was claiming power at the 7th circle or higher. That level meant Grand Mage territory. Fewer than 10 such individuals existed in the entire country, and yet one of them was sitting here, acting as nothing more than a research director. The idea itself felt wrong. The director calmly poured him some coffee and handed it over. Shin Hale accepted it with a polite thanks, though his guard never dropped. He couldn't tell whether the man was deliberately concealing his strength or simply an imposter wearing a convincing mask. Curiosity got the better of him. He activated his divine eye. The moment he looked, his breath caught. Dense mana flowed unnaturally around the director's body, far more than a normal researcher should possess. As if nothing were amiss, the director casually asked how Hale's training on Bangneon Island was going, wondering aloud if the piling pressure had made things difficult for him. Hale smiled faintly and answered that the island was a perfect environment for magical training. Still, even adaptation training alone was overwhelming. The director nodded and remarked that the rapid increase in mana density over the past few days was an extremely rare abnormality. He added that if something unexpected were to happen, it wouldn't be strange at all, and advised Hale to avoid overtraining. That was when Hale saw it. Through his divine eye, a spell revealed itself. 6th circle, non-elemental illusion magic. A fake illusion. In that instant, everything clicked. The man was using a technique that concealed the caster's true identity, wrapping them in a special mist to make them appear as someone else entirely. This wasn't a powerful researcher hiding his strength. This was a fake. And then Hale felt it. Ominous black mana. The same sickening presence he had once sensed around Instructor Smith. His gaze sharpened as the realization settled in. This man was a mage of the Black Magic Tower. And this place, this so-called research lab, was nothing but a den of vipers. Even so, Hale kept his expression calm. If he acted recklessly now, the danger wouldn't stop with him. His friends and the seniors training on the island would be dragged into it as well. The director asked him why he had come to visit in the first place. Hale smiled and answered smoothly that he was there to ask about the mana density issue on Bangneon Island. He admitted that he wanted to continue his training, but the constantly shifting mana density was making adaptation difficult and had already caused him trouble. Behind that calm smile, his mind was racing. The director laughed lightly and told him that if he was struggling, then the unstable mana density was clearly the cause. They spoke for a while longer, the director calmly explaining the situation as if it were nothing more than a routine irregularity. Eventually, Shin Hale thanked him for taking the time to explain everything and stood to leave. The director waved it off, saying it was nothing at all and that he had enjoyed the conversation. The moment Hale stepped out of the room, the atmosphere shifted. As soon as the door closed, the director and his assistant shed their disguises, their true forms surfacing as the illusion dissolved. The assistant asked whether they should place surveillance on Shin Hale. The director shook his head and told her to leave it. A shadow had already been attached to him. That alone was enough. As he pulled his cape around himself, the black aura he had been concealing seeped out, thick and oppressive. The same ominous energy surrounded the assistant as well. He ordered her to ensure that not a single trace of their involvement remained. Everything had to look natural. He added calmly that the target no longer had much time left to live. The assistant bowed slightly and acknowledged his command, addressing him respectfully as Lord Turkish. Together, they opened a hidden passage that led deep underground, toward where the real mechanism was hidden. Still uneasy, the assistant voiced her concern. The target had come to the lab asking questions. What if he had realized something? What if he already knew about their plan? Lord Turkish dismissed it without hesitation. There was nothing to worry about. It was already too late. He pointed out that the spirit core was nearing its limit as he observed the mana crystal. By tomorrow afternoon, the entire area, and the island itself, would erupt. No matter what power anyone tried to use to stop it, there was no way to resist nature itself once it was unleashed. He spoke coldly, almost reverently, saying that after this accident, the world would be plunged into darkness. Everything was proceeding exactly as the Black Tower intended. Meanwhile, after leaving the lab, Shin Hale broke into a run toward the hotel. Something about the place felt deeply wrong. Black Magic Tower mages operating inside a research facility made no sense, and the constant feeling of being watched refused to fade. His thoughts raced. If the director truly was a seventh circle mage and an executive of the Black Magic Tower, why would someone of that level bother coming to an island like this? It didn't add up. Then another name surfaced in his mind. Jihan. If Jihan was the one behind this, then he should already know that a shadow was attached to him. Would he really be reckless enough to attempt something this dangerous now? His thoughts spiraled, one scenario replacing another. His mind refused to settle, instinct screaming that something terrible was already in motion. Another possibility crossed his mind. What if the Black Magic Tower's true target wasn't him, but something else on the island? He forced himself to slow down and think step by step. First, there was the abnormal mana amplification spreading across Bangyang Island. Second, the director of the research lab turned out to be an executive of the Black Magic Tower. That alone suggested something dangerous was already in motion. And then there was Jihan's sudden decision to request island training, its timing aligning almost too perfectly with everything else. The pieces began to fit together. If they were deliberately creating chaos, triggering mana overflow, or even a mana vein storm, then the island would become the perfect killing ground. In the confusion, his death would look like an accident. No witnesses, no evidence, nothing left behind. Just as he had suspected, every answer pointed back to the research facility. Without wasting time, he contacted Mr. Sukhayan and asked him to investigate the lab director immediately. At the same time, he made up his mind. They had to leave the island as soon as possible. Everyone. The next morning, he and his group gathered at the docks, ready to depart. That plan fell apart almost instantly. They were informed that no boats could sail. The weather conditions were too unstable. Suspicious, he pressed further. What about mana lines? Was it only normal vessels affected? The answer made his stomach sink. The mana lines were unusable. The mana density was too thick, too abnormal. The ship's captain added that every time he tried to start the engine, it overheated almost immediately. With no mechanic available, there was nothing they could do. Anger flared inside him. Of course, the Black Magic Tower had prepared for this too. They had already sealed off every escape route. His friends gathered around, asking what was going on. He kept his voice steady and told them he would request mana line access from Incheon Port as quickly as possible. Kong Shinwoo and Ma Jinseok suggested helicopters, but that idea was dismissed just as quickly. The weather made it impossible. With no other options, they agreed to return and continue training for the time being. He smiled at them and told them it wasn't a big deal. They should head back to the hotel. No need to worry. More than anything, he didn't want them to panic. Once they were gone, the unease returned stronger than before. Then his phone buzzed. Mr. Sukhayan had replied. They couldn't find the director. Not in the lab. Not anywhere on the island. The Black Magic Tower executive had vanished without trace. His grip tightened. There was no longer any doubt. The Black Magic Tower was behind everything happening on Bangyang Island. The only question left was what the Archmage was truly planning. The guards rushed in and quickly raised a shield around him, blocking the pouring rain. Shin Hale looked up and asked what was going on. One of them answered that as soon as they received the message, They went straight to the research lab, but it was completely empty. Every terminal had been wiped clean. All the data was gone. They told him they had been combing the entire island since the night before, searching for the director, yet there wasn't a single trace left behind. Nothing that could explain where he went or what he did. Hale frowned. It didn't make sense. Either they had already achieved their objective, or something unexpected had forced them to withdraw. Whatever it was, their movements had been frighteningly fast. Mr. Sukhayan stepped closer and said quietly that the research lab itself felt strange. Hale looked at him sharply and asked if he sensed it too. Sukhayan nodded. Even the rain felt wrong. He suspected the abnormal rainfall was being caused by the mana overflow itself. Still, it was too early to draw conclusions. As for the black magic tower mages disappearing, he believed it meant their goal had already been completed. Hale said they needed to check the lab again. Sukhayan was about to reply that they already had, but then he paused. A thought crossed his mind, of Hale's father. After a brief silence, he smiled faintly and told Hale that he really was just like him when it came to work. He added that he would accompany him. That was when it happened. A sharp, unbearable pain tore through Hale's body, and he collapsed to the ground with a strangled cry. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Hale screamed, clutching his head as the pain surged through him in waves. There was a sound, an awful, grating noise he couldn't endure. The guards panicked, rushing to his side and asking what was wrong. Through clenched teeth, Hale realized the truth. It was mana resonance, but not the clear, harmonious resonance produced by the infinity circle. This was chaotic, violent, mana clashing against mana, and it was coming from the direction of the research lab. The guards tried to steady him, telling him to calm down. Hale asked if they couldn't hear it. All of it. They looked at each other in confusion and shook their heads. They said they heard nothing except the rain and the wind. That only unsettled him more. He was the only one hearing it. The mana itself was screaming, like it was trying to tell him something. Activating his divine eye, Hale looked toward the lab. A clear path revealed itself before him, and at its end stood a massive barrier surrounding the facility. The barrier was swollen with unstable mana, compressed to a terrifying degree. In that instant, Hale understood. If even the slightest disturbance occurred, the entire thing would explode. The moment it clicked, his chest tightened. He had seen this before, this suffocating thickness of mana. Back then, it had brushed against him while he stood on the balcony of his room, faint enough to ignore. Now it was different. Now it was overwhelming. The amount flooding the area was enough to rupture even the research lab's protective barrier, and riding on top of it was that dreadful scream of mana itself. There was no longer any doubt. A mana disaster was unfolding on the island. This was the prelude to a mana explosion. Anger surged through him, sharp and bitter. He cursed himself for not realizing it sooner. There was no time left for regret. He had to act. He turned to his uncle, Sukhayan, and told him he was heading to the lab immediately. Something was happening inside. Something dangerous. Without hesitation, Sukhayan decided to go with him, refusing to let him face it alone. When they reached the lab, both of them froze. A massive protective barrier loomed before them. Sukhayan frowned in confusion. The last time he had been here, there was nothing like this. The lab had already been secured, but this was different. The entire area was sealed off completely. There was no visible entrance, no opening to force their way through. The question hung heavy in the air. Who would go this far? As they analyzed the structure, the truth became clear. This was a high-tier security barrier, layered with nearly 720 parallel magic formulas. Even if they managed to dispel a few layers, the remaining ones would instantly regenerate. Sukhayan grimly estimated that it would take over 10 hours to break through it properly. Then he voiced the thought that bothered him most. Why would someone place such an extreme barrier over the lab in the first place? Was there something inside that important? The main character nodded slowly. He shared the same unease. A terrifying possibility formed in his mind. A bomb. Not an ordinary one, but something fueled by mana, something powerful enough to obliterate the entire Bengyang Island. His decision was immediate. He announced that he would destroy the barrier himself. He gathered his power and unleashed an attack straight into the wall of magic. The impact shattered one section of the barrier, but nothing more. The guards quickly reported the reality. 720 layers still remained. There was no time to waste. He could feel it now. The mana inside was expanding at an alarming rate, swelling toward overflow. He ordered the guards to retreat and give him space. Every magic circle had a weakness. He knew that much. And more importantly, he knew that breaking even a single core formula could destabilize the entire structure. The internal energy would overwhelm the barrier's self-repair function, triggering a chain reaction that would tear the magic circle apart from within. He raised his hand and activated his dispelling ability. What followed happened in seconds. The barrier shuddered. Cracks of distorted mana raced across its surface. One layer collapsed, then another, and then dozens more in rapid succession. The guards and Sukhayan could only stare in disbelief as the chain reaction spiraled out of control. They had never imagined it could be broken so easily. And just like that, the barrier vanished, dissolving into nothingness before their eyes. Suk Hyen looked at the protagonist with disbelief still lingering in his eyes, and asked if the rumors were true. Had he really already passed the 5th circle? He himself had reached the 6th, yet standing here now, he felt the gap all too clearly. He wasn't even close. The level of magic the main character wielded existed on an entirely different plane. Without wasting another second, the main character ordered everyone to enter the lab and search for any remaining clues. Just as expected, the place was eerily empty. No traces of struggle, no signs of destruction. It was as if everything had been wiped clean. But while the others saw nothing, he saw far more. With his divine eyes activated, he followed the flow of mana threading through the air. It led him straight to a sealed wall. He struck it with a precise interference attack, and the wall crumbled instantly. Behind it lay a hidden staircase descending into the depths below. Everyone froze. None of them had imagined something like this hidden beneath the lab. The guards immediately stepped forward, telling him to stay behind them as they moved first. The moment they reached the underground chamber, shock washed over their faces. There was no doubt anymore. This was the source of the mana disaster consuming Bangyang Island. Before them floated a massive mass of unstable energy, a spirit core. A runaway concentration of high-density mana, something that only formed in regions saturated with thick mana. Normally, a spirit core remained buried deep beneath the earth, releasing mana slowly through natural lines. Those flows created mana veins, and wherever multiple veins intersected, the mana density became incomparably higher than anywhere else. Staring at it, the main character felt a chill crawl down his spine. What was the director planning to do with something like this? Suk Hyen was equally shaken, completely unable to understand the purpose behind researching a spirit core. He cursed the lab director under his breath. Possessing a spirit core was strictly illegal. There was no justification for this. The main character was convinced now. This was the work of the Dark Magic Tower's mages. Still, one question remained unanswered. Who exactly was the director of this research lab? Pushing those thoughts aside, he told the guards they had to focus on the immediate danger first. Suk Hyen recalled a similar incident from another country. Back then, researchers had attempted to study a spirit core, and the result was catastrophic. A massive explosion that erased half the territory from the map. He warned that even if they began evacuating the island right now, there was no telling how much time they actually had left. The main character nodded and said he would check himself. Activating his divine eyes once more, he peered into the spirit core. Instantly, an overwhelming torrent of information flooded his mind, far more than he could fully comprehend. His head throbbed as fragments of data rushed past his consciousness. But one conclusion became painfully clear. There was no time left. At most, they had 1 hour before the spirit core detonated, and when it did, the entirety of Bangyang Island would be wiped out. After peering into the spirit core, the truth struck him like a hammer. Only 1 hour remained. When it exploded, the entire island would be erased, and everyone still here would die without exception. The sheer volume of information pouring into him was too much. Pain stabbed through his eyes, his vision blurring as he staggered back a step. A guard rushed forward in alarm, but he quickly waved them off, steadying himself. He said he was fine. His condition didn't matter right now. What mattered was the real problem. There was only 1 hour left. Suk Hyen and the guards went pale. Even with perfect coordination, there was no way that much time would be enough to evacuate the entire island. The realization weighed heavily on them. The main character's mind raced, searching for any possible solution, but the clock was merciless. Time itself was the greatest enemy. Then, a single conclusion formed clearly in his thoughts. If they wanted to survive, there was only one option left. They had to stabilize the spirit core. The guards stared at him, in confusion. None of them had ever heard of such a thing. There were no records anywhere in the world describing how to calm a raging spirit core. No method, no precedent. As silence fell, a memory surfaced in his mind, something he had read long ago in the book at Mimir's Well. Spirit cores were said to be nearly impossible to find because they existed deep underground, closer to the planet's outer core. If one ever formed near the surface, the amount of mana it released would be so immense that pinpointing its exact location would be virtually impossible. More importantly, it was believed that once a spirit core was removed from its original environment, it would lose its power. The internal conditions beneath the surface were completely different from the outside world, and that difference was supposed to disrupt the spirit core's function entirely. But the one before them hadn't weakened at all. Its function remained unchanged, even on the surface. He clenched his teeth and cursed the mages of the Black Tower. Whatever they had done, they had broken rules that were thought to be absolute, and that realization terrified him. The worst part was that this was all the information he had. Nothing more. No hidden page, no forgotten technique to rely on. Sensing his unease, Suk Hyen stepped forward and told him not to shoulder everything alone. He reminded him that they were standing with him, that he didn't have to face this by himself. Those words eased his tension, if only slightly. He nodded and told Sukhayan that they were critically lacking information. He ordered everyone to gather every scrap of data they could find on the spirit core, no matter how insignificant it seemed. Sukhayan said he would immediately inform the head of the family and explain the situation. The main character agreed, knowing it was necessary. Still, deep down he knew the truth. There was no time to wait for his father or the head of the Blue Tower to act. 1 hour wasn't enough for reinforcements, discussions, or authority. If this catastrophe was going to be stopped, the answer had to be found now. And far away, within the main estate of the great Mage family, Sukhayan stood before the head of the family and delivered the grave news. Without wasting a single moment, the head of the family began preparing. 1 hour was far too short to stop an explosion of that scale, but if there was even the slightest chance, he would take it. No matter the cost, he would not allow his own son to die. He ordered his servants to shut down every active mana line at once, and to summon every mage who had reached the 7th circle or higher, immediately. Back on the island, the guards discovered a file containing the research data log and rushed it to the main character. The moment he accessed it, a countdown appeared. His eyes narrowed. The device was rigged to erase everything once opened, a failsafe designed to leave nothing behind for anyone who came after. There was an enormous amount of data stored inside, but time was slipping away second by second. He asked the guard if a backup was possible. They shook their heads. The files were heavily encrypted, and breaking through would take far longer than they had. They asked him if there was anything he could do. Without answering, Shin Hale activated his divine eyes and plunged straight into the data. He scanned everything at once, tearing through layers of information, but there was no direct trace of the Black Tower's mages. The link between Shin Jihan and the Black Tower remained hidden, deliberately obscured. Panic crept in despite his efforts to suppress it. If he didn't uncover something soon, he would die here, and everyone who had come because of him would die with him. He clenched his fists and cursed Shin Jihan under his breath, then louder, his voice echoing through the underground chamber. He swore he wouldn't die so easily. Staring up, he shouted a challenge into the void, vowing that if he survived this, he would kill Shin Jihan with his own hands. Then, as he pushed deeper, something clicked. He saw it, a solution. Risky, extreme, but real. If it worked, they would live. If it failed, he would die without question. His plan was to use the mana veins themselves. By forcing mana to flow through them in a controlled way, the spirit core could be weakened, its rage slowly suppressed. The problem was obvious. There weren't enough people capable of absorbing that much mana. He exhaled sharply. There was no other choice. He ordered the guards to bring all of his team members immediately, along with the bag from their lodging. When everyone heard that the explosion would occur in less than 40 minutes, fear spread instantly. Faces paled. Breathing grew shallow. He didn't sugarcoat it. He told them he had seen it with his own eyes. If they wanted to survive, they had to stop the spirit core's rampage together. Kang Shinwu asked if this was why the island's weather had gone berserk. No one answered, but the truth was obvious. If they did nothing, they would all be dead soon. Ma Jinseok swallowed hard and looked at the main character. He asked the question everyone was afraid to voice. Was there really a way to stop the explosion in time? Shin Hale met Ma Jinseok's gaze and nodded without hesitation. There was a way. He reached into his bag, opened it, and answered simply that yes, it was possible. He told them that he had called everyone here for one reason alone, to stop the raging spirit core. Then he took out several small bottles and held them up. He explained that what they were looking at was an elixir he had personally made, a blessing of mana. It only worked on mages below the 4th circle, but its effect was precise and powerful. The elixir's function was simple yet terrifying. It dramatically increased the body's ability to absorb the surrounding mana. His friends immediately questioned why he even possessed something like that. Shin Hale didn't dodge the question. He told them he had made it himself, tested it on his own body, and confirmed that it wasn't poisonous. Kang Shinwu couldn't hide his shock. Creating something like this alone was no small feat. Shin Hale's expression remained serious, as he told them he only had 4 bottles left. They had to be used carefully. With these, they could force the mana out of the spirit core by using the island's mana veins. He laid out the plan clearly. The spirit core was currently in a state of rage, and the mana veins releasing its energy were unstable as well. If they drank the elixir and stood directly on the active mana veins, the massive surge of mana from the spirit core would be drawn through those unstable veins and straight into their bodies. That much mana would cause their internal mana veins to rampage violently. But that very rampage would eventually force the excess mana to overflow outward, releasing it into the atmosphere instead. By venting the energy this way, the pressure inside the spirit core would gradually drop, stabilizing it. Then Shin Hale paused and spoke the real danger. Someone had to be the one standing on those veins. He warned them plainly. Absorbing that much mana could destroy a mage's future forever. In the worst case, it wouldn't just end their career, it could cost them their life. Adela didn't hesitate. She drank the elixir immediately, believing there was no other way. If this was the only path to survival, then there was no time left to waste. Shin Hale told them he would remain underground to monitor the stabilization of the spirit core. Then he made his choices. Adela, Senior Kong Shin-woo, Senior Ma Jinseok, and finally, Senior Jin Hee-yoon. Those four would drink the elixir and carry out the mission. Once the roles were assigned, everyone moved out. Reports came in that the fourth squad had reached ley line number 4. Shin Hale contacted Senior Jin Hee-yoon and told her to prepare herself and drink the elixir. She paused before doing so and asked him something quietly, whether what mattered more here was skill in mana circulation control or the level of one's magic circle. The main character answered her honestly. She was right. Control mattered more than anything else. Hearing that, Jin Hee-yoon calmly suggested that Soon-chan would be a better choice than her. Soon-chan immediately objected, saying he couldn't possibly be better than she was. But the main character didn't hesitate. He agreed with her judgment. Sun-chan's control over mana was superior, and in a situation this dangerous, that difference could decide life or death. This wasn't a moment for pride or hesitation. Someone with the highest level of control had to take the risk. Without another word, Jin Hee-yoon handed the elixir to Soon-chan. She told him that she knew how hard he had worked to reach this point and asked him to help everyone see the mission through. Soon-chan accepted the bottle with steady hands and promised he would do his part and handle the mana carefully. He then turned to the main character and asked if he was truly okay with this decision. The answer came without doubt. He said he trusted him, and meant it. Far away from the chaos, Lord Turkish stood aboard a luxurious ship drifting calmly on the sea, his eyes fixed on Bangneong Island in the distance. He was smiling. Today was supposed to be special. Everything was ready. All that remained was to watch the island disappear in a spectacular explosion from the comfort of his vessel. Just as the thought pleased him, his phone rang. He picked it up, already knowing who it was. With a lazy grin, he welcomed the caller, saying he should be thanking him by now. But instead of gratitude, screaming poured from the other end. The caller shouted that his father had already sensed the mana core and demanded to know what they were supposed to do next. Lord Turkish burst out laughing. He told him there was nothing he needed to do. That only made the caller angrier. He snapped back, asking what Lord Turkish was laughing about, reminding him how much money he had spent to make this plan happen. Still amused, Lord Turkish replied that he wasn't saying nothing had to be done, only that everything was already finished. The situation was under control. Bangneong Island would soon vanish from the world. Even if an 8-circle clan head rushed here personally, there simply wasn't enough time left. No matter what anyone tried, the main character would die today. He told the caller to relax and enjoy the show. The caller wasn't convinced. He warned him to think more carefully. The chaos was unfolding beneath a massive storm, and under those conditions, no outside help could even reach the island. Lord Turkish brushed it off, saying it was just a coincidence, that the storm happened to arrive at the same time as the explosion. Hearing that, the caller fell silent, confused. Then Lord Turkish spoke again, his tone turning confident. Before the core explosion, the mana lines had already been severed. The only engineer capable of repairing them had vanished. The storm itself was absorbing the leaking mana from the core, and flight magic had become unstable across the region. That wasn't coincidence at all, but none of it was coincidence. Every single detail had been part of Lord Turkish's plan for the very beginning. The caller went silent, stunned by the realization. An explosion scheduled in less than an hour. A storm sealing the island. Mana lines severed. No escape. No rescue. It was a perfectly constructed execution, one designed to guarantee the main character's death. Still shaken, the caller asked what would happen if something went wrong. What if the protagonist somehow survived? Lord Turkish's answer came calmly, almost lazily. If a miracle occurred, then he would go personally and kill him with his own hands. Simple as that. He told the caller to end the call, prepare to receive his bonus, and wait. The show was about to begin. Then it happened. A massive flash of light erupted from Bangneong Island. Lord Turkish froze. That wasn't part of the plan. His eyes narrowed, then slowly curved into a grin. He chuckled, genuinely impressed. The main character had managed to surprise him. Back on the island, the operation was already underway. At ley line number 1, Adela had begun her mana circulation. At ley line number 2, Kong Shin-woo followed. At ley line number 3, Ma Jinseok pushed forward, forcing the raging mana through his body. Soon-chan stood ready, elixir in hand, moments away from beginning his part. From underground, the main character watched everything unfold, forcing himself to stay calm. The fate of everyone here rested in their hands. As the circulation continued, he could feel it. The violent swirl of mana around the spirit core was beginning to loosen. The flow was changing. The pressure was easing. The guards confirmed it moments later. The distortion interfering with ley line communication was stabilizing. Mana signals were clearing up. Hologram communication flickered to life. The moment he saw their faces, his heart dropped. Blood was spilling from Adela's mouth. He immediately ordered her comrades to pull her back. There was no need to push further. The goal was only to trigger a mana surge, not sustain circulation any longer than necessary. The guards quickly reported that Adela was safe and receiving first aid. The surge at leyline number 2 had also succeeded, and Kang Shin-woo was now being treated as well. Relief washed over him as he turned his attention back to the spirit core. He could see it clearly now. The energy inside was decreasing. Leyline number 3 succeeded moments later. Ma Jinseok endured the surge and collapsed afterward, but first aid was already underway. Only one remained. Sun-chan. The main character demanded an update. The guards hesitated before answering. Sun-chan's mana surge wasn't forming correctly. The mana inside him was spiraling out of control, tearing through his body instead of venting outward. He was taking massive internal damage. At the rate things were going, there was a very real possibility that Sun-chan would die before the mana surge could even occur. As the mana surges triggered in rapid succession, the overdrive activated first at vein number 1, then immediately at vein number 2. After Adela and Kang Shin were pulled back and given first aid, Ma Jinseok completed the overdrive at vein number 3 and collapsed shortly after, already being treated by the guards. From underground, the main character could clearly see it. The energy inside the spirit core was dropping at a frightening speed. Only one vein remained. Vein number 4. He turned sharply and demanded an update on Sun-chan. The guards hesitated before answering. Sun-chan was struggling badly with mana circulation. At this rate, they said, he might die before the full mana overdrive could even occur. Watching Sun-chan writhing in pain, Jin-hyun tried to rush forward, insisting they swap places. She said it should have been her from the beginning, but it was already too late. The guard stopped her. There was no elixir left for her to drink. Helpless, she clenched her fists and cursed herself, hating that she could do nothing for him. Sun-chan's vision blurred as agony tore through his body. He could feel it clearly now. If this continued, his body would explode from the inside. The main character's voice cut through the chaos, asking if he could hear him. Sun-chan forced himself to answer that he could. The main character spoke steadily, anchoring him. He told him that 3 of the mana veins releasing energy from the core had already been overdriven by the others. Only one path remained, and judging by the flow, all the remaining mana was now rushing towards Sun-chan alone. He explained the truth. Sun-chan was forcing the circulation by himself, overdriving it without relief. That was why his body was breaking down. Then he made a decision. He told Sun-chan that he would intervene. He would temporarily block the mana flowing toward him. During that window, Sun-chan had to relax, stabilize his breathing, and prepare to start again. Before Sun-chan could respond, the pressure suddenly eased. The main character used his magic to cut off the mana stream and redirected the crushing force onto himself. Pain surged through his body instantly, sharp and overwhelming, but he endured it without hesitation. The guards quickly noticed the change. The violent surge around Sun-chan was calming down, and they shouted for him to breathe and recover as fast as possible. Jin-hyun leaned toward him, her voice trembling but fierce. She told him that if he failed, they would all die. And if he collapsed and died without finishing the job, she promised she would curse him even in death, so he had better do something. Sun-chan clenched his teeth. His entire body screamed in protest. He wondered if the others had suffered like this too. Then it hit him. Hale was already bearing an even greater burden back in the lab. He couldn't fail now. He wouldn't let him down. The main character's voice came again, firm and unwavering. He asked Sun-chan if he was ready. He told him that he was about to restore the mana flow, and this time, Sun-chan had to overdrive it. Sun-chan forced the words out, his voice shaking but resolute. He said he would do anything at all, to make this work. The moment the mana circulation resumed, the change was immediate. The compressed energy surged violently, roaring through the vein like a floodgate had been torn open. Seconds later, the guards confirmed it. The 4th mana overflow had been successfully triggered. They rushed in at once, lifting Sun-chan and beginning first aid as his body finally gave in. Suk-hyun caught the main character as his legs weakened from the backlash of taking that pressure head-on. Even then, he waved him off, insisting he was fine. He said he had trusted Sun-chan, and because of that trust, everything had gone exactly as planned. Suk-hyun couldn't help but praise him, saying he was surrounded by incredibly strong companions. The main character shook his head. This wasn't something he could have done alone. His friends had believed in him, followed his orders without hesitation, and risked their lives when it mattered most. But even so, it still wasn't over. The island remained tense. Though the mana accumulated at sea had dispersed, the spirit core itself still carried enough instability to explode if left unchecked. There was still time on the clock. He straightened and spoke firmly. Now, it was his turn to perform the miracle. Activating his divine eyes, the world before him unfolded into structure and flow. He could see the spirit core clearly now, its internal framework, the weakened circulation, and the interconnected paths of the ley lines feeding into it. He activated his ability, Baitner type, second circle resonance. In his mind, he was calm. His friends had already risked everything to reduce the core's output. With the remaining amount of mana left inside it, he was confident. At his current level, it was enough. More than enough. He interfered with the flow. Then he dispelled it. A massive explosion erupted around the spirit core, not destructive, but purifying. A blinding pillar of light burst upward, piercing straight through the clouds and into the sky. And just like that, the raging mana vanished. The storm dissolved. The island fell silent. Everything returned to normal. Lying on the ground, Sunshan drifted on the edge of consciousness. As he watched the golden light vanish into the heavens, he thought it was finally over. Jin Hyun leaned close and dared him to die right there if he wanted, but told him to open his eyes and look at the sky. Everything was calm again. The guards stared upward in disbelief, relief washing over their faces. So did the others. Laughter broke out. Cheers followed. Life had been saved, every single one of them, because of the main character. Sunshan felt so exhausted he thought death might actually be easier. With a weak smile, he muttered that this wasn't a bad ending for him at all. Then he lost consciousness. Later, when he opened his eyes, white ceilings greeted him. For a moment, panic seized his heart. He thought everyone had died with him. Then laughter filled the room. They told him he was safe. Alive. In a hospital. Ma Jinseok smiled and said the island was secure. Everyone had been rescued. And while Sunshan had been out cold, the news of Bangyang Island had already spread across the internet like wildfire. He showed Sunshan that the main character was featured in the news, and he had already returned to the academy. And now he won't have any rest, as he would be handling the cleanup and the reporters nonstop. Adela said that he was amazing, as expected. While the head of the family was getting the report from Sukhayan, he told the head that the main character was the one who detected the raging mana core with his divine eyes, and he used the magic that nobody else had even seen before to dispel the sea core, as well as save everyone. Sukhayan said that he saw everything with his own eyes, and can confirm it. While the head was shocked to hear it, he said that he was involved in such an event, and had a solution in his hand so quickly, and ordered Sukhayan to investigate and conduct a joint investigation with the Blue Tower, because it was necessary to look into the problem, as it was stopped this time. But they should be ready for such events to occur in future. While everything was back to normal, the main character went to see the Mimir, and she asked him what was wrong. After the chaos on the island was handled, the main character went back to the library and asked Mimir some questions. She looked curious and asked him what he wanted to know. As they both looked at each other and smiled, the main character asked her if she was thinking of something, and was curious about that thing as well. Mimir was flying all around the place, and she replied to him, "What are you saying?" The main character said that he looked around, but there was nothing written about the black mana in the place, and asked her if she had any idea about it. Mimir thought for a few seconds, and then told him that if he was asking about the dark attribute mana, then she had something to tell him. The main character told her that he didn't want to know about black attributes mana, but instead something that matches the corrupted by darkness mana, and he was too curious about it. Hearing his demand, Mimir was shocked, and looked at him, as if she would kill him at that moment. The main character also got scared looking at her face, and then she asked him if he had even heard that name from corrupted mana. The main character thought for a second about where he had heard it for the first time, and he didn't even tell her about the Black Tower, and then started to make a storyline to tell her from the start. He then told her that it was not once, but more than once. Mimir got even more scared, and asked her if the successor was being threatened twice by the Black Tower in this short amount of time. But the main character shook his head and corrected her. He told her that the first one wasn't the Black Tower directly. It was his academy teacher who had tried to kill him. And the second was the director of the research lab on the island. What mattered wasn't who they were, but what surrounded them. Both of them had been wrapped in the same corrupted mana. He went on, carefully explaining how it had felt the first time he encountered it. The moment he sensed that mana, a chill had crawled down his spine. It wasn't just hostility, it felt wrong, as if the world itself was warning him. Ever since then, whenever he came across someone carrying that same presence, it felt like danger itself was drawing closer, like the Black Tower was watching him from the shadows. Mimir's expression hardened, anger flashing in her eyes. She demanded to know why he was only telling her this now. Shin Hale answered calmly. After the academy incident, he hadn't had any further encounters with the Black Tower. There was nothing new to report, until the incident on the island. That was when everything resurfaced. Mimir turned fully toward him, clearly upset. To her, he had left out something far too important. The main character tried to soften the mood with a few gentle words, but Mimir didn't fall for it. She stopped him cold and told him to listen carefully. What she was about to say mattered. She asked him if he knew that all magic in existence traced its origin back to Ray. He nodded without hesitation. Mimir continued, explaining that even the Infinity Circle was a form of magic rooted in the mana of nature. Then she posed a sharper question. If that was true, what about the dark magic used by the Black Tower? Did he believe that power also came from Ray? The main character shook his head. He said it felt different, fundamentally different from dark attribute magic. The aura itself didn't belong to the same system. Mimir's gaze sharpened. She told him he was right. Dark magic wasn't derived from Ray's magic at all. It was created by dark magic itself, governed by an entirely separate magical system. That made him pause. He asked if she meant there was another founder, someone who had created that kind of magic. Mimir's voice grew heavy as she answered. Long ago, There had been a calamity whose very existence corrupted mana and polluted the world. That calamity marked the birth of dark magic. It was known as the destroyer of structure, and the one behind it was called Veilstole. Elsewhere, far from the quiet of the library, Shin Jihan's penthouse echoed with crashing sounds. Furniture shattered as he lashed out in fury, cursing Turkish for failing the task he had been given. He shouted, demanding to know what excuse Turkish planned to give now, after boasting over the call that he would kill the main character on the island. Jihan's rage only deepened. Because of the chaos Turkish caused, the main character had done the impossible. He had resolved the crisis, stopped the explosion, and emerged as the hero who saved the island. Even the clan was backing him now. Support was gathering around him, and people were starting to admire him more than ever. And that, more than anything else, made Jihan grind his teeth in hatred. Jihan seized Turkish by the collar and slammed him back, demanding to know how he planned to take responsibility for the disaster he had caused. Turkish's expression twisted as anger flared. He shoved Jihan's hand away and apologized, admitting that things had gone too far. He claimed he had never intended to reveal himself so openly, but now that the situation had spiraled, he would shoulder the responsibility. He swore he wouldn't fail again. Jihan narrowed his eyes and asked what he meant by taking matters into his own hands. Turkish answered without hesitation. He said he didn't care that Shin's reputation had soared, or that support within the clan was gathering around him. Even if Shin were nominated as the next head of the family, none of it would matter, as long as he died. Jihan's voice dropped. Was he saying he would kill the protagonist himself? And if so, how did he plan to do it? Turkish explained calmly. The Olympiad was approaching. While the target remained within the country, the eyes of the shadow would be watching him at all times. There would be no opening. But once the matches began and the target crossed into another nation, that protection would thin. That was when the opportunity would appear. When that moment came, Turkish said he would act personally and kill the main character with his own hands, in the name of the Black Tower. Far away from that poisonous conversation, the main character lay resting on his bed, his thoughts lingering on the name Veilstole. Mimir had made it clear, if he wanted to learn more, he would have to become a Fifth Circle master first. She had warned him directly. He was now a marked target of the Black Tower. He needed to see them as true enemies, remain wary of their schemes, and, above all else, grow stronger. That frustration still gnawed at him. He wanted to know the real name and the true power of the Master Robe, but those answers were sealed away until he reached the Fifth Circle. Whatever awaited him, there was clearly something far greater, especially considering how difficult even reaching that level would be. Still, his resolve didn't waver. If he wanted to stand on the Olympiad stage, strength wasn't optional, it was mandatory. The next day, inside the Blue Tower's headquarters, the main character met with the tower head. Without delay, the man led him into the artifact workshop, the pride of the tower. Inside, machines unlike anything publicly known hummed quietly, technology that had never been released to the outside world. The tower head apologized for the incident on the island. He admitted that allowing the expedition in the first place made him partly responsible. To make up for it, he promised the main character his full support going forward. Grateful, the main character bowed his head. Then the tower head guided him to a massive device and revealed the machine used to craft artifacts from Shin crystal. The main character couldn't hide his curiosity. He had never seen a machine like this before. Sensing it, the tower master explained that the machine hadn't been purchased for mass production or research. It had been bought for a single purpose: to create his artifact. That revelation left him stunned. An entire machine dedicated solely to one artifact. His artifact. The tower master went on to explain how it worked. The machine compressed magic stones with less than 0.01% distortion per cycle. He had personally overseen the process, repeating it nearly 100,000 times. The result was a magic stone compressed so finely it could be made as thin as paper. That precision wasn't accidental. It was because the main character had specifically requested an artifact that wouldn't interfere with his body. They had tested countless methods, the tower master said, but none came close to this one. Then he revealed the finished product. It was the world's first quadruple attribute composite artifact, an eye contact type artifact, a creation unlike anything that existed before, crafted by the Blue Tower's finest and perfected to represent the four seasons. Their greatest masterpiece. When the main character returned to the Blue Tower again, the tower master repeated the story with a laugh, amused by his still unsettled expression. The machine had been custom built for him alone. After exhaustive research, nothing surpassed its performance. Once again, he showed him the artifact, the legendary eye contact artifact, and spoke with unmistakable pride. With it, he said, the world would look completely different. He could guarantee that much. Later that day, the two of them sat together in an upscale restaurant. As the waiter checked if the food suited his taste, the main character replied honestly, saying he had discovered yet another place worth coming back to. The food was excellent. The tower master smiled, pleased by his reaction. But then his expression shifted. He asked him directly what his real reason for visiting was. The main character asked about the security in the area. The tower master waved it off, casting a spell around their table. The barrier settled quietly, flawless. He told him there was nothing to worry about, and urged him to speak freely. That was when the main character shared his concern. He suspected that during the Olympiad, the Black Tower might make another move against him. The tower master leaned forward, intrigued, and asked him to explain everything. He told him about the interview he had given after returning from the island. To explain the incident, he had revealed the existence of his magic eyes. In doing so, he had also exposed a weakness, one that a rival Olympiad participant now knew. Worse still, that rival was connected to the Black Tower. He admitted that it had left him vulnerable, but at the time, he hadn't had any other choice. To make sense of the island disaster, he had needed to speak. And in doing so, he had shown far more of himself than he ever wanted to. And beyond the risks, it had also been an opportunity. A calculated one. By revealing his abilities, he had placed himself squarely in the public eye. The protagonist admitted that after showing his magic eyes, he had gained overwhelming support from the magic god family, one that had already chosen to entrust him. The tower master nodded slowly. He said he had watched the interview himself. From his perspective, it was a bold move, turning himself into a clear target ahead of the Olympiad. Dangerous, yes, but effective. Still, such words required power to support them. Then he asked a more precise question. Was the protagonist's magic eye similar to his own ruby eye? A detection-type ability? And what exactly did that eye have to do with the Black Tower? The main character explained calmly. His eye didn't just detect mana, it distinguished it by color. That answer made the tower master pause. Understanding dawned on his face. With those divine eyes, the protagonist wasn't just sensing mana, he was identifying the Black Tower's unique signature. The main character continued. During the Linksmith incident, he had recognized the mana by its color alone and immediately realized the Black Tower was involved. The same thing happened on the island. That identical black mana had been flowing from the research lab director himself. The tower master added another piece to the puzzle, the nuclear rampage incident. If they followed the pattern, that too had likely been the Black Tower's work. He then voiced his true concern. Within the magic god family, a power struggle was already underway over the position of the next head. That meant someone inside the family wanted the protagonist dead. And whoever it was, they were connected to the Black Tower. He asked quietly if that was the conclusion the protagonist had reached. The main character didn't hesitate. He confirmed it. The tower master leaned back, his expression grim. If they had gone as far as causing chaos on the island just to kill him, then the Olympiad would be the perfect stage for another attempt. Why would they let such an opportunity slip? That was when the main character made his request. The tower master had promised him victory in exchange for the Blue Tower support. But with enemies tied to the Black Tower constantly hunting him, his life would be in danger the moment he left the country for the Olympiad. During that time, he needed protection. He needed the Blue Tower to stand behind him. Later, as the car carried him home, his thoughts lingered on the tower master's response. He hadn't refused, but he hadn't agreed either. He had said he needed time to think and promised an answer soon. To the protagonist, it felt like a rejection. But in reality, from the tower master's perspective, there was a 90% chance he would agree, and only a 1% chance that he would turn the request down. And that decision, he knew, would only come after the tower master finished his investigation and uncovered something truly abnormal. The car slowed to a stop, and the driver informed him they had arrived. Standing before the familiar gates, the main character paused. If there was any place where he might find another answer, or at least another angle, it was here, in the Magic God family house. The moment he stepped inside, his brother Jihan greeted him with an easy smile, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. The main character met his gaze, thinking wryly that the very first thing he had to see upon returning was this face. Jihan continued, saying he had been worried when he heard about the incident on the island. Seeing him standing there now, alive and intact, was a relief. Inside, the protagonist cursed him silently. After all, this was the same man who had been trying to kill him from the shadows. Outwardly, however, he smiled and said he was glad to hear that his brother had been worried. He downplayed everything, calling it nothing more than a minor injury, assuring him that he would recover fully and be in perfect condition soon. Jihan nodded, visibly pleased. He said it only proved how strong his younger brother was, to overcome a crisis of that scale. Just as expected, he added. Then, in a voice filled with warmth, he told him that if anything like that ever happened again, he should rely on his brother. That was what having an older brother was for. The protagonist agreed smoothly, saying that if he ever faced trouble, he would come to him for help. Still, he added lightly that he was quite busy these days, so there was no need for Jihan to worry about him too much. Jihan responded at once, saying that of course he cared. He was glad, truly glad, to have such a dependable younger brother. As the two exchanged polite praise, the maids watching nearby smiled brightly. Whispering among themselves, they remarked how wonderful it was to see the brothers getting along so well. Once Jihan became the head of the Magic God family, they said, the family would surely become even greater. Jihan then casually asked if he had heard about his goal, to win the gold medal at the Olympiad. The main character nodded. Since he was participating anyway, bringing back gold would only elevate the family's name. Jihan praised him without hesitation. He said he was confident his brother could win with ease, and that he was genuinely happy to have someone so reliable on his side. The protagonist replied that with his brother's support, he felt capable of winning anything. He said he needed to grow even faster, stronger, so he could truly support the family. Jihan glanced at the time and said he was running late. Before leaving, he suggested that next time, they should meet somewhere nicer. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a smile that never quite reached the main character's eyes. While outwardly calm, the main character's thoughts told a different story. Deep down, he was convinced his brother was plotting something for the upcoming Olympiad. The feeling wouldn't leave him. He was certain that once the journey began, something bad would happen. Not long after, the main character visited the Mage clan's main house and entered Shin In-hyuk's study. He greeted his father, remarking that it had been a long time since they last spoke. His father gestured for him to sit, and the two of them talked at length. Later that night, back in his dorm room at Obelisk Academy, the main character lay on his bed, replaying that conversation in his mind. They had spoken about many things. About Rung Smith, about Bexile, and finally about the incident on the island, including the involvement of the Black Magic Tower. He knew his father had already received a full report from Uncle Sukhayan. During their talk, his father told him that until the Olympiad ended, he would be protected by elite members of the Eye of the Shadow, including Sukhayan himself. The day finally came to an end, but there was one thing his father had not spoken aloud. His brother Jihan had connections to the Black Magic Tower, and his magic followed a Baitanor-style system. With only 9 days left before the competition, the main character resumed training with his teammates. As another day passed, he reminded them that with 8 days remaining, they needed to start managing their condition carefully as well. Jin Hyun said she felt refreshed, though a little bittersweet. Ma Jinseok laughed, saying that if they kept training at this pace, winning the gold medal was guaranteed. Sunchan nodded in agreement. The main character observed them quietly. Despite the injuries from the island incident, everyone had recovered quickly and returned to training without hesitation. Adela offered him something to drink, but he declined, saying he'd have it later. As his gaze lingered on her, he noticed the change. After drinking the blessing of mana on the island and circulating it through her body, Adela's mana circle had grown significantly stronger. He examined Ma Jinseok and Kang Shinwoo as well. They had improved, but not to the same extent. Then his attention shifted to Sunchan, and he was genuinely amazed. After risking his life during the mana circulation, Sunchan had shattered the wall of enlightenment and finally reached the 4th circle. It was proof of one thing the main character understood all too well. True breakthroughs were born in crisis. He quietly checked everyone's status, taking in how their growth had widened the range of tactics available to the team. Compared to before, their options had multiplied. They weren't just stronger, they were more flexible. After that, the main character made another announcement. He reminded them that he had already mentioned a change in their flight schedule for the Olympiad. Kang Shinwoo nodded, saying he remembered, but couldn't help asking why it was being brought up again now. Had something happened? The main character answered honestly. There had been a small issue, but because of that, they were given a better option. A much better one. He told them that tomorrow morning, at 10 sharp, they would be boarding the Blue Tower's private jet and departing for America. The reaction was immediate. Shock spread across their faces. Leaving tomorrow was one thing, but a Blue Tower jet? That was on a completely different level. The main character told them not to panic and to prepare properly for the journey. The next day, each of them received the artifacts they would be using in the Olympiad. The main character explained that Blue Tower craftsmen had personally upgraded them. On the outside, they looked identical to those used by other countries. Only the color differed. Curious, Sunchan asked Adela if he could try her ring and slipped it on, wanting to see what would happen if someone wore 2 artifacts at once. Before anyone could stop him, the main character warned them that the rings were customized to match each person's unique mana. Wearing someone else's would feel wrong. Almost instantly, Sunchan's face turned pale. He staggered, looking like he was about to throw up. The main character laughed and told him that this was exactly what happened when someone wore the wrong ring. While they were still talking, the Tower Master entered with his assistant. He admitted that he had forgotten to mention one important detail earlier. The artifacts required an adaptation period, so it would be best if everyone wore them for the entire day. The main character greeted him and casually remarked that he looked tired. The Tower Master brushed it off, saying it was nothing, just that his mana wavelength was so unusual that he was the only one who kept collapsing during the engraving process. Hearing that, the main character understood. Inside, he was certain the reason they had succeeded at all was because of the Tower Master. There was no doubt in his mind. The man must have worked through the entire night. The assistant then informed them that the plane was ready. The Tower Master told everyone to head over immediately. As they stepped into the private jet, surprise washed over them once again. The interior was far beyond anything they had imagined. The Tower Master told them there was still 40 minutes before departure, and said that Miss Sua would give them a quick tour in the meantime. The main character thanked the Tower Master sincerely. Crafting artifacts for the entire team was already more than enough, but now he had even arranged the use of a private jet. To that, the Tower Master only shook his head and said it still wasn't enough to repay the debt he owed him. Then, with a more serious expression, the Tower Master handed him a sealed envelope. The moment the main character opened the classified document, his eyes sharpened. It detailed the recent movements of the Black Magic Tower, and their behavior was anything but normal. Once the private jet lifted into the sky, the atmosphere inside shifted. During the flight, Jihan sat across from Shin Hale and passed him a report wrapped in multiple layers of magical security. He explained that he had been tracking the Black Magic Tower closely, and that this year, their movement pattern had changed drastically. Something was coming. Using his influence and power, he had even investigated parts of their territory through various magical observation points. As Shin Hale flipped through the report, his expression stiffened. The amount of information gathered was overwhelming. Jihan explained that incidents linked to the Black Magic Tower had surged this year, already reaching 67 cases. He had even compiled a detailed graph covering the past 10 years. Strangely, the data showed a frightening consistency. Excluding this year, the average number of incidents per year exceeded 131. That discrepancy caught Hale's attention immediately. This year's activity was only about half of their usual scale. To him, that didn't mean restraint, it meant preparation. Either something was wrong inside the organization, or they were building towards something far bigger. Jihan then brought up an incident from 11 years ago. Between January and May of that year, the number of recorded incidents had followed the exact same pattern as now. Not long after, the world was shaken by the Great Atlantic Incident. Hale froze. The Great Atlantic Wormhole disaster was etched into history as one of the 10 worst catastrophes the world had ever seen. Entire regions devastated, countless lives lost. What shook him to the core was learning that it hadn't been a natural disaster. It had been man-made, and the Black Magic Tower had been behind it. Jihan continued calmly. 11 years ago, the number of incidents recorded between January and May had been 61, the same number they were seeing this year. The implication hit Hale like a hammer. This wasn't coincidence. The Black Tower was repeating a pattern. That meant only one thing. They were preparing for another large-scale catastrophe, one that could spread fear and destruction across the entire world. Jihan tapped the screen, pulling up maps and charts showing the locations of both past and current incidents. As Hale studied them closely, another detail stood out. Most of this year's incidents were concentrated in one place, the United States. Jihan confirmed it, and the timing made it even worse. The Olympiad was being held there. The realization settled heavily in Hale's chest. The Black Magic Tower wasn't just planning chaos, they were synchronizing it. A massive terror event, perfectly timed with the Olympiad, on a global stage where the entire world would be watching. And this time, he was right in the center of it. Jihan warned them to stay on edge. They might have identified the source of the threat, and even its nature, but the timing was still a mystery. Something big was coming. A storm, not of weather, but of calamity, and when it arrived, hesitation would mean disaster. The moment they landed at Los Angeles International Airport, the shift in atmosphere was impossible to miss. Everything felt sharper, louder, unfamiliar. Suchan and Ma Jin-suk couldn't hide their excitement, openly commenting on how different the air felt compared to home. It wasn't just a new country. It felt like stepping into another world. Jihan's secretary soon approached and informed them that she would be guiding them through the city during their stay. Hale asked about Jihan's absence, and the secretary explained that he was currently in a meeting with the Red Tower Master. That single name immediately caught attention. Adela's eyes lit up with interest, and Hale admitted he was curious as well. When the secretary calmly asked if they wanted her to arrange a meeting, both of them froze for a brief moment, clearly caught off guard. Smiling, she reassured them. It wasn't a problem at all. In fact, the Red Tower Master himself had expressed interest in meeting them personally. As soon as schedules aligned, proper arrangements would be made. Hale responded without hesitation, saying he would be more than happy to accept if it wasn't too much trouble. Adela quickly added that she wished to meet him as well. As night settled over the city, a specialized vehicle was already waiting for them. Everything had been arranged in advance, each detail carefully reviewed by the secretary alongside the security team. The three of them stood together outside, casually talking as they waited for their turn to board the buses. Then it happened. Without any warning, a blinding flash of light swallowed the entire plaza. In an instant, all three of them stiffened. A crushing sense of danger slammed into their instincts, snapping Hale, Adela, and Suchan into full combat readiness. From the darkened sky above, countless spikes of energy rained down like a frozen storm, sharp and merciless. The trio halted mid-step, instantly realizing the truth. The attack wasn't random. It was aimed directly at them. The surroundings were torn apart by the impact. Chaos erupted as screams echoed around them. People nearby could only stare in disbelief, unable to process what they were witnessing. A violent gust of wind swept through the area, forcing Ma Jin-suk and Kang Shinwoo to shout for them to take cover. Then came the real strike, a massive surge of destructive energy plunging straight down from the sky toward the exact spot where the trio stood. At the very last moment, Suchan moved. With practiced precision, he deployed a powerful magical barrier that expanded outward in an instant, enveloping all three of them. The shield absorbed the full force of the attack, preventing what would have been a fatal blow. As the smoke slowly cleared, a single figure descended from above, landing with unsettling grace. He surveyed the scene calmly, his gaze lingering on the trio, clearly impressed by their flawless coordination. Standing before them was a young boy with a proud, almost mocking expression. Kyle Vinsha, the representative from the United Kingdom. His sudden appearance and arrogant introduction stunned everyone present. Adela narrowed her eyes at him, completely unimpressed by what he clearly considered a proper greeting. Kyle Vinsha burst into hearty laughter, waving off the tension as if it were nothing, openly admitting that his outrageous entrance had been intentional. But the cheer vanished just as quickly as it appeared. His smile hardened, his eyes sharpening into something cold and provocative. This wasn't a greeting, it was a challenge, plain and simple. The air grew heavy. Suchan's patience thinned by the second, irritation bubbling dangerously close to the surface. He clenched his fists, fighting the urge to react, but Kyle didn't spare him a single glance. Instead, he slowly raised his sword, posture calm and composed, stating that honesty was a knight's virtue, and that he would speak with complete sincerity. In one swift motion, Kyle drew his blade and leveled it straight at Shin Hale. He declared his interest without hesitation. He wanted to test Hale, to measure his strength firsthand. Hale, however, didn't flinch. His expression remained steady as his divine eyes activated, calmly examining Kyle, while asking why he was being challenged in the first place. Through his vision, the answer became clear. Kyle bore the epithet Knight of the Gale, a battle mage who wielded wind magic to amplify both speed and combat prowess. Kyle's excitement only grew. He even offered to prepare a battleground, if necessary. But Hale, already familiar with the rumors surrounding Kyle, a reckless fighter obsessed with challenging strong opponents, made his decision immediately. He refused. That single word only fueled Kyle's frustration. He genuinely couldn't understand why anyone would turn down a fight like this. Nearby, Adela and Suchan let out quiet sighs, well aware that Hale's pride often dictated his actions. Hale then spoke calmly, stating that there was nothing to gain from fighting him, and that if Kyle were to get injured, it would only create unnecessary complications. The words landed like a slap. Kyle's expression darkened, irritation clearly written across his face. Off to the side, Ma Jin-suk and Kang Shinwoo exchanged silent looks, both thinking the same thing. Hale's habit of sounding overly self-assured had surfaced yet again. Still unwilling to back down, Kyle tried another angle. He claimed that fighting him would offer valuable insight into the abilities of a Fifth Circle mage. Hale dismissed the suggestion instantly, stating that he had no need for such information. Kyle was left speechless. Before the tension could escalate any further, a graceful figure descended from the sky, stepping cleanly between them. A young woman landed lightly and immediately called for Kyle to stop. She was Maya Naransha, another representative. Calm but firm, she reminded him that they would face each other soon enough in the competition, and there was no reason to clash now. He shouldn't be disappointed. Turning to Hale, Maya apologized for Kyle's behavior, explaining that he was simply obsessed with battle and meant no real harm. Hale accepted her explanation without issue, pointing out that the earlier magic had been sound-based and had caused no actual damage. With that, Kyle and Maya took their leave, declaring that when they met again, they would fight at full strength. As they disappeared into the distance, Suchan muttered that their arrival felt like a storm. Hale didn't respond aloud, but inwardly, he agreed. And more than that, he could feel it. Many more storms were coming. After the chaos stirred up by the UK team, Shin Hale and his teammates boarded the bus in silence and began their ride to the hotel. The tension lingered heavily inside the vehicle. Jin Hyun, however, was anything but quiet. Her anger boiled over as she openly cursed the UK representative, her frustration spilling out without restraint. They had attacked first, then brushed it off with a casual apology and walked away like it meant nothing. The arrogance of it all made her furious. She shouted that she wanted nothing more than to punch them in the face, and do something far worse if given the chance. Hale listened to her outburst without interrupting. When she finally paused to breathe, he calmly asked what she planned to do about it. Without hesitation, she declared that she would report them to the competition management and make sure they were punished or penalized. Hale's response was immediate and composed. Nothing would happen to them. That answer only made her angrier. She demanded to know why, pointing out that they had clearly used magic in a public space. Hale's expression grew serious as he explained patiently. Kyle's wind cutter, he said, had been nothing more than an empty strike. There was no mana in it. Even if it had hit them directly, it wouldn't have left so much as a scratch. Sunshan nodded slowly, realizing that when he had raised his shield earlier, there had been no real impact at all. Hale continued, reminding them that in America, strict limits were placed on the strength of magic that could be used publicly, and Kyle had stayed precisely within those boundaries. In the end, Hale concluded that the entire exchange had been nothing more than mutual observation, or at least that was his guess. Ma Jin-suk added that surveillance cameras were installed everywhere specifically to monitor magical intensity. There was no point wasting energy on anger, he said, urging Jean He-yoon to calm down. Still, her frustration refused to fade. Throughout the discussion, Adela sat quietly, listening. Then she calmly pointed out that the UK representative had likely challenged other teams as well. Based on their behavior, it seemed intentional. Hale agreed, and Adela added that their real goal was probably to gather as much information as possible before the competition even began. Hale nodded again, mentioning that the cameras were likely recording their movements too. Kang Shinwoo chimed in, noting that since Sunshan had revealed his shield, the UK team now understood that ability as well. Sunshan frowned and asked if other teams would really accept such challenges, especially when they had refused. Hale answered that many would. That response made Sunshan shout in disbelief, asking why anyone would do that. Hale recalled Kyle's words, explaining that fighting was the fastest way to gather information about a fifth circle mage like himself. Sunshan snapped back that the other teams would only learn about Kyle, not Hale. Hale calmly corrected him. That was precisely why he had refused. His own information was far more valuable, and hiding it was the smartest choice. Sunshan muttered under his breath that those people were insane. As the conversation dragged on, the bus finally arrived at the hotel. Even after stepping inside, Jean He-yoon's anger hadn't cooled. It burned quietly beneath the surface as she clenched her fists, making a silent vow to herself. She wouldn't forgive them, and one day, she would make them pay. She told Ma Jin-suk to come with her, and the two of them headed straight for training the moment they arrived at the hotel. There was no hesitation in her steps. Meanwhile, Shin Hale went up to his room alone and quietly began arranging his belongings. Once everything was in place, only two tomes remained on the table, Idard's and Mimir's. His gaze shifted beneath the desk, where he noticed a built-in safe. Without wasting time, he placed both books inside. It was a magical vault, and the moment he sensed its structure, a small wave of relief passed through him. Magical energy flowed from his fingertips as he activated the room's defensive system, layers of protection quietly locking into place. He recalled that this was one of the benefits provided by the Olympiad management to all participants. The vault wasn't anything extraordinary, but for his purposes, it was more than sufficient. Asking for more would have been excessive. With rare free time finally in his hands, Hale turned his attention back to work. The moment he opened the book, magical sparkles burst forth, ribbons of light, flickering flashes, and the world around him shifted. In the next instant, he stepped into an ethereal library, vast and endless, where Mimir was already waiting. "I'm back," he said simply. Mimir rushed toward him, relief clear in her expression, remarking that he had arrived safely. She eagerly bombarded him with questions about the trip. Hale replied that everything had gone smoothly, that he had landed safely and settled into his room. When she asked if anything strange had happened, he paused briefly before admitting that nothing significant had occurred, aside from his concern about the Black Magic Tower. He had been told they were preparing something large and cruel. And then there was the British team. Mimir tilted her head and asked if he had caused any trouble. Hale answered firmly that he hadn't. There was no reason for him to. With a confident smile, Mimir told him she already understood what he was searching for, and that helping him was her duty. She told him to trust her and leave the thinking to her. Hale smiled faintly, saying that he did trust her, but he still asked what she meant. That was when it happened. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted from Mimir, lifting her effortlessly into the air as the entire space trembled. The library responded instantly. Thousands of books rose and began to whirl violently around them, pages fluttering like wings caught in a storm. Hale stood frozen, eyes wide, overwhelmed by the breathtaking spectacle unfolding before him. Amid the chaos, one book broke free from the storm and descended slowly, gently, landing directly into Hale's hands. He stared at it, bewildered, quietly asking what it was. Mimir calmly explained that it was a book related to a fourth circle master. Hale looked up at her in surprise, questioning how she knew he needed that. She replied simply, if he mastered it, he would be able to handle the UK team on his own. And more than that, she warned him, the Black Magic Tower might appear at any time, and when they did, he would need greater power to respond to emergencies. Then she smiled mischievously and added that she already knew what he planned to ask, how to reach the fourth circle. She asked if she was right, her tone calm and certain. Hale was left speechless. After a brief pause, he sighed and told her not to overreact. Then, casually, he admitted that she was right, but not entirely. What he had actually planned to ask was how to reach a level beyond the fourth circle, as quickly as possible. Hale stated firmly that he needed to raise his skills to prepare for what lay ahead. The book Mimir had given him contained the realm of the Fourth Circle, Amsterdam Harmony, and mastering it before the Olympiad was no longer optional. It was necessary. Later that evening, Shin Hale stepped out alone and wandered toward a nearby park. As he walked, he spotted Adela sitting by herself. He called out to her and asked what was wrong, wondering why she was alone so late and whether something was bothering her. She replied calmly that it was already night and that nothing serious was troubling her. She said she was just heading back to rest. But Hale wasn't convinced. Ever since morning, Adela had seemed off. She hadn't been fully focused during training, and even at dinner, her thoughts had clearly been elsewhere. Something was weighing on her, and that wasn't good. As their captain, and their strongest member, any lapse in her focus would affect the entire team. He stopped her and suggested they walk and talk for a bit. As they moved through the park, he asked her directly what was bothering her. He wondered if it had something to do with the upcoming visit to the Red Tower. Ms. Sua had informed them earlier that the schedule was fixed, and he had noticed Adela's mood shift after that. But Adela shook her head gently and said that wasn't the reason. That only left Hale more confused. If not that, then what? After a moment of hesitation, Adela told him she would explain, but only if he promised not to laugh. Hale immediately assured her that he wouldn't. Taking a breath, she admitted the truth. She wanted banana milk, but she had found out that America didn't have any. Hale froze. He stared at her, completely stunned, unable to believe that this was what she had been worrying about all day. Adela, meanwhile, looked genuinely distressed, unsure of what to do now. Fighting the urge to laugh, Hale covered his face and told her that banana milk was sold in America too. You could even find it in the imported goods section of nearby supermarkets. Adela's face instantly turned red. Realization struck her all at once. Hyun had told her otherwise. That meant she had been tricked. Completely. Overcome with embarrassment, Adela didn't say another word. She turned and ran off into the night. Hale watched her go, then waved lightly with a faint smile, quietly noting that he would see her tomorrow. He turned back himself, reminding himself that he needed to prepare for the next day's visit to the Red Tower. The following day, Shin Hale and his companions were invited to the Red Tower to meet its master. The moment they entered, Suchan couldn't help but gasp in awe. The entire structure was built and decorated with glowing red flame stones, radiating an otherworldly beauty. Its unusual design made it look less like a tower and more like a massive spaceship. As they took in the surroundings, Ms. Sua instructed them to wait while she prepared their visitation documents. Nearby, Jin-hyun kept apologizing to Adela for her earlier joke, repeatedly insisting that she would never tease her like that again. Suchan leaned closer to Shin Hale and asked what was going on between Adela and Jin-hyun. Hale explained calmly, saying it was just a prank. Hyun had told Adela that there was no banana milk in America. Suchan burst into laughter, clearly amused, remarking that for Adela, that was a serious issue. Nearby, Ma Jin-suk was too busy admiring the Red Tower itself, his eyes wandering over the advanced systems embedded into the structure. Hale added that as modern technology continued to develop, mages were also finding ways to automate parts of magical research, blending science and sorcery more closely than ever before. Suchan suddenly leaned in again, his voice dropping to a whisper. He admitted it might be strange to ask, but wondered if it was really okay for them to be here right now. When Hale asked why, Suchan hesitated before blurting out that this was the Red Tower, then quickly corrected himself, reminding them that it was actually Dauria's Search's home base. His concern was obvious. If they weren't careful, information could leak. Hale reassured him without hesitation. There was nothing to worry about. They weren't using magic, and this visit was nothing more than a tour. Before Suchan could respond, Ma Jin-suk cut in, his attention already back on the Olympiad. He looked genuinely excited. The competition had turned into something far more interesting than anyone had expected. Kyle Venture of the Green Tower, Dauria of the Red Tower, and Shin Hale of the Blue Tower, each backed by their respective towers, had effectively transformed the event into a proxy war. With a teasing grin, he added that the Tower Masters were probably placing bets on the outcome as well. Hale could only respond with a strained laugh. That was when a cold voice echoed from behind them, casually stating that the bets had already been placed. Hale turned. A girl stood there, her entire body engulfed in blazing flames that didn't burn the surroundings yet radiated overwhelming heat. She continued, speaking calmly, saying that they had agreed to return only after being thoroughly beaten, and that if their Tower Master lost, everything would be over. Ma Jin-suk froze, completely stunned by Dauria's blunt words. Her presence was overwhelming, fierce, and unapologetically intense. She directed her sharp gaze toward Hale, voicing her frustration. Expectations like that, she said, were excessive pressure to place on a disciple. She wondered aloud if all Tower Masters treated their students that way. Caught off guard, Hale responded awkwardly. After a brief hesitation, he admitted that he didn't really know. He wasn't truly a disciple of the Blue Tower Master, so he couldn't answer that question with certainty. Daria clicked her tongue in displeasure and remarked that if the Blue Tower Master treated his disciple well, she might have considered switching towers. Hale smiled softly and replied that if she ever did think about joining, she should know that the Blue Tower Master was the kindest person he knew, and that he would be the best choice if she ever wanted to change paths. Daria laughed openly, waving it off as a joke, saying she would never actually do that. Then, with confident ease, she extended her hand toward him, greeting him as if they were already acquainted, casually implying that there was no need to introduce herself, because he already knew her name. Hale took her hand without hesitation, returning the greeting with the same quiet confidence. He told her there was no need for introductions on his side, either. They had already met before. Daria didn't gasp or react dramatically. As their hands parted after the brief handshake, she only tilted her head slightly, wondering if he was joking. Hale, however, spoke calmly. He said this wasn't their first meeting at all. They had met once when they were 10 years old. A faint, distant memory surfaced in his mind, the day she had visited his home alongside the Red Tower Master. It had been his birthday. Back then, she had been introduced as the Red Tower's proud disciple. Daria frowned, searching through her memories for the scene he described. No matter how hard she tried, nothing came to mind. In the end, she admitted she barely remembered it. Still, if he said it happened, she was willing to believe him. Then, without any warning, she rushed forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him, greeting him as if they were old friends reunited after years apart. Before anyone could react, Daria leaned in and planted a quick kiss on Hale's cheek. Everyone froze. From a short distance away, a man wearing sunglasses watched the scene with clear satisfaction, looking almost pleased, as though this outcome had been exactly what he expected. As he stepped forward, alongside the Blue Tower Master, who wore a wide grin, the Red Tower Master immediately teased Daria, commenting that she had already started using her charm on others. Daria spun around, startled, her face visibly flustered. The Red Tower Master laughed confidently and told the Blue Tower Master that he had won their bet. After all, no one could resist her charm. The Blue Tower Master shot back that it wasn't Daria using her charm, it was Shin Hale reacting to it. James chuckled and agreed that it sounded plausible, saying Shin looked like that kind of person. The two masters continued bickering back and forth while Daria stood there, utterly helpless. Finally, Daria cut in coldly, telling her master to stop teasing her. The guests might think they were being rude. James laughed again and casually asked if she really liked Shin Hale. Her face burned red, embarrassment flooding in, only for it to instantly flip into anger. She snapped sharply, demanding that he stop. Declaring that she was leaving, Daria said she would see Shin Hale again during the Olympiad. With that, she turned and hurried away. The Blue Tower Master warned James to stop provoking his disciple, but James waved it off, insisting her reactions were far too entertaining. Shin Hale added casually that Daria had even considered switching masters. The Red Tower Master paused, wondering aloud if he had been too strict with her. Jihan commented that if he kept pushing, she really might transfer one day. James dismissed the idea immediately, saying it would never happen. Then James turned toward Shin Hale and greeted him properly, introducing himself and mentioning that this was their second meeting. Hale responded with respectful politeness. James explained that he had wanted to personally give him a tour, but had been overwhelmed with work. Before departing, he told Hale to enjoy the tour. And just like that, the moment passed, leaving behind nothing but lingering tension and unspoken anticipation for what the Olympiad would bring. Once the Tower Masters departed, the students were led away for a guided tour. They began with the Red Tower's Magical Analysis Room, an astonishingly advanced facility, before moving on to an equally impressive training hall. Adela couldn't hide her admiration as she watched instant analytical results appear through layered magical systems, quietly wishing their own academy possessed something similar. The tour continued smoothly, and after nearly 2 hours, they gathered in the cafeteria for lunch, the mood light and satisfied as they enjoyed the experience. That was when a man approached Shin Hale and politely informed him that the Tower Masters wished to see him privately. Without delay, Hale followed him into an elevator that rose swiftly to the top floor of the Red Tower. As he stepped out, he noted that the entire floor was constructed from refined flame stone, radiating a subtle heat. Moments later, he was called inside. Waiting for him were both Tower Masters and his father. Hale froze for a split second before asking when his father had arrived. He had been told he would only attend the finals. His father replied calmly that he had changed his plans and arrived 4 hours earlier due to an urgent matter. The implication was immediate. Hale's thoughts jumped straight to the Black Magic Tower. The Red Tower Master apologized, saying it was unfortunate to involve a student who was supposed to be here on a simple visit, but circumstances left them no choice. Hale's anxiety spiked as Jihan continued, explaining that something unusual had occurred earlier that morning. They had captured a Black Magic Tower dark mage, one who had been disguising himself as a member of the Olympiad staff. The words hit Hale like a blow. Jihan went on, explaining that the information had reached him shortly after they finished reviewing the report on the plane. That was why Hale had been summoned, to discuss the matter further and gain his insight. Still reeling, Hale urgently asked where the Dark Mage had been captured and where he was being held. The Blue Tower Master immediately told him to calm down, assuring him that everything was under control. Hale instinctively looked toward his father, only to meet a sharp glare. Realizing himself, he apologized at once. James stepped in, siding with Hale, saying he had reacted the same way when he first heard the news. He told Hale to sit. The meeting began. A holographic screen flickered to life, displaying detailed information about the captured spy. They explained that the individual had been discovered during final inspections at the battle arena, the site where the siege battle would take place. Jihan pointed out that the suspect had been caught during the last phase of checks. Hale asked how the mage had been exposed. In response, Jihan placed a blue magic pentagon-shaped cube on the table, explaining that the suspect had been seen installing it, which immediately alerted management. Hale picked up the cube. The moment his fingers closed around it, his expression hardened. He could feel it, an abnormal surge of energy pulsing within. Closing his eyes, he focused completely, channeling his awareness inward to analyze the intricate magical structure hidden inside the device. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils glowed a luminous yellow. Hale's divine eyes made the truth clear at once. It was a trigger. The Red Tower Master reacted with visible shock at Hale's conclusion, while the Blue Tower Master remained silent, saying nothing. Hale's father, however, watched him closely, his gaze sharp and assessing. Hale spoke firmly, explaining that the object was a detonation spell. A ritual had been engraved inside it, designed to amplify the explosion when combined with other magic. James let out a low sound of admiration, clearly impressed, and praised Hale for making such sharp use of his eyes. Hale continued, adding that the object also carried traces of the Black Tower's distinctive black magic. James, now openly delighted, praised him again and even joked that he envied Hale's father for raising such a powerful son and a potential successor. That was when Hale's father's expression hardened. In a stern voice, he warned James to keep that information to himself. James flinched instantly, clapping a hand over his mouth and hurriedly insisting that he would never mention it, especially not to Dauria. Clearing his throat, the Blue Tower Master continued the briefing. He explained that the moment the suspect had been arrested, the man had taken poison and committed suicide, cutting off any chance of further interrogation. Hale didn't look overly surprised. Still, there had been a part of him that hoped they could extract more information if the mage had lived. Jihan reassured him that there was no need to be disappointed. They already had solid evidence. Hale then asked the question that truly mattered. What were the Black Tower mages planning? And what was their goal in the Olympiad? His father answered without hesitation. There was only one possible motive: kidnapping the most talented students and using them for their experiments. Jihan shot to his feet immediately, protesting and demanding to know why he had revealed something like that. Hale's father remained calm, reminding him that the same report had already been shared 2 years ago. The Blue Tower Master froze, shock spreading across his face as the realization sank in, that a 16-year-old had known about such horrific matters. Hale's father turned his sharp gaze toward him and asked if there was a problem, emphasizing that the information had only been disclosed to a member of the Magic God family, someone who had the right to know. Throughout the exchange, Hale stayed silent, his expression unreadable as the adults argued above him. Realizing his mistake, the Blue Tower Master quickly apologized, admitting that he had spoken without thinking. Hale's father gave a short, pointed reply. It was good that he understood. He should be far more careful next time. He then continued, stating that it was obvious the Black Tower mages were after materials for their experiments. There was no other logical reason to target the Olympiad. Though the Blue Tower Master initially struggled to accept the conclusion, there were no alternative explanations. James grew visibly furious, anger flashing in his eyes as he cursed them outright, calling their actions sickening and disgusting. The Olympiad gathered the most gifted young mages in one place. Of course, it would be the most convenient hunting ground. The Blue Tower Master suggested canceling the competition entirely. James rejected the idea immediately. It was impossible. All preparations were already complete, and the international magic organizations, especially the United States, would never allow the Olympiad to be halted now. With the option of cancellation already off the table, Hale calmly put forward what he believed was the only realistic solution. If they couldn't stop the Olympiad, then the defenses had to be reinforced. It was the most practical countermeasure available. His father's gaze sharpened as he considered the proposal, weighing its implications. James, too, fell silent, sinking into deep thought as he assessed whether strengthening the defense system on such a scale was truly feasible. Breaking the quiet, the Blue Tower Master steered the discussion toward the core structure of the existing defenses, dissecting weak points and possible improvements. The meeting carried on under mounting tension, the weight of responsibility pressing down on everyone in the room. By the time dusk settled over the city, the discussion was finally drawing to a close. At last, the Blue Tower Master stood up decisively. He assigned the first task, stating that he would negotiate directly with the United States government, share everything that had been discussed, and report back once arrangements were made. James followed by saying he would coordinate with the Olympiad management. Hale's father added that he would contact the International Counterterrorism Headquarters immediately. Watching them move with such precision and resolve, Hale felt a quiet sense of awe. Once they departed, he finally understood why they were regarded as top-tier mages. Returning to Mimir's space, Hale explained everything that had happened. Mimir listened quietly before remarking that the Black Tower mages hadn't changed at all, despite the countless disasters they had caused over the years. She strongly urged him to withdraw from the competition and return home. Hale refused without hesitation. Leaving was not an option. Instead, he said he would adjust his strategy and grow stronger. He declared that he would enter the 4th trial page. Mimir immediately warned him that the 4th trial could only be attempted once per month. Hale didn't waver. Almost ironically, that very day happened to be the opening day of the Olympiad. Before long, the day of the opening ceremony arrived. The venue was packed with spectators, the air buzzing with anticipation. People eagerly awaited the displays of magic from each nation, curious to see which country would stand out. Each team's leader was expected to perform, and the most impressive display would shape public perception of national strength. Pride was on the line. The crowd paid particular attention to the United States, the United Kingdom, and Korea, though Korea drew the least interest, as most attendees didn't recognize the names. Even so, rumors had begun circulating. Whispers spread about a prodigy from the Blue Tower, the youngest mage to reach the 5th circle, said to be part of the Korean team. The stage was fully prepared. Everything was in place. The ceremony was moments from beginning. Then Sun-chan came running in, breathless and panicked, announcing that he couldn't find Shin Hale anywhere. Hale's turn to step onto the stage and represent their country was approaching fast. Jin Hyun anxiously asked if he had checked Hale's room. Sun-chan nodded, explaining that he already had. There had been nothing inside. No sign of Hale, just an old robe and a single book lying quietly on the bed. Confusion spread through the team. With the performances about to begin, uncertainty tightened around them, and no one knew what they were supposed to do next. Jin Hyun wiped the sweat from his brow, his nerves tightening as the moment for Hale's performance drew closer. Adela raised her hand, urging everyone to wait just a little longer. She reminded them that the Blue Tower Master and the head of the Magic God family were still on their way, and that there was still some time before the ceremony moved forward. Even so, unease lingered among the group. If Hale didn't appear, they might have no choice but to name a replacement performer. Before anyone could settle on a decision, a powerful announcement echoed through the arena, declaring that the ceremony was about to begin and that the opening performances would start shortly. Sun-chan's face drained of color, his eyes widening as panic crept in. Even Adela couldn't hide her growing anxiety. The truth was, on the night before the Olympiad's opening ceremony, Shin Hale had returned to his room after his discussion with Mimir and immediately reached for the magical book. Without hesitation, he chose to challenge the next trial. He was determined to reach the 4th trial and wasted no time the moment he began studying. The book opened on its own, glowing intensely as a voice greeted him as the successor had told him that only after perfectly mastering the Ring of Expansion would he be permitted to proceed to the 4th trial page. As Hale listened carefully, he realized the gravity of the situation. This trial could only be attempted once a month. That meant he had to be completely ready, with no room for mistakes. The voice urged him to think carefully before making his choice. But Hale's resolve didn't waver. He had already decided. The book snapped shut, releasing a burst of brilliant energy. When he entered the page, towering pillars surrounded him in every direction. Hale stood there for a moment, quietly awed by the structure of the 4th trial. Soon after, a gentle voice greeted him. She introduced herself as Gamma, the guide assigned to oversee his 4th trial, and said it was an honor to meet him. Having already encountered Alpha and Beta, Hale wasn't surprised. He returned her greeting calmly. Gamma explained that this trial would test the precision and harmony of his infinite circle. Her tone hardened as she warned him that if his results failed to satisfy the page, he would be forced to leave empty-handed. And worse, he wouldn't be allowed to attempt the trial again for another 30 days. Hale knew he was taking a serious risk by challenging the trial now, but he felt he had no other option. Without clearing this stage, he would never be able to stand against powerful competitors like Dauria and Kyle. He wanted victory, and nothing less. When he told Gamma to begin, she immediately complied, honoring the successor's wish. A flash of light burst into existence before him. When it faded, a piano stood quietly in front of him. Hale froze, completely confused by the sight. Then his master's familiar voice echoed through the space, explaining that Gamma had transformed into an instrument he could handle, and that this piano was anything but ordinary. When Hale pressed one of the keys, his eyes widened in shock. No sound came out at all. His master's voice echoed again, telling him that unless he achieved perfect synchronization with all 4 rings, the piano would never respond. Hale understood immediately and began channeling his mana into the instrument. This time, a sound finally emerged, but it was rough, uneven, and deeply unsatisfying. His master explained that only a special form of mana would allow him to truly play. The trial itself sounded deceptively simple. He only needed to produce a sound that even he himself found satisfying. He was given 12 hours. As the countdown began, his master wished him luck, and the voice slowly faded away. Left alone, Hale realized this trial was nothing more than a puzzle, but one that demanded everything he had. He recalled his master's warning that ordinary mana wouldn't work, along with Gamma's explanation that this trial would measure the precision of his infinite circle. Focusing deeply, he gathered himself, channeled his mana through the rings, and began to play once more. Before long, he noticed a pattern. Sound only emerged when his mana was perfectly harmonized with all 4 rings. Letting out a quiet breath, he relaxed slightly and murmured that now he finally understood the exact method. It was time to do this properly. Turning his gaze back to the piano, a faint smile formed on his lips as he reflected on how long it had been since he last played. The memory stretched back to a childhood etiquette class, yet the basics from those early lessons still lingered within him. With that, his fingers moved again, and the melody continued. Back in the present, the search for Hale was still ongoing, until he suddenly burst through the door, utterly exhausted, bowing repeatedly as he apologized for being late. Sun-chan exploded in anger, hurling curses and demanding to know where he had disappeared to. Hale waved him off, saying he'd explain everything later since he was already far behind schedule. He added that he had arranged the performance outfit in advance with the Blue Tower Master. Hearing that, Sun-chan finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. The announcements carried on as it was declared that Team Italy had completed their performance with great success. The host praised them warmly before announcing the next act. It was time for the United States team to take the stage. Leading them was Daria Sorensha, her name spoken with unmistakable admiration, the fiery and striking representative of the U.S. The entire arena erupted in thunderous cheers. The crowd roared in support of the United States team, their excitement growing as anticipation peaked over what the Red Tower had prepared this year. Daria's performance followed shortly after. Dressed elegantly, she stood poised and calm, waiting for her cue. The moment her name was called, she stepped forward with effortless grace and took her position on the stage. As she initiated her magic, Daria raised her hand, and dazzling golden flames spiraled around her. In the next instant, the fire surged upward, forming a blazing pillar that shot straight toward the sky. The audience sat frozen in awe as her performance came to an end, and then the arena exploded with thunderous applause that refused to die down. Daria lifted her gaze, quiet satisfaction shining in her eyes. Slowly, the peak of the blazing pillar shifted and reshaped itself, transforming into an enormous flower made entirely of flames. Gasps rippled through the crowd as they took in a breathtaking sight. When the fiery flower finally dissolved, it scattered into countless glowing petals that swirled through the arena, leaving the spectators utterly spellbound by the U.S. representative's display. Daria offered a graceful smile and gently reached out, lifting one of the drifting petals. She closed her eyes and slowly curled her fingers around it. In that instant, energy gathered, the flames flared violently, and then surged even higher before bursting apart into brilliant fireworks. The sky lit up in radiant colors, and the beauty of the scene stole the breath from everyone watching. The spectators were left speechless. It was a spectacle unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Their excitement erupted all at once, voices rising as they shouted that she was the best, claiming the performance suited her perfectly. The host praised her calm control and magnificent firework finale, adding that such excellence was only natural for Daria, a fifth circle mage renowned for her overwhelming skill. Cheers continued to thunder from every corner of the arena. From a back, Sun-chan and Jin Hyun stared in stunned silence, fully realizing that Daria was operating on an entirely different level from them. When the noise finally began to settle, the host announced that it was England's turn. The moment Kyle Vincha stepped onto the stage, the girls in the crowd who adored him burst into excited cheers, their admiration impossible to hide. Taking his position, Kyle confidently raised his sword toward the sky. The wind around him immediately responded, swirling violently as his magic spread. The currents gathered faster and faster, forming a massive tornado that drew gasps from the audience. Then, in a sudden flash, Kyle shot straight up through the storm and vanished into the sky, leaving the spectators scrambling to find him. When the tornado finally dispersed, he reappeared, floating high above them. The excitement only grew. In the next instant, Kyle dove downward, slicing through the wind itself before landing in a dramatic, flawless motion. Like a living storm, he concluded his performance with a smooth, graceful finish. The host applauded enthusiastically, praising the high level of his performance and declaring that he had made his country proud. Back in the waiting area, even Ma Jin-suk couldn't hide his admiration. commenting that first Aurea and now, Kyle had proven just how extraordinary this year's participants were. Kong Shinwoo nodded in agreement, adding that after such overwhelming displays, their own team would need an equally impressive performance to meet the public's soaring expectations. Jin Hyun then asked where Shin Hale was. Soon-chan, his worry obvious, explained that Hale had already begun preparing since their team was next. He turned to Adela and asked nervously if she had heard anything from him. She shook her head, saying there had been no updates, but assured them that all they could do was trust him. Even so, Soon-chan remained deeply anxious, a dull headache pounding in his head as he overthought everything that was about to happen. In the Olympiad's special VIP seating area, James, the Red Tower Master, sat beside Min Gayan, the Green Tower Master. With a faint smirk, he remarked that her student Kyle wasn't bad at all. Min Gayan shot back immediately, her tone sharp, saying she felt ashamed that the pride of the Red Tower hadn't been completely crushed by Kyle's performance. James let out a quiet sigh, muttering that those words should have belonged to him. Still, he admitted that based on what they had seen so far, the competition between their towers was evenly matched. Min Gayan then shifted the topic, asking mockingly why Kim Kanjin hadn't shown up. She sneered that despite being praised everywhere as the youngest Fifth Circle mage in history, perhaps he had simply run off to hide. Right then, the Blue Tower Master arrived and calmly corrected her, saying that Kanjin hadn't run away at all. Min Gayan tilted her head slightly and asked why he was late. He replied that an unexpected situation had demanded his attention, and once it was resolved, he came straight to the venue. James pointed out that both the US and UK teams had already finished their performances and said he was curious to see what kind of display the Blue Tower Mage had prepared. Jihan admitted that he didn't know anything about Hale's performance either. Min Gayan narrowed her eyes, suspecting that he was deliberately hiding information. Jihan shook his head firmly and insisted that he truly had no idea, explaining that he had only prepared the student's outfit and that Hale didn't rely on AI-based magic tricks in the first place. He added that he himself was genuinely curious about what Shin Hale would reveal. At that moment, the protagonist stepped forward with confidence, his robe flowing behind him as he walked toward the stage and into the spotlight. After Kyle's performance from the Green Tower concluded, the host announced that it was now the Korean team's turn. Representing them was Shin Hale, the figure everyone had been waiting for. Behind the stage, Soon-chan and the rest of the team watched the screen with tense expressions, their nerves clearly showing. Even the VIPs leaned forward, their attention fully focused, as no one had any idea what Hale was about to unveil. When Shin Hale reached the center of the stage, he raised his hand and summoned a piano using his magic, the very same piano from the fourth trial page. The sight alone sent a shock through Soon-chan, and even Adela frowned in confusion, wondering what he planned to show with such an unexpected instrument. Hale quietly took his seat, closed his eyes, and directed all his focus toward the rings of expansion. The spectators stared in disbelief, astonished to see a musical instrument appear in the middle of a magical performance. Then his eyes flashed open. As his fingers moved, a gentle, soothing melody flowed out into the air. In an instant, the surroundings shifted. Soft green grass spread across the stage, as if a tranquil garden had bloomed right before their eyes. The sound traveled through the stadium like calm, rolling waves, leaving the audience breathless. As Hale settled into the rhythm, the melody grew stronger, deeper, and more profound. Meanwhile, in the VIP seating area, the Blue Tower Master stiffened in surprise. He could clearly feel it. The music wasn't merely accompanied by mana, it was riding directly on it. Before anyone could process that realization, the faint flutter of wings filled the air. Butterflies drifted through the space, and delicate birdsong echoed softly as the scenery shifted once again, blooming into a landscape overflowing with spring blossoms. Mana and music blended so naturally that the audience became completely immersed, convinced that what they were seeing was real. Even James was left speechless, unable to comprehend how such a phenomenon could be created. Beside him, Min Gayan felt the same shock, finally realizing that Shin Hale had been hiding an overwhelming trump card all along. Jihan, too, was shaken. For a brief moment, he even suspected that Kim Kanjin might have taught him this, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He had never encountered a spell like this in his entire life. And yet, Hale's performance was far from over. As the melody shifted, the stage transformed once more. A towering, cylindrical waterfall surged upward, spiraling toward the sky. Within the flowing water, dolphins swam gracefully, their movements fluid and alive, while Hale continued to play as he stood atop the water itself. The spectators stared in disbelief, feeling as though they were trapped inside a vivid dream. Then the tune changed again. A massive bridge of flames rose into the air, blazing brilliantly, as lush greenery spread across the land beneath it. Warm sunlight poured down, signaling the arrival of summer. Moments later, a cold breeze swept through the stadium, carrying swirling leaves with it. The scenery faded into autumn, branches heavy with ripened fruit appearing among the trees. Deer ran freely through the landscape, so lifelike that the spectators couldn't tell whether they were illusions or real creatures. When the melody shifted once more, winter descended. Leaves withered away, snow fell gently from the sky, and a quiet, white stillness settled over everything. It was the season that suited Shin Hale best, a cold, solitary world that mirrored his own nature. His performance flowed seamlessly through the harmony of the four seasons, each change perfectly synchronized with his mana. For Hale, the moment felt profound. It was as though he had stepped directly onto the path of Archmage Vadener's infinity circle, the inheritance of magic he was destined to follow. Behind the stage, his teammates stood frozen in shock, overwhelmed by what they were witnessing. The experience stirred something deep within him, and he reflected inwardly that true mages, no matter how powerful they became, must never fall into arrogance if they wish to see the world from new angles and continue striving toward the peak, just as his master had always taught him. As the final note faded, Shin Hale rose gracefully, silently declaring that this was who he was now. The entire stadium erupted into thunderous cheers. Voices roared in awe and disbelief at the spectacle they had just witnessed. Min-Gayan felt tension coil within her, realizing that Shin Hale hadn't just infused mana into sound. He had controlled its emotions as well. James, on the other hand, felt a sharp pang of jealousy, seeing such mastery achieved without relying on any AI tools. Min-Gayan turned coldly toward Jahan and demanded to know what he had taught Hale. Jihan could only shake his head. He admitted that while he had always known Hale possessed extraordinary control and immense magical potential, he had never imagined something like this was possible. Such a feat couldn't be achieved through spell formula modification or even pure magic abilities alone. He became certain, then, that the protagonist was hiding an entirely different form of magic. When Hale stepped off the stage, his teammates immediately rushed toward him, unable to contain their excitement. They hugged him tightly, voices overlapping as they praised the unbelievable performance he had just shown to the world. When they excitedly asked him to teach them that technique, Hale only smiled and said he'd demonstrate the magic trick later. Kang Shinwu felt a deep sense of confidence settle in his chest. After witnessing that performance, there was no doubt left. Everyone now understood the level their team stood at. With that, he believed the upcoming matches would proceed smoothly. Hale then added that he already had a strategy prepared for the next day's battle, and that they would need to adjust their plans accordingly. By the following day, the official announcement declared the start of the matches. The first event would be a 5 versus 5 siege battle, and the opening match was revealed to be between Korea and Italy. The Italian team immediately grew tense. Drawing Korea as their first opponent was bad enough, but after seeing Shin Hale's overwhelming performance the previous night, any remaining confidence they had evaporated. Their leader tried to steady them, reminding everyone that the objective was simple: capture the enemy base. There was no need to confront Shin Hale directly. As the match began, one of the Italian scouts stood watch from atop a tree when he suddenly noticed movement. He quickly relayed the information to their leader, reporting that someone had entered their territory. When asked how many intruders there were, the scout hesitated before answering that it was only one person. And that person was Shin Hale, alone. The moment the first match between Korea and Italy officially started, Shin Hale wasted no time. He charged straight into Italian territory without hesitation. The Italian team was left stunned. None of them had imagined he would appear by himself. Their leader, positioned at the front, panicked and immediately retreated, convinced this had to be part of a larger strategy. He assumed the rest of the Korean team was already circling around them from behind. He ordered everyone to stay alert and search for the others. But no matter how far they looked, they found nothing. Only then did Shin Hale speak calmly, telling them there was no one else to worry about. He had come alone. The leader froze, unable to comprehend what kind of plan this was or what Shin Hale intended to do. Hale continued just as calmly, stating that he alone was more than enough to deal with them, and that he would defeat them with ease. The Italian team felt utterly insulted. Rage flared as they cursed him, gathering their mana all at once and launching a full-force assault, determined to overwhelm him while he stood alone. Shin Hale didn't flinch. He calmly raised his hand and activated his resonance. In the next instant, a massive blast of fire erupted outward, swallowing the battlefield whole. The Italian team was instantly incapacitated, and just like that, the match ended on the spot. That night, the team celebrated their first victory together. Jin Hyun felt a deep sense of relief, satisfied that everything, from the opening ceremony to the first battle, had gone smoothly without a single complication. Kang Shinwu, however, looked conflicted. He admitted his disappointment and asked why Jin Hyun seemed so cheerful when the victory had come entirely from Shin Hale's efforts, while the rest of them hadn't even set foot on the battlefield. Jin Hyun simply smiled and replied that since they were all part of Shin's team, his victory was a perfect victory for everyone. Ma Jin-suk then turned to Hale and asked if he was truly all right after the battle, reminding him that Hale had previously said he would be exhausted for 12 hours if he used his full power. Hale answered calmly that he felt completely fine. Internally, he reflected on how his resonance ability was still unknown to the others. To cover it up, he casually explained that this was simply the extent of his power whenever he used that particular skill. Adela eventually voiced the question that had been bothering her. She asked why he had revealed so much power during the opening ceremony, and why he had once again used his full strength in the very first match. Was there a reason behind it all? Hale responded firmly that there was, of course, a reason. He explained that during the ceremony, he had worn the Four Seasons artifact, referring to the contact lenses he had obtained, which allowed him to draw out his maximum power. Now that no other team should be able to recognize that detail, he didn't see it as a risk. Meanwhile, at the British team's hotel, everyone gathered inside the conference room. Maya explained that Shin Hale hadn't used any artifact during the opening ceremony, something she had confirmed after closely analyzing the footage captured by their mana analysis cameras. Kyle asked why the mana around Hale had felt so dense, and Maya replied that it was the natural trait of his magic eye mana. She then displayed a detailed report prepared by British experts. The contents left everyone stunned. According to the analysis, Shin Hale had been evaluated as a Sixth Circle Mage. Kyle immediately understood why Hale had refused to fight him earlier. He had been hiding far more power than he ever showed. Maya followed up by presenting the data from the Italy match. The report indicated that Hale had used spells exceeding the 5th circle level, estimated around the 5.5 tier range. She coldly pointed out that he had cast 6 high-level spells consecutively, yet the monitoring meter showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Her conclusion was absolute. Shin Hale was undoubtedly a 6th circle mage. That realization rendered every plan they had prepared meaningless. There was no time left to hesitate. They would need an entirely new strategy if they hoped to stop Shin Hale. As the others discussed in tense voices, Kyle remained silent, quietly contemplating the situation on his own. By the following day, the siege battles for the top 16 came to an end, with Korea emerging victorious. In their next match, Shin Hale's team completely overwhelmed Germany, leaving the German side stunned by the crushing defeat. Sunchan couldn't hide his pride. They had followed his strategy to the letter, and this time they'd won without Hale needing to step in at all. Hale himself felt the same quiet satisfaction. Sitting out the match while his teammates secured the victory on their own was exactly what he had hoped for. Grinning from ear to ear, Sunchan proudly declared that they had pulled off what he called the super deluxe bait strategy. Jin Hyun immediately scowled, clearly irritated by the ridiculous name. The day before, Hale had told the team that no other group would be able to figure out the truth behind his artifact. Jin, however, had disagreed, insisting that the Four Seasons performance was obviously tied to some kind of artifact, and that analysts would uncover it sooner or later. Hale remained completely confident. He explained that the contact lenses were directly attached to his eyes and didn't exist as visible objects. Since his eyes constantly released dense mana, any observer would naturally assume that everything stemmed from his magic eyes. Because of that, analysts would conclude that he was simply a 6th circle mage relying on magic eye abilities. The explanation left the entire team stunned. Hale told them that this misunderstanding was something they needed to exploit. In truth, according to Vayner's classification, Shin Hale was only a 4th circle mage, but he had always concealed that fact, publicly claiming his strength came from spell formula modification, leading others to believe he was a 5th circle mage instead. Now, with rumors spreading that he was a 6th circle mage, he couldn't help but feel a hint of unease. Adela broke into his thoughts, asking whether such rumors would force the other teams to adjust their strategies and possibly slow him down in combat. Hale admitted that he wasn't certain how effective the deception would be against their next opponent, especially since that opponent would be the British team, led by Kyle Vinsha, a confirmed 5th circle mage and someone Hale knew he would eventually have to face.